Okay, Pragg, here we go with Candidates Trivia. Question number 1. Which player famously beat Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
This I should know. So Magnus lost to Peter in the last round, but I don't think Peter bet Kramnik. I think it's Ivanchuk?
Ivanchuk, yes, exactly right. Question 2. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Yeah, Fabi.
Right, very good. 5 of them. Question 3. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
In one single event or?
One single event.
Yeah, that's Anish.
I think everyone's gotten that one right. Question 4. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
I think the best was probably Jan in 20. Wait, let me get the year correct. 2020. I think it's 2021 or 2. He lost to Ding or someone in the last game. He won with round to spare.
Right, 2022.
Yeah, that was 2022, yeah.
Yeah. You know how many points he had?
Plus 5, 9.5.
Yep, plus 5, exactly. Okay. Next question. This one is going to be historical. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal and then continuing into candidates matches. Who were his 3 candidates match opponents leading up to his world championship?
Taimanov, Petrosyan, I think Larson.
And Larson, very good. Yep. Number 6. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018, yeah. So that's, I think, Karyakin.
It was Mamedyarov.
Karyakin and Mamedyarov was,
I think
they were tied?
They might have tied, but Mamedyarov.
Okay, I think they were tied.
Yeah, but on tie breaks. Number 7. In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
London.
Correct. Number 8. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row, but later winning 5 games in a row?
Yeah, my sister and I.
Yes, it was pretty exciting. Okay. Well, the second part was exciting.
Yeah, not the first one.
Not the first one. Okay, 2 more. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites going into the tournament?
2014, yeah?
That's correct.
Levon?
Everybody has said Levon. I think he finished last in like Berlin or something, but it was
okay.
Topalov. And the last one, number 10. You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament.
That's specific candidates, no?
That's specific candidates. I'll give you 5 seconds of thinking time. And begin.
Jan, Anish, Ding, Aleksinko, Vango, Fabi, Hikaru. I don't think Hikaru was playing. Grishuk.
Yes, I think you got all 8.
No, I think I said 7.
Maybe you missed Giri?
I
or
did say
MVL.
Anish.
MVL.
I missed MVL.
Yeah.
Yes.
But 7 is very good in 10 seconds. Yeah.
I said Hikaru. I realized Hikaru started playing, but still I said it.
Yes. You're not the only one to say Hikaru, so don't feel bad.
No, I know Hikaru was not playing, but I thought I will just say something.
Yes. Well, you're off the hot seat. You're all done.
Okay.
It only gets easier from here. Now you just have to go play the world's best players.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Okay.
Pragg.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Are you ready to do Candidates Trivia?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, here we go. Number 1, which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
2013?
Yes.
Okay, I will take maybe Gelfand or Swidler, one of them. Yeah.
Sadly, it was neither of them. It was Vaishali Rameshbabu.
I want to tell Ivanchuk, but okay. It's very hard.
It is hard. I know you're tired. Okay, here we go. Number 2, which player has played the most Candidates tournaments since 2013?
Most, Fabi.
Fabi, exactly right. 5 of them. Number 3, who has the record for most draws in a single Candidates tournament?
Most draws in single candidates. You know, like when you say draw, it's always...
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some,
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
It is a race to the top and it is a race to the side for Rakesh Kulkarni. There पूरा Spider-Man की तरह swing कर रहे थे. But chat, we are back for day number 7 of the FIDE candidates and आज के दिन के बाद आधा event खत्म हो जाएगा भाई. But अगर ध्यान से सोचे तो शायद पूरा event भी खत्म ना हो गया already. यानी भी आज के दिन हमें और insights देगा. Welcome राकेश भाई, welcome सहज भाई. सहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है भाई? Are we going to see the same of what we've seen so far या फिर कोई कहानी में twist बाकी है?
I think we have a lot to discuss today, but of course, we'll save that for when the matches begin. But I think Sindarov has just been on a rampage, and आज उसके white भी हैं अनीश के साथ. तो I think by the way it's going, वो 2 घंटे 3 घंटे में फिर से खत्म कर सकता है. Very good chances. राकेश भाई, your thoughts?
भाई ब्लैक से जो बंदा जीत रहा है उसको व्हाइट पीसेस दे दो अगेंस्ट अ सॉलिड अनीश गिरी, तो आई थिंक रिजल्ट के चांसेस काफी हाई आज. बट टिको भाई, योर पिक फॉर गेम ऑफ द डे टुडे?
I think I'm really confused because I thought Fabi would be the favorite, but Sindarov सबकी expectations beat करके यहाँ तक आए हैं. So I think थोड़ा उनकी body language देखते हैं आज वो कैसा feel कर रहे हैं, then we can take that call. But meanwhile, I think we might have some words of wisdom from Mike Klein, Joseph Press में. Let's go then listen to him.
Hello, and here we are nearing the halfway point in round 7. I am at the press conference station. This is where the winners come and talk about their game. So let's just go ahead and get this seat ready for Javokhir. We pretty much know he's going to be sitting here in 4 or 5 hours' time. Pretty much nothing has stopped him. 5.5 out of 6. His tournament performance rating is 3150, and that's actually higher than his chess.com bullet rating. And by the way, if you want to count bullet games on chess.com, he actually played 2 of them after his win against Nakamura 2 days ago. He won them both, so he's kind of sitting on 7.5 out of 8. Now, before we go into thinking that this is a runaway train that can't be stopped, remember, if he were to slip and lose a game and Fabiano were to win a game, Fabiano would actually control his own destiny still because there is a head-to-head matchup in the second half of the tournament. But what are we going to see today? Well, Javokhir gets white as if, the rich getting richer isn't something we need. He's going to take white against Anish Giri, and Fabiano gets black against Praggnanandhaa. Over in the ladies section, Anna Muzychuk is all clear on +2. Her 4 out of 6 is actually double the number of points she had after 6 rounds in Toronto. There are no less than 5 ladies on even scores chasing her. One of them is her opponent today, Bibisara Assaubayeva. So Anna in the driver's seat, Javokhir in the driver's seat. Let's see how things shake out here on this Sunday in Cyprus.
Muted हो भाई.
I was muted. मेरी आवाज बंद हो गई. I have no words basically, bhai. I have no words. And what I wanted to say was कि thank you, Mike. 3150 is the rating performance for Sindarov so far. 3150 मतलब बोलते ना like online rating कुल मिला के 4-5 लोगों की दुनिया में इतनी है and he is playing it at that level over the board. राकेश भाई, I mean, is Anish gonna stop him today? क्या लग रहा है कि at least कोई resistance भी offer होगी या फिर we gonna just see like a smooth win today? What are your predictions?
I hope, bhai. I hope for the tournament. I hope for Pragg, Fabi, everyone कि भाई Anish at least रोक के बताए. But अगर नहीं रोका, then we will know the real importance and value of Bluebaum, Sahaj bhai.
Yes, by the great Bluebaum. I think उसी ने ही रोका है उसको, वो भी white से. I mean, just it goes to show how strong Bluebaum really is. But yeah, I'm still taking Sindarov. I feel like वो जो run है, I think एक draw हुआ ना तो फिर हारने के chances काफी high हो जाते हैं. तो I feel like वो break से पहले रुकेगा नहीं, अब लग रहा है मुझे ऐसा.
Yeah. So break से पहले नहीं रुकेगा is our prediction, but let's see if Anish has other plans. We also have the pairings to go through. Let's have them on screen because of course open section में अभी के लिए लग रहा है जो top 2 boards हैं they are the matches to look out for, because let's keep in mind there was some analysis done, and it feels like Rakesh bhai jo odds nikle the, practically, not mathematically there are still chances for Hikaru or Bluebaum, but practically it's like a 75% chance for Sindarov, like 20% chance for Caruana, जो 2% है वो बाकी लोग बच्चे लोगों में बट चुका है, Pragg and Anish. Yeah? So it's like essentially ये 4 लोग ही fight कर रहे हैं, and आज के दिन के बाद it might just become like a 2% or 1% race.
Absolutely, bhai. And even we at the stats team here at Chesscom पे 2013 के बाद जो candidates हुए, that is candidates in the modern era, उसका हमने research किया भाई. 5.5 out of 7 was the highest score by Nepo in 2022, and he eventually won the event. और in total 2013 में मैग्नस, 2018 में फाबी, और 2021-2022 में नेपो ने, और मुकेश ने पिछले साल 14 गेम में 5 विन किए थे, और सहज भाई यहाँ पे सिंदारो ने 6 गेम में ही 5 विन कर चुका है.
Yeah, that's the craziest stat to me. So basically, chat, what he's saying is कि candidates जीतने के लिए आपको +5 चाहिए होता है score. 5 wins and basically 0 losses, and all the rest of the games are drawn. So technically, अगर हम history को follow करें, Sindarov को सिर्फ अब games draw करने हैं, and he will just win the tournament basically. So that is insane कि 5 से ज़्यादा wins हुए ही नहीं है किसी winner से. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And there we see the standings by. I mean, look at the difference between 1 and 3. That's 2.5 points, Tikubai. How do you even catch up? Is this over?
I think today's day is so crucial because आज Sindarov के white हैं. So if he is going on, entering this tournament hall today, his team is thinking, we have white, we play against Anish, who's also technically one of the 4 players remaining in the battle, right? He's playing Anish, who's number 3. If you beat Anish, he goes into the bottom table. He's knocked out. Then essentially Caruana Pragg में अपने आप ही एक knockout हो जाएगा, because आपस में खेल रहे हैं. Draw पे दोनों के chances बढ़ जाएंगे निकलने के. So you could be essentially winning the candidates after the first half itself if you beat Anish today. So if Caruana wins against Pragg, then of course the race is a two-way race. But अगर Pragg Caruana draw होता है या Pragg beats Caruana या whatever, like आज के केस में very likely 2 ही लोग रेस में बचेंगे अगर सिंदारोव जीतते हैं. तो nobody wants this win more than him today. White pieces be here. The stage is set for an epic 6.5 out of 7. Let's see how pata hai कि नहीं. Women's section, of course, 2 epic victories yesterday. Rakesh bhai, Divya, Vaishali both winning. आज कंटिन्यू करना है जो कल हमने देखा.
भाई आज कंटिन्यू और टेंशन नॉट जर्सी साइड में रखी है, जैसी जरूरत पड़ेगी विन जर्सी गैम्बिट कर लेंगे. बट दिव्या इज प्लेइंग कटरीना लानो, जिसको वैशाली ने कल ही फ्रेश हराया है, और वैशाली प्लेइंग टैन जोंगी, who is not having the greatest of events. So don't be surprised chat if आज फिर से दिव्या और वैशाली जीतेंगे और तिरंगा लहराएंगे साइप्रस में.
I feel that Divya और वैशाली के लिए वो जो I think the main concern was, yesterday I was talking about it कि अभी 5 round के अंदर, they had not won a game, and I think that hurdle is crossed, and now they can actually think about, कि ठीक है भाई, now we are in the top 3, I believe, at least in the standings, they are tied second, and now it's a real chance that they have to actually win the tournament. And white pieces भी हैं, दोनों players by the way, Tan and Kateryna have not had the best event. I think this looks very, very positive for both the Indian players.
Yep, it's going to be exciting chat, and maybe it's time to go to the live action. If we can have the chessboard, have the camera, and see the players coming in one by one. I think Anish usually first होते जो आते हैं. आज तो special reason है जल्दी आने का उनके लिए. He's playing the tournament leader. उनके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है? Because let's keep in mind the 4 players अभी भी fight कर रहे हैं. They are Sindarov, Anish, Pragg, and Caruana, practically speaking. So Anish is thinking, you know what? I have black against Sindarov. He's already there, by the way. 10 minutes before the game begins, adjusting the pieces. वो क्या सोच रहे हैं आज सहज भाई? Because अगर आज वो जीतते हैं, he is improving his odds by a huge margin. अगर draw करते हैं, तो उनके odds कम होते हैं. So is he thinking कि I want to catch Sindarov off guard, or is he thinking by it's too early to go all in, I want to play it safe?
I just wanna like mention something कि अगर अनीश आज जीतता है तो उसमें अनीश के odds increase होंगे, उसमें फाबी के odds increase होंगे because Anish is still gonna be 1.5 points behind Sindarov, which is a sizable, difference between the two players. But yeah, I think for Anish, I think it's a do or die. I think for anyone who plays Sindarov, it's a do or die because either you win or the guy just runs away with it because he just has too big of a lead. And उसके black भी हैं, and I think realistically he should, and I think he would try to play a bit solid. Rakesh bhai, what do you think? Do you think he's going to be a bit aggressive, or do you think he's going to take it easy?
I think he'll start off solid, but Jesse chance mile, he will love to pounce. Or, Anish also won with black against Esipenko. Let's not forget that Sicilian. He's playing two Sicilians, already played two Sicilians. Or, chat, do not forget, let's say Anish wins this. Reverse fixture, that is the last round of the candidates में Anish के फिर से white होंगे against Sindarov. So, I don't know तब तक tournament undecided होगा या नहीं. बट मान लो आज अनीश ने हरा दिया, फाबी ने भी हरा दिया, then the reverse fixture 14th round में can be critical, Tikku bhai.
Agreed. And also, if we come to the second important game, and very important for us, Pragg against Fabi, this is a crucial game, right? Because एक तरफ से we have Pragg, who's on equal score. He's 2.5 points behind. He's reaching that stage जहां पे जीतना is compulsory, almost like near compulsory. हार तो सकते ही नहीं, otherwise you're सीधा out. But he's playing Fabi. So on one side, if Pragg defeats Fabi, we are happy that Pragg's odds improve, a little bit. But Fabi kam ho gaye. So Sindarov is again happy कि भाई Fabi पीछे रह गया. Now if Fabi wins, then Pragg is essentially out of contention. So it's like, कुछ भी कर लो आज, कोई भी रिजल्ट आ जाए, as long as Sindarov doesn't lose, आज के बाद दो ही प्लेयर बचेंगे भाई कंटेंशन में. And I don't even know who to support because I want both to win, yeah? Both Pragg and Fabi.
So let me just understand this correctly. If just two scenarios, if Sindarov beats Anish and Pragg beats Fabi, tournament is over.
Yes.
Agreed. Yes.
2.5 points. That's too much.
Agreed.
6 round ही तो हैं.
Yeah. Because at the top level, you will not cover up that sort of advantage. And I think also because everybody will kind of go desperate against you. So you just have to catch and wait. Yeah, just play it very safe. And Rakesh bhai, so let's assume कि Pragg Fabi का draw होता है. Like, I mean, maybe that maintains chances of Pragg, or is it already over if Pragg draws this game? Because इतना आसान नहीं होगा Fabi को हराना.
नहीं, बहुत slim chances होंगे. मतलब he'll still be technically alive, but जैसे हमारे algorithm ने predict किया, 76% chance Sindarov wins this, और Pragg के है सिर्फ 2%, 2% chance, भाई. So
let's not forget Gukesh के chances 0.23% थे according to a certain someone.
So can we have that graphic of the odds if you have one somewhere? I don't know if it's possible to show those odds. I think डाला होगा कहीं ना कहीं पे, I'm pretty sure social space chess.com ने, and we can have that graphic. Would be amazing to show कि odds right now क्या है. And Rakesh bhai, we can see.
बोलो.
हाँ Rakesh, continue please. Yeah.
No, I was saying, speaking of world champions, Sahaj bhai, we have a certain former world champion and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, जिनके ग्रेन के ओपन, एक सादा सुदा ओपन में 5 out of 6 है. Like सादा डोसा, एकदम सिंपल. But Sindarov के कैंडिडेट्स में 5.5 out of 6 है. What are your thoughts on this, Sahaj bhai?
भाई, I wanted to ask this exact question to the chat कि भाई, what is crazier to you कि Magnus के 2 draw हुए हैं या फिर Sindarov के 5.5 या 6 में? Because let's not forget last year Magnus ये same tournament 9 out of 9 जीता था. So it's like it's still crazy. Even now, this morning also, I believe Magnus drew against someone with the white pieces. So it's 5 out of 6. So Sindarov के ज़्यादा point है Magnus से.
Yeah, by the way, Pragg के click करके दिव्या का कैमरा आ रहा है सही भाई. If you can check that once, Pragg के board पे. अच्छा, okay, cool, ठीक है. Yeah, we have Divya at the board. Important game for Divya. If she can get that win under her belt, it would be amazing, chat. Let's not forget Sindarov open section में भाग रहा है, but women section में it's very close. In fact, we are in tight second place behind Anna Muzychuk. So if Anna were to lose, we could be in lead right today, after the halfway mark. So super important game for Divya. Super important game for Vaishali, who's playing Zhu Jiner as well. Sej bhai, I think women's section पे आज बहुत ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, and it's going to be so crucial. The opening choice will be, kind of essential here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think, but okay, she has white pieces, so let's see. I think, what do you expect as your first move?
I think Lagno सामने है. She's coming off from a tactical loss. You want to go e4 maybe if you're prepared for it. Yeah, something sharp. Because maybe her tactical confidence right now is not at its peak, and you want to challenge her in a tactical battle. Yeah, what's your take, Rakesh bhai?
E4 भाई, best by test, विशी सर ने बोला था.
I think knight f3. मतलब दिव्या को मतलब बहुत we've seen her play those kings Indian attack रेती type setups. I've seen that a lot from her, and I feel like वो बड़ा comfortable feel करती है वहाँ पे. So I'm gonna predict knight f3.
Ooh, very interesting.
And yes, chat. Sorry to go away. Chat is absolutely right. It was Alexis Sarana जिनके सामने draw किया Magnus ने. But yeah, it looks like Sindarov is running away completely here.
भाई वो इतना भाग रहा है कि I think it literally the tournament could be over today provided two results go his way, and one of them is his own. I mean he's in such a great place right now. भाई I think yeah.
By the way, poll lag chuka hai. So Pragg versus Caruana chat is going to be very, very crucial. And we also have 26% off on Chess.com Diamond memberships. Get a premium membership and become a much stronger player. And of course, 2 lucky winners every day get a chance to get a signed board by Tanya Sachdev and also some amazing Chess.com merch. Rakesh bhai, I think ये merch मुझे भी चाहिए यार. So मैं भी ले रहा हूँ membership आज.
मिलेगा, और भाई बड़ा ही फेमस इंडियन कंपनी के साथ है. रिवील करेंगे सब बहुत ही जल्द. बट चैट, यू विल बी प्लेजेंटली सरप्राइज्ड विद द क्वालिटी of merch that we'll have. And there we have Fabiano Caruana.
Let's go! It's the match of the candidates so far. The first half of the candidates coming to a close today. कौन होगा लीड में पता लगेगा. Caruana, of course, the favorite, the हर tier list के king थे Fabi यहाँ पे, मगर real tournament में he's kind of playing second fiddle, बीरबल बन के रह गए हैं अकबर के बदले. सहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है? Caruana क्या सोच रहे हैं? Is he thinking, I have to win today and catch up with Sindarov? Is he thinking, you know what, draw is safe? Maybe Sindarov will fumble.
I just want to mention that, Fabi, I think he's been playing exactly like Fabi. Because if you look at his rating, he's 2795 right now, and currently he's gaining 5.7 points, something like that, plus 6 है. अगर आप 2800 की rating पे भी अगर आपकी rating बढ़ रही है, that means you're playing extremely well. Yeah. So I think Fabi is not really, it's not really Fabi's fault in this sense. I think he's just trying to play his game, try to have a good match overall. But yeah, I think the only worry is Sindarov running away. I think वो अपने जीतने के बजाय, I think it's more about कि भाई वो कब रुकेगा. That's the main concern.
Agreed. And Rakesh bhai, वही है ना, it's playing on his mind. So it might force him to do stuff which he traditionally doesn't want to do. Maybe there's an opportunity for Pragg here.
Absolutely. And I think chat में कोई लिख रहा है, I fully agree. Both sides will push today and we'll have one winner at the end. Remember, this will again be the reverse fixture in case Sindarov hasn't won it already before round 14. So देखेंगे chat, बड़ा ही मजा आएगा. और कल रेस्ट डे है, तो आज जितना एनर्जी डालना है, जितना मेहनत करनी है, कर लो chat, because Pragg has to win to maintain any chances alive for the second half.
Yeah, and if Pragg loses... Sorry,
go ahead,
please.
Go ahead.
If Pragg loses, he's essentially out. Yeah, his odds will be less than 1%. तो उसको basically अगले 6 game जीतने होंगे, which is not going to happen. So if Pragg loses, he is practically out of the candidates. Yeah. Looking at how well Sindarov is playing in terms of qualifying for first, we're talking about, right? That's the essential goal. So he cannot afford to lose. Ideally, he has to win against the world number 2 right now. It's not going to be easy. And oh wow, Sindarov not at the board right now. Interesting, bhai. Matlab psychological play already at the board.
And it's lift-off time, by the way. It's almost lift-off time. There he is, bhai.
At the एकदम last moment, एकदम Magnus की तरह है.
Bhai, he looks very well dressed.
Exactly, or else there is like a 10% fine.
Oh,
yeah, 10% fine है भाई if you don't arrive on time.
भाई he's dressed sharp यार, like a candidates winner. मतलब ऐसे almost ऐसी feeling like आज जीत के बस खत्म करना है tournament, आज ही trophy दे दो मुझे भाई. World Championship chat usually can end early, because the first person to 7.5 basically wins. तो अगर 14 गेम है, अगर आप पहले 8 गेम जीत गए, the match is over. But not of the candidates handshakes.
तो
And
भाई
I think
कितने before we look at of course we are seeing the inaugural move being played out on the board of Sindarov and Anish. He's saying e4. भाई e4 को तो वापस ले लिया उसने. I don't think he's going to play that. But भाई आपसे सवाल, चैट से सवाल, कितने लोगों को लगता है कि ये इवेंट 14 राउंड से पहले खत्म हो सकता है? Like there will be a declared winner. I just want to ask this question before we see the game of Pragg versus Fabi.
very good question, भाई. I love that question because basically आपने ये मॉर्फ कर दिया है क्वेश्चन कि क्या सिंधारो हारेगा आजकल में.
नहीं नहीं, मैंने ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि क्या प्रग फाबी को हराएगा, जिसके चांसेस मुझे लग रहे हैं काफी हाई, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ. बिकॉज अगर फाबी अगर हारेगा तो वी हैव ऑलरेडी एस्टैब्लिश्ड इट्स ओवर. सो हाउ मेनी पीपल थिंक, व्हाट डू यू थिंक राकेश भाई, डू यू थिंक इट्स गोना बी ओवर बिफोर राउंड 14?
Yes. And by the way, मेरे को लगा गिरी will go for his famous Grunfeld course बनाया था, but he goes for E6. तो कैटलन के high chances सहज भाई in Sindarov's board.
Yeah, absolutely. He plays d5. Now he has to decide whether he goes g3 or knight c3. He doesn't go for Catalan. QGD on the board. I believe Sindarov played something like this in the first round against someone. And where he went, exactly, pawn takes pawn, bishop f4 करके कुछ तो एक line थी. But Anish goes for the infamous Ragozin. I love this actually. I absolutely love this approach.
By the way, I think we are seeing some crazy openings, and Pragg had that deep thought. And then he played d4, d5. So lots of d4, d5s on the in the open section today. I'm seeing at least actually 3 of them out of 4 boards.
Wow,
and Slav
goes for the Slav. मतलब Pragg के लिए indirect draw for भाई. CD market draw कर सकता है Pragg.
भाई CD market टिक्कू टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. I think टिक्कू will hold this against anyone.
भाई I love this opening. वो एक गैम्बिट मैंने बताई थी साजा को, याद है? एक गैम्बिट है, c takes d5, c takes d5, knight c3, knight f6 and f3. I told the gambit. Yes. That's a deadly one. So yes. I would just
Aditya
play that.
Mittal used to play this exclusively, by the way. Only used to play f3, by the way.
It's an amazing try, by the way. I love that opening. And by the way, look at Sindarov and Anish. They're just moving like मतलब जल्दबाजी, मतलब train होती है ना 2 घंटे बाद की कई बार. You have to catch that train, yeah. ऐसे लग रहा है बहुत तेज खेल रहे हैं.
Very good.
Because very well-known territory yet, even after Rook C1 on that board. And बढ़िया मतलब भाई अनीश गिरी ने गुकेश को हराया था in the top game after Rook C1 2023.
अरे यार सहज भाई इसलिए लिख रहे हैं because वो सिर्फ फ्लाइट से ट्रैवल करते हैं, और ट्रेन के लिए उनके लिए it's a new analogy.
हाँ वो ट्रेन के लिए क्या था एनालॉजी के बाद? Let's please continue. मेरा थोड़ा लेट नोट्स हुए थे, थोड़ा पेन नहीं चल रहा था, तो
I just like it how now Vishy sir also knows about this diary.
भाई विशी सर ने सीधा पूछा आते ही, so what is this about Jupiter? उनका पहला शब्द था ये भाई, वो तो पक्का क्लिप होगा 100%.
True. By the way, chat, Pragg की गेम में दिख रहा है Slav. Maybe we can still stick to the 2 board setup. Which one do you think is better, Rakesh भाई?
मुझे लगता है सिंदारो के गेम में घुस जाता है because Pragg तो सोच रहा है. यहाँ पे देखो ऐसे लग रहा है कि भाई ट्रेन पकड़नी है इन दोनों को.
भाई सही में and
dead. Oh, fun fact by the way. Can you guess which player defeated Gukesh with the white pieces in 2023 in that exact opening?
अनीश गिरी, मैंने बोल दिया ये.
चैट को चांस तो देते भाई.
अरे ऑलरेडी बोल दिया था जब आप नोट्स ले रहे थे, आपका ध्यान नहीं था शायद.
ओके got it. वो मैं थोड़ा नोट्स में बिजी हो गया था, so
Bhai, Anish is very well prepared so far, playing quickly after c5, castle, c takes d4, thus move already done. And look at this, knight e4, best move played in just 8 seconds. Queen jati hai piche, and so far I'm seeing around 200 games in this position, and Black seems to have a fascinating record, by the way. Black has an amazing record in this position so far. So Anish choosing the right opening, and by the way, E takes d4, not the main line here. Apparently A3 was the most commonly played. 200 में से 120 गेमों में ये खेला गया है. Knight d4 was played in around 30 games, and सिर्फ 26 games में खेला गया था E takes d4, but it seems to have the best record among the 3 lines for white. So what do you make of this, Sahaj, by this opening so far by Sindarov?
Well, number one, I think Sindarov is not going for a draw. He's going for a win. I thought knight takes d4 market was very easy for him to simplify and create like go into some endgame and it would have been a draw. Many players draw like that. He wants to have a game. And of course, there is an IQP on the board with e takes d4. It restricts those trades that could happen in the game. So for example, knight d4 के बाद black could play bishop d7, knight c6 and offer that trade of knights, and उससे position और ज़्यादा simplify हो जाती है. But अगर आप e takes d4 मारते हो, first of all, there is a surprise factor. Look at Anish, by the way. Like, he is not happy with looking at, भाई वो board पे नहीं देख रहा है, याद करने की कोशिश कर रहा है e takes d4 के बाद उसने क्या देखा था. And secondly, I think it I mean, optically looks amazing for Sindarov so far, as far as I can tell.
And Sahaj bhai, the game that you mentioned, Anish versus Gukesh, had knight takes d4. मतलब Anish खेल चुके हैं white side से, but now it's this e takes d4 move. Is this some new prep by his crazy team of seconds, Tiku bhai?
100% I think अगर हम सिंदारोव के मेन यहाँ पे जो बोलते हैं ना, एक वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो यूएसपी अगर सिंदारोव की देखें यहाँ पे, लाइक वन ऑफ देम डेफिनेटली इज हिज ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन. सो चैट, आई थिंक कुछ क्रेजी प्रिपेयर किया सिंदारोव ने. ही इज गोइंग ऑल इन. ही वांट्स टू फिनिश द कैंडिडेट्स टुडे. आई थिंक अभी पता क्या चल रहा है, एक तरफ सिंदारोव यहाँ पे अनीश को हरा रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ उसके सेकंड स्प्रे कर रहे हैं कि प्रग फैबी को हरा दे. इफ दीज टू थिंग्स हैपन, द कैंडिडेट्स इज 99% ओवर टुडे इटसेल्फ. आधा टूर्नामेंट पे ही. So what a match. से स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई लोग. लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स, क्योंकि बहुत बहुत मजा आ रहा है. सहज भाई, अनीश जितना स्ट्रेस में है, मुझे भी स्ट्रेस उतना ही हो रहा है
भाई. होना भी चाहिए भाई. And but you know, it's not a completely new move. Like, I see some games, I think around like 15-20 games or so have been played in this position, and Magnus Carlsen himself has played this with the black pieces, and he defeated Mamedyarov in 2015. So it does have a good track record. By the way, seconds की बात करें तो Fedosiv ने खेली है ये line पहले in 2023 against Zhu and Jun, and he won.
Rook d8 played. Rook d8 played. Bhai, Fedosiv might be one of the seconds actually. You're right.
भाई सेकंड में खेल दिया सिंदारोव ने. By the way, Rook d8 was the best move. So Anish has seen this though. That's the positive news कि देखा हुआ है उसने. But what scares me? हाँ.
I mean, you are right. Anish has a game with after Queen E2, Erwin Lamy versus Anish Giri in 2012, which Anish won.
वही याद कर रहा होगा वो.
और सिंदारोव ने उसके ऊपर लॉयल्टी निकाली होगी तो.
भाई,
so Anish was black there क्या?
Anish was black.
Anish
won. And he won that game. And usually, let me tell us, it's of course for us it's common sense, but क्योंकि हम इतना prepare करते हैं, but you know, the games that you win, chat, you necessarily don't prepare on top of it, क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी गेम जीत चुके हो. ये बहुत चेस प्लेयर्स की एक ऐसी मेंटालिटी होती है, जब आप हारते हो तब आप अपनी ओपनिंग चेक करते हो कि यहाँ गलत किया था, यहाँ गलत किया था. बट आप जीतते हो तो इट्स लेस लाइकली दैट यू आर गोइंग टू बी लुकिंग एट दैट. सो इट्स एन इंटरेस्टिंग अप्रोच बाय सिंडारोव हियर.
You are absolutely right, Sahaj, क्योंकि मैं भी गलती करके हारता हूँ ना, then I immediately use game review because of my diamond membership. But अगर मैं जीतता हूँ, मैं कभी नहीं यूज करता.
That's a good point. And you know what? I noticed Anish ने head अपना nod किया. I'm not sure if like Sindarov kind of told him briefly, like I'm just going out to the washroom or something. I don't know क्या scene था, but he did nod his head as soon as Sindarov got up. So I don't know what's going on there. But as you mentioned, Rakesh bhai, I think game review का idea बड़ा बढ़िया है. Chat को भी use करना चाहिए. 26% off right now till the candidates, and जिस हिसाब से चल रहा है बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा भाई लोग, जल्दी ले लो. And what is Anish thinking now? How do you come up with a new move? What was the move played in that game, Rakesh bhai?
Bishop d7. Bishop d7, knight e5, knight c6 was the approach.
Got it. कुछ नहीं बोला. Okay, got it. Bishop d7, knight e5 was already a mistake by white, yeah? And now black is better after knight c6. So maybe there's a better move coming after bishop d7 itself. So what is that move, Sahaj bhai, here that Sindarov could play?
I mean, it's probably some very deep preparation. Yeah, that board पे निकालना हमारे से तो बहुत बहुत मुश्किल होगा ये. We'll need a lot of time. Yeah, I like a3, rook d1. They all look natural moves, but एक छोटा सा nuance होगा, you know, here and there. I'm sure it makes a difference अगर आप a3 पहले खेलो, rook d1 पहले खेलो, like. And Sindarov knows all of this. Board पे ही नहीं बैठा वो. And chat हमारी बहुत बढ़िया एक fact बोल रही है भाई. इतना मत सोचो, अनीश भाई. पिछले 3 दिन से हम देख रहे हैं the time difference just keeps getting more and more and more, and you know, eventually he just beats his opponent you know, from a winning position there. So we don't want to repeat the same pattern.
And I love your point, Sahaj bhai, ki rook d1, I think a difference, there is definitely a difference. If you play rook d1, guess what black's best move is? And I can tell you, Anish ने पहले चाल खेली हुई है. That is Bishop A4. Attacking the rook, essentially. Exact move that
Wow.
won him against Esipenko, right? And if you play B3, then Bishop E8, and you've tempted all these dark square weaknesses, and black is already better. So after Bishop A4, आपको rook D3 खेलना पड़ेगा, which is a bit uncomfortable. The kind of prep that Sindarov might have gone for. So I think there's definitely a difference, and A3 maybe is the more practical move. Let's see what he plays.
Sahil bhai, very impressed कि आपको ऐसे याद था Bishop A4 उस moment पे. I mean, that's very impressive that you can remember things like that so easily. But yeah, I mean, I completely didn't remember this, but wow, but yeah, Anish ka hi
Isipenko
game
wala
tha,
na?
you're right. Bhai, crazy.
Correct. By the way, a big stat about the games here are कि भाई ये सब हुआ है. You guys are right कि बहुत सारे अपने को दिख रहे हैं 15-20 गेम, but no game after 2015 in this line, वो कार्लसन के विन के बाद. तो सिद्धार्थ की टीम ने भाई कुछ तो जमीन में से निकाल के ऐसा फाइंड आउट किया है. A novelty.
भाई, that's crazy, Rakesh, when you say that कि भाई जमीन फाड़ के कुछ निकाला है. And looking at Anish, I'm already nervous. You know, sometimes chat, I think Kasparov tweeted or somebody tweeted कि like वो इतना high on confidence है कि opponent अपने आप ही कांप रहे हैं. Like normally they would not be scared, but now they know कि like the opponent means business. He's well prepared. So every move comes with extra pressure. And Sahaj, to your point, it takes more time for them to figure out the subtleties there. So Anish already looking a bit stressed to me.
But I don't know how he predicted Ragozin. Anish doesn't play a lot of Ragozin. Yeah, I mean, generally Gruntfield, QGD वगैरह की lines, yeah. So very interesting.
भाई, by the way, even chess.com का social media team is worried. उन्होंने आज tweet किया है, good luck Anish Giri. That's it. That's the tweet.
Everybody wants like a long event, chat. Everybody wants a long event. And also, while Anish thinks, one look at the Pragg game. Essentially, somehow, the bar favors white. Want to get your opinion? Okay, we have the bird's eye view. We can jump to Pragg very soon. Sahaj bhai, take us through the games in the open section. Rakesh bhai through the women's section and tell us कि क्या लग रहा है, कितने result आ जा सकते हैं.
Okay, I'll start with the open section, then Rakesh bhai, you can take over the women's one. So Sindarov, of course, we did a deep dive. It's Ragozin. We already know what's happening there. Pragg versus Sabi, I believe this is Slav, but 95 के बाद knight BD7 is the main move. जहाँ पे I'm not even kidding, chat. There must be around 50 by the way, 1,000 games in this game total played online वो सब मिला के. But Queen G7 is a huge surprise. So I think Caruana की कुछ prep है, and Pragg is thinking he just took the pawn. But this goes into a completely new direction for Pragg, and I think Pragg has not won this battle. I feel like Fabi has won the opening battle so far, but he's not better. ठीक है, position अभी भी equally है. And Bluebaum versus Nakamura, I feel like it's more or less still mainstream theory, but Bluebaum has some crazy prep. And look at that Queen D3 threat attacking mate in one to Hikaru, so some pressure there, but okay, it's equal. And Esipenko ये तो भाई ये तो Petrov है, but ये Queen E2 पे क्या कर रही है? I have no idea how this queen reached the E2 square, and yeah, it looks a bit strange, but yeah, early days for this board.
I think that's a great summary, Sahaj bhai. But result कितने होंगे बताइए open section में आपके हिसाब से?
2 bhai.
Okay.
2 out of 4, but I'm not gonna say which one.
Fair. We'll take that, Tiku bhai. And coming to the women's section, bottom left से start करूंगा. Muzychuk Assaubayeva. Muzychuk है leader with 4 points. Assaubayeva हारी थी कल, घायल है but घातक हो सकती है आज against the tournament leader. Next up is purple board पे Divya versus Kateryna Lagno. I think I'm predicting Divya is going to get a W today. She really got her first win yesterday in the candidates, and she would love to get another one before the rest day. Goryachkina Zhu Jiner में भाई थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा theory लग रहा है कहीं ना कहीं टिकू भाई. So not really positive there for a result. And lastly, Vaishali versus Tan Zhongyi is just 4-5 moves in, so lots to play for there. But I'm predicting 2 results in the open and 3 results in the women's, Tikku bhai. Your thoughts?
Wow, crazy. I think I would totally agree. In fact, I might even predict 3 in the open as well if I had to go really nuts. But yeah, So आज कुछ crazy battles होंगी before the rest day. We do expect maybe a draw very quickly in some board because somebody who's doesn't have chances might just go home very easy before the rest day. But some players are going to really fight it out till the very end, and that includes Sindarov and that includes Caruana. So let's jump to Pragg's game for a second. And Rakesh भाई आपने बोला घायल हूं पर घातक हो सकता हूँ. Imagine movie डायलॉग वही होता, घायल हूँ घातक हो सकता हूँ घातक थोड़ा बहुत. Maybe.
भाई एक बार just bird's eye view, just for 10 seconds. I have a like quick test for you and the chat as well. ठीक है, बॉटम राइट पे देखेंगे अगर हम वैशाली वर्सेस टैन जोंगी, राइट, नाइट G1 पे कैसे है? व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द ओपनिंग चैट? ये कैसे है? आई मीन आई एम ट्राइंग टू थिंक अबाउट इट माई सेल्फ एंड आई एम नॉट एबल टू. नाइट G1 पे कैसे है यहाँ पे? नाइट तो F3 पे होना चाहिए ना, E4 E5 नाइट F3, दैट्स व्हाट यू प्ले ऑलवेज.
Maybe it's like
Maybe
E4 D6 D4 knight D7 C3 knight E5, yeah.
E4 D6 D4
Why would you
knight
play
F6.
C3?
Maybe bishop D3 first and E5
Bishop
पे
D3
C3
E5 C3 knight D7 bishop C2 ऐसा है.
Yes,
Knight
so
F6.
if that is true, then of course Tan Zhongyi is not used to playing such openings. So I think she's going for a win against Vaishali, number one. And Vaishali still had some surprise for her because keeping your knight on G1, I think she's trying to push F4. And ये bishop C2, भाई ये क्या move है ये bishop C2? Nothing was attacked.
Yeah, you're kind of correct. E4 D6 D4 knight F6 was the order. Bishop D3 and now E5. C3 knight D7 bishop C2, and this is the current position. So does make sense. The move order, and apparently D5 is the best move here, but Black has other options. G6 obviously one of the main choices, and let's hope Vaishali gets some winning chances today. Now jumping to the Pragg game quickly because moves are coming in very fast, and Fabi seems to be very, very well prepared, but very interesting. I want to point out something. After Queen C7 in this position, there have been very few games played. Let me point out. Is position, Sahaj, you mentioned 50,000 game. You are really not far away. यहाँ पे tens of thousands of games have been played. Majority went knight D7. Second majority E6. Third majority knight A6. Fourth majority, fifth majority, sixth majority is Queen C7, and only 12 games compared to tens of thousands में Queen 7 खेला गया है. And Black seems to have a fantastic record in those 12 games. Queen C7 के बाद apparently Indian's first preference is G3. Now even after knight C4, Pragg's move, knight A6 was played, and now he has to play F3 and take the center with E4. Sahaj bhai, would you play F3 E4 here if you know Fabi is very well prepared?
Yes, 100%. That's the main idea. Even in that knight D7, knight C4 वाली line में भी F3 E4 ही जाता है white का main plan. तो I think Pragg की direction F3 E4 की तरफ ही होगी. And I think, but okay, it's a long thing for him. And for me at least, F3 is coming up to be the best move. But I have a question. I have a puzzle, like a quick puzzle for the chat. भाई राकेश भाई और आपके लिए नहीं है, आप लोग बहुत strong हो इसके लिए. But if you can go back to the position of knight E5 on move 6, यहाँ पे एक बहुत बढ़िया सा opening trap होता है. Black plays knight A6, and I know this because I used to play this as Black a lot, and I used to pray मेरा opponent ना खेले. And White plays E3, ठीक है? And Black goes knight to B4. अब knight B4 का idea भाई कि मुझे knight C2 check देनी है. Chat, White to play and okay, not win but get a very good position.
I think यहाँ पे आपको White से best move खेलनी थोड़ी acting भी करनी पड़ेगी सहज भाई. Like touch कर दिया piece को. Oh no!
अरे
क्या कर दिया मैंने? हाय
Oh,
राम,
no.
ये क्या हो गया?
Exactly. It's a very, very old trap, but it works really well in. भाई वो board तो लगा दो.
हाँ. ये क्या था? ये position में था ना? I think knight A6.
नहीं, थोड़ा एक चाल पहले knight A6.
Knight A6, E3, knight B4.
Bishops. Okay, मैंने तो चाल बता दिया यार. अरे यार, miss हो गया. But yes, chat did discuss, yeah.
Knight C2 के बाद you can just take, because bishop takes bishop F7 is actually checkmate. So yeah, Fabi luckily उन्होंने देख लिया and Queen C7 खेल दिया. अब किनके पास D8 square है. So knight C4, knight A6 current position. And you know what? Chess.com पे F3 के बाद there's only been one game played. I was just curious how it goes, Rakesh bhai. And Black won that game. So let's have a look. Rook D8, E4, bishop E6, bishop E3. These look like the moves which are likely going to happen, by the way. Very well likely. Black just took on C4, bishop takes C4, and played E5, breaking in the center. भाई ये गायब कहाँ हो गया? रुको, let me try again.
Moves पे जा रहे हो शायद आप वापस.
हाँ, bishop E6, bishop E3, bishop C4, and then E5. This was played, and Black has already equalized actually. So very interesting. Ki this is not the correct way to play.
भाई this is I'm not even ये मुझे ये फाबी की या तो कैंडिडेट्स या फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की प्रेप लग रही है मुझे. आई एम नॉट गोना. एंड ऑल्सो अर्लियर व्हेन यू स्टार्टेड द स्ट्रीम आई सेड फाबी थोड़ा सॉलिड खेलेगा एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. आई एम गोना कंप्लीटली शिफ्ट दैट. फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट फ्यू मूव्स इट लुक्स लाइक फाबी इज आउट फॉर ब्लड. He knows he has to win today and he's doing everything in his power to take down Pragg.
भाई आई नो. और चैट में काफी लोग बोल रहे हैं कि सिंदारो कौन से घंटे में जीतेगा, ये पोल डाल दो. बट जस्ट टिकू भाई नॉर्मली करते हैं हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशंस, बट आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग यू चैट, टिकू भाई एंड सहज भाई, इमेजिन कि अनीश ने हरा दिया सिंदारो को एंड फाबी बीट्स प्रग. सडनली देयर इज जस्ट हाफ अ पॉइंट डिफरेंस. प्रग का चांस तो कट जाएगा, बट suddenly the tournament is wide open then.
सिंडारोव के अलावा और प्रग के अलावा आई थिंक इससे सब कुछ होंगे. Let's just put it like that. Because it will be closer and it will be candidates हमेशा close रहता है.
Look at how quickly Rook D8 was played. This is exactly what Fabi is aiming for. So let's have a look where we went wrong, because this is where we are right now. And E4, Bishop E6 के बाद Bishop E3 was played, and that is the mistake. You don't have to allow Bishop takes C4. How easy is that to understand for the white player here, Sahaj bhai? Because you have to play knight E3 or knight E5. Usually like that Bishop pair, it's okay. I can give the Bishop pair, but you cannot allow Bishop C4 here. By the way, E4 played. We are going down this rabbit hole, and Bishop E6 also played. We are in this position now. F3 Rook played E4 Bishop E6.
Simply put, I'll just make it very very easy to अगर आपको पता है तो आप बिशप टेक्स E4 बिना सोचे मार दोगे. बट आपको नहीं पता तो आई थिंक ये ढूंढना, ये E5 ये सब मुश्किल है आई थिंक फॉर एनीवन. तो आई थिंक इफ ही नोज इट ही ऑल्सो. प्रग के लिए ये डिस्कवर करना कि बिशप C4 E5 आ रहा है इस पोजिशन में इज ऑल्सो डिफिकल्ट. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट बिशप E3 एटलीस्ट टू मी looks like the most logical move here. You are defending that D4 pawn, you're activating your bishop. It's like a filler move. Yeah, ये तो आप hand like a hand move कि इसके बाद देख लेंगे.
And Rakesh bhai and Sahaj bhai, super chat interesting from the scariest. Sahaj Grover has taught me so much about life. He's a true hero. He saved my life once. ये क्या है Sahaj bhai? What's the mystery about this? South Africa की currency में आया है.
What?
ये कौन है Sahaj bhai?
Actually, now I'm thinking that I actually know this person. That's crazy. But thank you so much, bhai. I hope ये troll नहीं है. But thank you so much, bhai. I appreciate it.
Rakesh bhai, any guesses on who this could be?
अच्छा आपने मतलब बोल दिया कि South
हाँ,
African
I know. By Rendo, यानी.
It's almost $2, bhai. मतलब it's a big super chat. Huge.
Yeah. So meanwhile, chat, thanks to chat, really appreciate it. And Sahaj bhai, keep saving lives. I think that's something
But
we should
he saved my
strive
life
to do.
too. What is chat saying, bhai? Sahaj bhai, क्या कुछ रात को बैटमैन वगैरह
Batman.
I have no idea, भाई ये क्या हो रहा है? What is going on? ये आप ही ने किया है लग रहा है मुझे. But okay, this the fact that it came in the South African currency, I feel like it's someone I know. But yeah, thanks, bhai. If I do know you, then like let me know who you are. You can reach out to me on
Chat
DM or wherever. Yeah.
CPR दिया होगा शायद, maybe like that's how, maybe I don't know.
ये क्या और आइलैंड की कहानी है भाई? कौन से आइलैंड पे गए थे सहज भाई आप?
साउथ अफ्रीका आइलैंड नहीं है भाई. I hope.
नहीं है वहाँ पे आइलैंड पे. नेल्सन मंडेला वाज एक 27 इयर्स के लिए जो इम्प्रिजन हुए थे, वो एक आइलैंड ही था भाई. तो इट्स अ वेरी वेरी फेमस आइलैंड देयर. या
Then it's true.
Respect सहज भाई.
By the way,
भाई वो सब छोड़ो भाई. Pragg is in deep trouble. I'm telling you, if he doesn't see Bishop C4 E5, guys,
you need to save Pragg's life, Pragg's tournament life right now.
Okay,
let's go full gambit करने का मन तो हो रहा है, but I feel like it's too early.
Yeah, it's too early. I think we are not worse at all. And also, let's figure out. Yeah. So, for example, Bishop C4 and E5. So, black के pieces अभी थोड़े से अटके हुए हैं. White के पास center है. So, he wants to remove the bishop and push the E pawn. Now, there's also one more move which the engine really loves, and this is something I want your help with, Sahaj bhai. Okay, knight E5, knight G समझ में आ रहा है. I don't want to allow you to play E5. Okay, great. What is A5? Why is suddenly A5 also a good option for white?
By Bishop C4 E5 is, I guess, the most logical way to continue here, but I'm not sure what's happening. Why is this? Some small nuance, yeah. Of course, Pragg के लिए ये discover भाई Pragg के लिए A5 I think is the last thing you consider here. Just putting it out there. If Pragg plays A5, I think he will think for a very long time.
Queen A4 is the idea. I mean, this is very hard.
Oh,
भाई
so
अभी
deep. And
It's very
Chad,
deep.
don't worry. We will give you an update on Anish's board. Filhal, Anish is having a long thing, almost 20 odd minutes. So we'll come there once there is any action. And but yeah, Tiku bhai, I absolutely agree. ये A5 का pawn ढकलना है ताकि Queen A4 आए 4 move बाद. That's tough to find for a human. OTB.
Very tough. And I would still say it's not the best plan because आपको, you allow black to liberate his pieces a bit, right? उसको freedom सी मिल गई. And I think यहाँ पे bishop e6 के बाद, the best way is knight e5. You keep the bishop here miserable and keep that center. Black cannot play c5 because of, can he play c5? Because there's knight b5, bishop b5. So not really possible. And you can't play e5. So ये center बना रहेगा. That feels practically the best try. But regardless of what Pragg plays, Fabi prep में है. So time pressure will be a factor. Look at the 20-minute time difference already.
भाई सिंडारोव का गेम कब लगा लिया था?
सिंडारोव
Okay,
बजा
यार
रहा है.
राघव भाई वही बोल रहे हैं चैट में सेम डे न्यू डे सेम स्क्रिप्ट वही चल रहा है रोज. एंड सहज भाई मिस्टर वाइन जिन्होंने सुपर चैट दिया, ही इज आस्किंग व्हाट इफ सिंदारो ड्रॉज एंड प्रग विंस. हो सकता है ऐसे? योर थॉट्स?
तब भी तो 1.5 पॉइंट का ही फर्क होगा, आई थिंक 1.5 या 2. सो आई थिंक स्टिल इट सिंडारोव इज स्टिल टेक्निकली रनिंग अवे. अगर सिंडारोव फॉर दिस टूर्नामेंट टू बी लाइक रिमोटली क्लोज, सिंडारोव को हारना जरूरी है. लाइक आई एम सॉरी आई हेट टू से इट, बट या अदरवाइज ही जस्ट रन्स अवे विद इट. By the way, earlier you said कि Nepo had 5.5, and I just want to clarify, Nepo had 5.5 out of 7. So अगर सिंडारोव हारता है अभी तो सेम पॉइंट्स रहेंगे नेपो के साथ. इफ ही ड्रॉज एंड ही वुड हैव इन हिस्ट्री द मोस्ट पॉइंट्स आफ्टर बेसिकली द फर्स्ट 7
सहज
राउंड्स.
भाई, we might have a clue. I think आपको उनका नाम जिसने सुपर चैट द स्कैरीएस्ट जिनकी आपने जान बचाई है, उनका नाम आपको अभी हिट करेगा. So maybe we can have our cameras on the screen while I read the second super chat that person has given. And that is, the scariest keh rahe, I am here for GM Groovy, hoping to make him blush.
I think a lot of people call me that. So
oh wow, and, GM
and
Groovy.
I think there's
GM Groovy
hoping to make him blush. That's very interesting, Sahaj bhai.
So someone says Sahaj Grover has blocked me on all platforms after I took a chess lesson with him, and when I what? भाई this is fake. This is fake. ये तो fake कर रहे हो भाई आप ये. What is this? You are exposing me.
पैसे डबल कर दिए भाई.
ये तो आपने हिकारू वाली बात कर दी.
It's my fault we lost such a great streamer. What? Bro, release the Sahaj files, बोल रहे विजय जयशंकर.
I'm still trying to figure. Bhai, whoever you are, like reach out to me. Like I'm genuinely curious who you are. I feel like we have.
Or send like a big, huge super chat and tell us your real name.
No, don't do that.
Then I think this.
Don't do that.
We are getting distracted a bit. So GM Groovy ji, I mean Grover ji, क्या खेलना चाहिए यहाँ पे हमें? What do you think?
भाई पता नहीं भाई, अभी तुम मेरा दिमाग यही चल रहा है.
भाई he made him blush. He made him blush.
Actually, I'm not sure why. Like, or what is this about coaching and like I didn't coach you when you were weak. That's like not even.
You blocked that person.
Furthest thing from.
You blocked that person. That's so harsh. No?
मैं block करता ही नहीं हूँ किसी को भाई. That's a उसूल है. I don't block people.
सहज में थोड़ा आपका मूड माइंड डाइवर्ट करते हैं. स्नेहा कलिटा पूछ रही है, can you suggest some good chess book?
I think okay, depends what your level is. But I right now I'm trying to go through this book of Jacob Agard, Mastering Endgame Technique. It's a very very big book, but it's mostly for advanced players, and it helps me understand advanced endgame concepts like in a quicker way. Let's just say like that. That's what I'm reading right now. But in general, like, okay, you know improve your chess calculation, universal chess training, any puzzle book I think is the best to start off with. And if you like reading, then I would say My Great Predecessors is a very very good book to understand chess history from the lens of the goat of chess, Garry Kasparov, apart from Magnus Carlsen of course. But these two is what I would recommend. But depends आपका reading style कैसा है.
By the way, great recommendations. And very importantly, look at this thing that changed. Yeah, after Queen E2, Anish thought for 20 minutes and 22 seconds, plays knight c6, which is not even the best move, but okay, decent one. एंड सिंदारोव ने सिर्फ 40 सेकंड में खेल दिया रुक एफ D1 ही गॉट फ्रॉम द बोर्ड.
वाओ, वो भी ना वो बोर्ड पे नहीं होगा, इसके लिए 40 सेकंड गए मुझे लगा.
हाँ भाई, आई थिंक ही वन द कैंडिडेट्स एट होम. भाई वो प्रिपरेशन ही ऐसी करके आया है, किसी को मौका ही नहीं मिल रहा भाई. ही वन द कैंडिडेट्स एट होम ओनली. आई थिंक घर पे जीत के आ गया कैंडिडेट्स.
Yeah, I think to do this to Anish, I mean, to do this like 5 times in a row, bhai, is insane. In a row. Just want to mention it, in a row. But
By the way, Harshit bhai in the chat, yo, he's saying Sahaj blocked me too. सहज भाई ये क्या चल रहा है? आपका ब्लॉकिंग स्ट्रीक चल रहा है, इतने लोग को आप ऐसे सैड कर रहे हो जिंदगी में.
What's happening? आज क्या हो रहा है भाई?
और सोचो हर्षित भाई, by the way, good luck to you in Grenke. He's playing there. वो छोड़ के he's coming to the stream and telling us this vital piece of information.
नहीं भाई, I think he's commentating. He was
Commentating,
commentating today
not
as well.
playing,
Okay,
I think he was commentating there as well. But bhai, well done on the commentary, bhai. And hope the games are interesting as well. Especially of Sindarov, bhai, because he's on the right path to be 6.5 out of 7.
I think अभी टेलर स्विफ्ट की तरह गाना आएगा, look, होता ना, look what you made me do, look he blocked me too, ऐसा कुछ गाना आएगा अभी सहज ग्रोवर का, something featuring सहज ग्रोवर, very soon coming to Spotify and every music streaming platform. Meanwhile, रुक एफ D1 के बाद अनीश फिर से सोच में जा चुके हैं. आई थिंक सहज भाई, जो आपने कहा था ना कि जो गलती हो जाएगी ये वो प्लेयर सोचते रहेंगे, वो दोबारा होने वाला है. अनीश इज नॉट इन द मूड फॉर प्लेइंग क्विकली.
And then he'll come in time pressure and blunder and lose.
वही हो रहा है भाई. आधा घंटे का फर्क तो ऑलरेडी आ ही गया बोर्ड पे. एंड इट्स नॉट क्लियर व्हाट Anish should play. Like I think optically I would have liked my knight to be on D5, bishop to be on B7. That would be an ideal position, but I can't do that. I think the next option is something like bishop D7 and bishop E8. At least the bishop is developed and rooks भी connect हो गए. But bishop D7, is that the move, Tiku bhai?
It is one of the moves. The best one somehow is bishop A5. But I think bishop D7 the second best. Also very logical actually. Makes a lot of sense.
सहज भाई, I like bishop A5 ताकि ना आप knight B4 knight D5 का रास्ता साफ कर रहे हो. So that's an interesting move. But chat, don't go by the evaluation 0.00. It's just humanly difficult for a player to solve these problems over the board. And I think यहाँ पे their team has cracked it and he plays bishop A5. Come on, Anish.
Wow.
Also, he played it quickly, bhai. सिर्फ 20 minutes सोचा. That's great. We are still in the game, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, looks like Anish still fighting it out. Let's see how much time Sindarov takes. Let's go full screen. अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? भाई what is this?
मैं जा रहा है भाई. ये क्या है?
Wow. Bishop B5, the only move for white to have an advantage, played in just 6 seconds. Bishop D7 खेलते Anish, and look at the next move, the only move in the position for an edge, knight C5 played in 8 seconds. Bishop E8, and of course खेलो भाई, खेलो जल्दी.
Bhai, I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious who is helping Sindarov, bhai. कौन है उसका second? Like, are you genuine? Like, it has to be like a top 5 player, yeah?
Wow, can we go full screen please? Yeah, this is just insane. By the way, we are seeing moves come in like, भाई कितना प्रिपरेशन करके आया बंदा. And he's always slightly better by the way. ED5 was a slight error. Rook D5 was the move Anish had to find. He played ED5, queen takes E7, knight takes E7, and after knight takes B7, believe it or not, Sindarov has a tiny edge in the position.
They're still following the game, by the way. ये जो D5 तक की position है, was played 3 times by German Grandmaster Robert Ruck. और 2.5 में से 3 पॉइंट किया था व्हाइट से यही पोजीशन में. And now
by the way,
B7 is still theory.
Rook DB8 only move. Bishop B5 makes a lot more sense to a human, but that's slightly worse. Rook DB8 is the only.
Played. And Anish is like, भाई मैं कहाँ फंस गया? मतलब ये बंदा लगता है मेट तक देख के आया है. And now Anish has 2 moves chat. One is Rook DB8, one is Bishop B5.
Wait, what? भाई ये scariest का रुक ही नहीं रहा है. The first time.
अब कुछ और ही बोल दिया भाई. अब तो मैं
ये वाला तो छोड़ दो यार. ये वाला तो नहीं बोलना.
Why did you stop streaming? I missed those good looks. What? Guys, I think छोड़ देते हैं इसको. Let's come. हिंदी में बात करते हैं. Scariest को समझ में नहीं आएगा फिर.
या तो कोई बड़ी सुपर चैट हो तो तब भी कुछ पढ़े.
Big super chat कर दे भाई.
नहीं
आ जाओ,
नहीं
चलो
नहीं
हिंदी में ही बात करते हैं.
हाँ, by the way, let's keep in mind, Sindarov has like a 30-minute lead, has the max time he's taken for any moves. 19 चालें हो चुकी हैं. The max time he's taken for any move, I think, is 29 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the max he's
Wow.
taken, right? 40
Wow.
seconds. 40 seconds, sorry, my bad. I think 40 seconds he took for one move. That's the max he has taken. And he's just steamrolling again. Like, well, again, I'm using that word for some reason. It feels like कि Anish नहीं बचेगा भाई आज.
भाई मुश्किल लग रहा है because after bishop b5 knight takes a5 it is impossible for Anish to win this position. Opposite colored bishops, and of course there is an isolated pawn on d5 which is a long term target. Oh sorry, not opposite colored bishop, it's a knight versus bishop. That's actually even worse. And secondly, if you go rook d8, then I'm guessing bishop a6.
Yeah,
correct?
bishop a6
Yes,
only
yes.
move. And the idea
And
is after
bishop b5 के बाद there is opposite colored bishop. That's what I was confusing it.
हाँ. Yeah, and if bishop b6, which is the best move in the position, black can now play knight d6. And now let me point out, rook d8, only move or you're lost. Resigns.
What?
That's the only move in the position, because I think bishop b7 aa raha hai in some cases. That's the only move in the position. So, I mean, he's found a way to create an imbalance. Rook d8, knight takes e8, rook takes e8, and now b4 with the outside pass pawn. And look at this, rook e d8, only move. Only move rook e d8. Sehaj bhai, is that logical? Only move rook e d8?
I think it will make sense when we go a bit deeper. I think a5 mein you want to go rook d6, or what's the
Bhai.
plan? Rook d6, yeah?
Why he's not surviving this? Rook d6, only move. I don't think Anish is surviving this, bhai. What a line he's come up with.
भाई
And
खत्म
even
हो
after
जाएगा
this,
ये
he's
तो.
slightly better. Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but this is insane.
Absolutely insane, bhai.
भाई एक बार
Bhai,
प्रग
but
के बोर्ड पे जाते हैं. Some updates have
हाँ,
happened there. One move.
because I was just going to ask, it looks like Fabi ने थोड़ा सा inferior move खेला है, but look at his time, भाई. ऐसा, it's still Fabi's prep, I think.
Bhai,
Bhai.
Pragg, he found 95. That's the
The
crazy
question.
part. Pragg found the main resource.
भाई वो देखना
Yeah.
मत, ठीक है? नाइट बी4
हाँ.
दोनों मत देखना, ठीक है? अभी कुछ भी मत
हाँ.
देखना, बस नाइट बी4 खेल दो. एंड किंग f2, ब्लैक टू प्ले. चैट, ब्लैक टू प्ले एंड फाइंड द बेस्ट मूव. डोंट लुक. भाई आपने देख लिया यार.
क्या देख लिया?
क्या देखोगे भाई? इंजन ही तो देखोगे.
नहीं, इंजन नहीं देखा.
I
किंग
like-
f2 थोड़ी इंजन थोड़ी
हाँ,
किंग
किंग
f2 दिखाएगा
f2.
भाई. If it's a
अच्छा,
mistake,
you
you
didn't
will
see.
not
Yeah,
know,
okay. That's perfect.
Hmm.
Best move
I'm
for
assuming-
black, chat.
Rook d4, knight c2.
Okay, you're thinking in the right direction, but that's not it. I'm not sure why. I think queen a7 probably. But
Oh, okay.
it's not the right direction. It's a completely on the other side of the board. But आपके जो मतलब भावनाओं को मैं समझ रहा हूँ, वो ठीक है.
Knight c2 पहले क्या कुछ, then rook d4 and knight is trapped or something.
ना
I
भाई.
don't know. Huh?
The move is g5.
What?
It's the best move in the position.
What? भाई ये गेम में तो मतलब result is guaranteed. There is no chance of a draw.
g5. What is this, भाई? Crazy.
And normally ना chat सहज भाई कोई वाहियात क्वेश्चन पूछता है टैक्टिक्स आपको सिखाने के लिए, but this time king f2 is like one of the top 2 moves of the engine.
भाई तो ऐसा करते हैं, किंग f2 को ऐसे 200 फुट नीचे गाड़ देते हैं कहीं धरती में. कोई और मूव बताओ सहज भाई. What is the other move we can play here?
Bishop e3, I think, is the most logical. I think it has been the most logical. Even in the previous move, I thought the same. But yeah, this is the best. I'm not sure what Fabi has prepped, but कुछ cloud related होगा भाई इधर.
Yeah,
How does it
and
go? Bishop e3 के बाद a5 or what?
black has multiple options. Actually, a5 is one move, queen a5 is one move, and bishop c8 is one move. And I'm sure there are others. I'm sure g6 is a consideration. So I think यहाँ Fabi has multiple choices, but Pragg so far, I would have to say, has won the opening battle, because ये जो moment था ना, यहाँ bishop c4 का idea समझना depth में बहुत जरूरी था. He found it over the board. So kudos to Pragg. एक Pragg OP हल्का सा ही, you never know भाई कब तक chances there. So let's go Pragg OP, हल्का सा Pragg OP, because that was an important detail to
भाई,
find. हाँ, क्या हुआ?
I fully echo your thoughts, but 10 मूव के बाद white से अगर आप 40 मिनट नीचे हो, then how did he win the opening battle, भाई?
I feel you completely neutralize the opponent's idea. Like अगर आप अगले Abhishek played by the way again, so it feels
If I
like जो
played, what is
oh
going
wow
on? भाई
wow
सिंदारो और करुआना ने क्या प्रिपरेशन की है कल रात को?
Yeah, for sure. I think and the idea is simple. Yeah, if you go bishop e2, for example, black can now play g6, bishop g7, castle, and long-term pressure on the d4 pawn because वो pawn से बचा नहीं हुआ है. And that can
भाई
be
प्रग का
some
रिएक्शन
stress.
देखो ना, he looks frustrated. प्रग looks frustrated. भाई सांस तो लेने दे. हर मुंह पे मुंह खेल के जाता है ये.
I still feel कि कहीं ना कहीं Pragg should, like, if he understands the position better, he should be happy कि ऐसी position है, because at some point maybe like Fabi's prep might run out, and so far he has played some amazing chess. I think perfect chess खेला है Pragg ने so far, and the accuracy kind of highlights it. 99.7 accuracy so far by Pragg and 98.9 by Fabi. So far time use किया है. That's a big red flag, but at least best चालें खेली है. ऐसे ही खेलते रहो प्रग और गेम की तरफ बढ़ते, जीतने की तरफ बढ़ते रहो. Meanwhile, can we have the two board setup? One side we can have Pragg, one side we can have Sindarov, and Sahaj भाई, राकेश भाई, क्या लग रहा है भाई? सिंदारोव तो लग रहा है चल एक और चीज की तरफ जा रहे हैं भाई. This is gone.
Yes. He's
Sindarov,
on
I
his
think
way.
at least draws. At least draws, or I think he wins today. I think, and people can really make comparisons with the Fabi 7 out of 7. अगर उसने आज अनीश को हरा दिया, then it would be a genuine, I think, comparison. And of course, I think Fabi is looking amazing right now. I think Fabi has great chances to, at least get a complicated position जहाँ पे वो Pragg को trick कर सकता है. So Pragg has to be a bit careful.
By the way, chat, you might think, Pragg क्या कर रहा है? He's thought for 40 minutes. Anish ने भी 40 मिनट के लिए सोचा है. But the player who has thought the most today is actually Hikaru Nakamura. जो उनके पास भी बहुत कम टाइम है, मतलब 40 मिनट वो भी सोच रहा है against Bluebaum.
फिर से?
Yeah, and he has an only move right now. Okay, but yeah, maybe not as relevant, but yeah, I mean, players बहुत सोच रहे. Wei Yi also has thought for 40 minutes, by the way. So it's just a trend, yeah. Just think for long and get lost and lose the game.
भाई सारे ब्लैक प्लेयर सोच रहे एक्सेप्ट प्रग, मतलब सारे ब्लैक प्लेयर्स के पास कम टाइम है एक्सेप्ट द प्रग फाबी बोर्ड.
Very interesting.
भाई कितना सुपर चैट करेगा भाई? इतना सुपर चैट तो पूरे 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 टूर्नामेंट में नहीं आया होगा भाई. बट थैंक्स. One side
भाई, आप
Pragg,
block
one
करते
side
चलो.
Sindarov, and one side Sahaj. Okay, bhai. Amazing.
The scariest, thank you, but big super chat, not small, big.
यार क्या यार, मत बोलो राकेश भाई.
छोड़ दो बेचारे को भाई.
हाँ. And by the way,
भाई,
chat.
$2 में क्या ही करेंगे ना अपन, जो उसमें से भी 30% यूट्यूब ले लेगा $2 में से भी.
No. But I think it's glad to have people in the chat. By the way, do like the stream. Let's get more people in, because chat today, as we discussed earlier, if you've just joined in, let me highlight the stakes very quickly. Sindarov is just way ahead in the standings. If you can have them on screen, उनको अगर आज वो जीत गए, I think the tournament is essentially over. Especially if Pragg beats Fabi and Sindarov wins, I think the difference will be too large to cover up in just half the event, and Sindarov would have 95% odds of winning the candidate. So the ideal setup is, like Sindarov loses or draws, and as you mentioned, कि हार तो सकता ही नहीं इस position से. So let's hope so Sindarov draws, and then maybe Pragg wins, or I don't know what happens. At least the tournament is still on. But it's going to be extremely harsh, because right now it looks like वो जीतने वाला है. And now my question to you, Sahaj bhai, chat, and Rakesh bhai, assuming Sindarov wins, what would you like to happen? Because in the Pragg game now, would you prefer Pragg wins, maintains like a minuscule chance, but Fabi के chances are also minuscule now? Or would you prefer कि Fabi wins and at least has a decent chance of catching Sindarov? What would you prefer?
ये बहुत
Pragg wins.
difficult question है, but I think
Loaded question है ना, with layers.
Sindarov, I think, okay, he's running away with it anyways, and okay, I think his game में so far, I think Fabi has better. I mean, I can be objective. I don't know what I would want. I mean, it's difficult to say what I would want here. I mean, I'm not. It's not like that. I think Fabi के लिए still objectively, I think Fabi has better chances to win right now because of the time situation and because he's so well prepared. You can see एकदम Sindarov का game लग रहा है तो. भाई Sindarov से ज़्यादा time है Fabi के पास. That's a stat we have not said in this entire event.
Wow. That's a great find, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah. And
Wow.
and both the opponents, by the way, of Sindarov and Fabi in deep stress right now. You can look at Pragg rotating in his chair. You can look at Anish, hands in his head. He's wondering, bhai, ye kya prep hai, bhai? And you have to figure out the details over the board. It's gonna be very, very tough. Chat, question to you. Do you think Sindarov wins today against Anish? Yes or no? Because loss to वैसे impossible लग रहा है. Let's assume draw or win. Do you think he wins? Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, your prediction on the result.
Rakesh bhai, you can go first.
I think Sindarov wins, bhai. मतलब वो प्रेशर एटलीस्ट एक चीज है कि अनीश विल नॉट कम इन टाइम ट्रबल. 40 मुंह तक तो पहुंच ही जाएगा, बट जिंदा पहुंचेगा कि नहीं वो नहीं पता.
Yeah, if he will have enough time or not. I mean, yeah, Sindarov has very, very good chances. Yeah, very good chances.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, let's go full screen then.
Almost 50 minute का फर्क हो गया भाई. That's a lot.
Wow, starting with the
It's
Pragg game
fine.
first.
Like also chat would like love to know कि भाई कौन ये इसकी टीम में. So Sindarov की टीम में there is someone called Mukhidin Madamino, who was his second and there with us in Goa. But Anish, अच्छा कोट निकालने उठे.
Jacket उतार रहा है भाई.
हाँ सच में. But do you know this Ukrainian GM Roman Vidoniak, who was the coach and who is still helping Sindarov?
I mean, I know the name, of course, but I don't know the. I wouldn't be able to know him by face. But yeah, go on.
नहीं, so I mean, it's like normally ना ऐसे सब अपन को चूचलो पता है and the big ones Kasim Zano as the seconds, but this coach very strong GM of course, but suddenly Sindarov, he's like his protege, you know, in a way. So maybe there's a new coach on the block as well apart from a strong player.
I'm thinking there is someone else, like कोई एक top 10 का player होगा जो who's helping. Maybe he's not like a coach, or maybe he's like just who can advise on what direction you can play. But there must be someone else. There must be some like top 5 guy who is helping.
Do
That's
you
at
mean
least what I think.
Nodirbeck? But do
Nordirbek
you mean Nodirbeck?
नहीं. Nordirbek no, I think, because yeah, they're from the same country and वो एक वो rivalry भी है उनकी. I'm not sure if it's him. I meant like top
Yeah.
10, like is not necessarily an active player. Yeah, like let's say top 5 player जो कभी रहा होगा किसी टाइम पे, and that player is
आप
not
विशी
as
सर की
active.
तरफ बोल रहे हो क्या? विशी सर या
I thought
क्रैमनिक की
Kramnik,
तरफ?
because Kramnik
नहीं,
had been
I
the
don't.
coach of the
Bhai, I
Uzbekistan team,
don't
right?
have a name in my mind, but I'm thinking in this direction. But I don't think Vishy sir is helping Sindarov.
क्रैमनिक is actually a great chance क्योंकि ना remember Saj by Budapest Olympiad में Kramnik was the coach of Uzbekistan.
Oh,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Right?
That could very well be. Yeah,
And
that's.
even after this stupendous performance, Kramnik से कुछ tweet नहीं देखी है. So you know,
हाँ, exactly.
oh,
भाई ये बहुत बढ़िया 220 IQ वाली बात करी है आपने आज. ये I feel. Yeah, now I think it could be.
But
yeah.
what is that learning, yeah, जो Kramnik सिखा रहे हैं? Because I mean, is it like his opening ideas जो Kramnik में help कर रहे हैं? Is it like general prep? Like, what do you think is the standout quality that Kramnik has potentially helped Sindarov with?
I think to understand how people think in candidates, preparation कोई भी कर सकता है. सबके पास strong engine है, but I think to understand players you need a lot of experience. And that's why I don't think it's Nodir क्योंकि उसको candidates का experience नहीं है. तो I feel like it has to be someone who's not necessarily an active player and जिसने candidates काफ़ी बार खेला होगा. And that player can tell them, okay, इस moment पे ये ऐसे ऐसे ये सोच सकता है, इसमें going to this direction, this or that. And I think he's choosing his lines very, very carefully. And I think it's working very well for him. So yeah, that's how I think someone like Kramnik could help. I mean, वो बता सकता है कि ठीक है यहाँ पे ये एक idea है, इसको analyze कर लो. And then okay, Sindarov and his team just takes over from there.
Yep. So
Wow. Possible.
crazy अगर if this is true, राकेश भाई, कि Kramnik help कर रहे हैं. But regardless, I agree with Saj भाई, कोई ना कोई तो help कर रहा है. Do you see that subtle expression from Anish? He's like, oh, ऐसे कुछ expression दिया उन्होंने. And अभी पूरा वो mask बना दिया उन्होंने अपनी shirt का वहाँ पे, because he's not happy with his position. And we looked at this. So Sahaj bhai, I mean, we saw Rukdi B8, but to be honest, that looks very tricky to me. I might as well just play here and hope for the best. I think in that slightly worse endgame, because alternative felt like it's like only moves for me.
But that's going to be a very It's a very depressing endgame, to be honest, for Anish. You have to defend
And,
this for hours and hours and hours. And उसके पास एक ही घंटा बचा है भाई.
Sej bhai, fully agreed with that thought. But before we come back to the chess, chat is also enjoying that conversation. So they are having some suggestions. Maybe it could be Levon Aronian hai, Richard Rappo, and even Nepomniachtchi का नाम आया है. Very good candidates, मतलब for the coaching role.
See, Levon, I would expect like he would help one of the American players. So I
And
think
Levon
that
खेल भी रहा है ना freestyle.
वो सेंट लुइस में, हाँ, वो खेल भी रहा है exactly.
फाबी का अच्छा दोस्त है शायद. लेवन तो चलो
हाँ,
नहीं है.
लेवॉन
What
नहीं
about
होगा.
नेपो? नेपो हो सकता है भाई. Because he's one.
नेपो
आप
इज
बोलो ना.
पॉसिबल. भाई ये नेपो जैसे ही तो जब नेपो ने डोमिनेट किया था 2022 कैंडिडेट्स इट वाज आई बिलीव, जब उसने डोमिनेट
Correct.
लाइक वी कॉल्ड दैट ओके व्हाट अ डोमिनेशन इट वाज, यू नो, एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस. आई मीन इट लुक्स लाइक kind of like nepo type performance. Yeah, that I could believe for sure.
By the way,
Yes.
huge update. Pragg did not find the correct move here. You know, my first instinct was ये bishop को यहाँ सड़ने दो for eternity.
Mhm.
But Pragg has offered that exchange. And now, chat, question to you. What is Black's best move in this position? Come on, chat. Black to play. कुछ तो थोड़ा हटके करना है यहाँ पे.
भाई बहुत ही क्रेजी चाल है.
बहुत ही क्रेजी. एंड भाई फाबी सोच रहा है which is a win in itself, and he doesn't,
he doesn't play it. He doesn't play it. But okay, this is also decent.
भाई यही है बेस्ट मूव. वो आई थिंक वो क्लाउड से करके आया होगा. यही होगी बेस्ट मूव, मैं बता रहा हूँ. इतना जल्दी नहीं खेलेगा.
हाँ.
Okay.
या हो सकता है वो वेस्ट में ड्रॉ हो रही होगी, एंड बिकॉज फाबी वांट्स टू विन ही इज टेकिंग दैट एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क. सहज भाई.
Correct, exactly. And by the way, now only two moves possible, but वो transpose हो रही हैं. So basically you go bishop takes e6. I think knight e5 and now short castle. आप पहले short castle करके भी bishop e6 मार सकते हो. That's the transposition. So castle and now fe6 I'm guessing is the move.
And bishop f4.
Only move. Knight bd3 only move. Queen takes d3.
Queen
Knight
takes
d3.
d3.
ये सब only
bishop
moves है.
c7.
And then rook d4.
Bishop a5. Yeah, and it's close to equal, I think. But okay,
But
still
now
complicated.
Now the question is, how deep has Fabi's team looked at this position, or does he know it? Does he know much of this? But if not, then okay, I will predict a draw. But otherwise, if he knows, then okay, maybe he has some chances.
Chat, Pragg, Anish, and Hikaru having the same amount of time. Everyone struggling against huge opening prep, and Sejva, it is one day before the rest day. We all know nobody likes to lose before the rest day.
Yeah, bhai, we saw what happened to Hikaru right before the rest day, and yeah, both of these players, I think, rest day se pehle, they have to win, and दूसरे के chances are minimal after that. It's a tough situation. But forced है ना ये सब कुछ, I think. And by the way, do you sorry to cut you, but do you think Pragg expected knight d7? Tiko bhai?
Don't think so. I think he must have looked at the move. Definitely, जो हम consider कर रहे थे. Knight d7, not something that comes to mind, right? Because if you not looked at this position, you would think Black would avoid this damage to his structure. Maybe he had a brief look. But the move he definitely would have considered is this move, and that is the brilliant queen takes e5. And आप queen sack कर रहे हो. Okay, pawn takes Mara, and Black just calmly doesn't even take the queen. He takes the bishop first on c4. And यहाँ पे, I mean, you're supposed to take the rook. That's very rare. यार कि queen से rook मार रहा हूँ, even though I have choices, सहज भाई.
Yeah, correct. Because the queen cannot move anywhere. If you played queen c1, for example, there is knight d3 check, and you lose your queen. There is no safe. Queen b1 pe I'm guessing bishop d3, and then knight c2 becomes a very dangerous threat as well. I mean, there's like problems here. So I feel like queen d8 is the only move. And then what happens after this?
ये repetition है भाई. Bishop back somewhere, queen b1, bishop d3. It's a repetition of sorts.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how Fabi wanted to win. You mentioned it. And Rakesh bhai, I think after knight d7, yeah, do you think, Rakesh bhai, Pragg consider knight d7? The same question?
नहीं भाई, उसका रिएक्शन देख के तो नहीं लग रहा है. या कैमरा अटक गया क्या भाई? या इज इट जस्ट फॉर मी?
नहीं भाई, कैमरा चल रहा है. नहीं, अटक गया. Okay, let's go to Sindarov's game then.
By the way, let's check out Vaishali and Divya as well. I don't think we've looked at those games. By the way, Vaishali has just... Vaishali ki actually खराब position है. Her last move, f4, was a mistake. for some tactical reason. I'm not sure what it is, but apparently this was not correct. And this opening gamble of sorts that Tan Zhongyi took by playing Perk defense, and I think it transposed into some elephant structure it's called, or it's hippopotamus. There's many names, but it has worked because now Vaishali is a bit worse.
But is it the kind of worse jahan pe white has attacking chances, or is it the kind of worse jahan pe white has nothing?
I mean, I think you have some chances, but the problem is you can't play knight f3. f4 ke baad you want to play knight f3, but that pawn on e4 is hanging. And then you can think, okay, maybe let's play knight g3 to defend the pawn, and then I can play knight f3. Then I don't like the fact that there is that f4 pawn being a bit loose and rook se capture karna padega. Is that possible, Tiku bhai? What's happening here?
Yeah, it is possible, definitely. And black is still, I would say, tiny bit after c5 and knight f3, and the rook is a bit awkward, yeah, on f4. It's not ideally placed. But also, like, white is also not like much worse. In fact, instead of takes, rook e8 is apparently even better, again hammering on that e4 pawn. And Rakesh, I think Vaishali basically precise hona hoga yahan pe Vaishali ko. I think she cannot afford to make another error, I think, and she will have her chances.
Fair. Yeah, but if she gets like some attack going, that would be great news for her. And plus, bhai, she's coming off a win, an attacking win yesterday against Lagno. So maybe wo mood mein hai Vaishali to go for the kill.
By the way, chat, Anish has gone for rook db8. So we're going to see these moves coming. Okay, how many seconds Sindarov takes, chat? Okay, count down, start. 1, 2,
अभी तो पानी ढूंढ रहा है
3, 4, 5, 6.
नहीं, अभी तो सोचेगा भाई.
नहीं सोचेगा
भाई.
हो सकता है ना फाइल में लिखा हो बिशप b5 knight a5 white is better and then छोड़ दिया हो rook d8 सोचा. भाई, it's already moved 19. Like that's a lot of moves.
भाई उसका हाथ
जा रहा है भाई उसका. वो फाइल में लिखा है पहले थोड़ा पानी पियो उसके बाद बिशप h6 खेलो. Oh भाई, this is a joke, man. हम क्यों खेल रहे हैं कैंडिडेट्स? बंदे की प्रिपरेशन इज जस्ट ऑन द लेवल भाई.
भाई चैट में कोई लिख रहा है फ्री स्टाइल इज बेटर. थियरी वगैरह की टेंशन नहीं है उसमें.
भाई एक बंदा लिटरली लिखा था Sindarov sent multiple Hamza Ali Mazaris to different seconds teams. At this point यही चल रहा है भाई. It's crazy. He takes on a5. Oh, he takes on a5. He didn't play bishop a6 actually. Wow.
By the way, rook b5 best move in this position. Bishop b5 is a mistake.
Oh, it's a practical decision. He's hoping bishop b5 aega and then white has a clear edge. It's a plus 0.8 edge actually. So rook takes b5 only move for Anish actually.
And he's like, by no tension na, playing for two results. Knight b3 आ जाओ, knight d4 खेलते रहो पूरी जिंदगी भर. ये Sindarov.
Wow. इतना annoying है position rook b5. Actually rook b5 knight b3 के बाद move किया. Why is it like 0.1 only? Because earlier it was 0.4. What am I missing? A5 maybe.
A5. Yeah, I think that's the move. Oh, thank God भाई. भगवान भला करे भाई. बच गए भाई. rook takes b5 आ गया भाई.
I'm just happy कि Anish ने like एक घंटा नहीं सोचा. I'm just very happy about that.
He learned from others' mistakes.
भाई 4 सेकंड में खेला उसने knight b3. 4 seconds he took.
ये ओनली मूव था ना टिकू भाई. इसमें चिल्लाने की क्या जरूरत.
I know, but आदत हो गई है भाई. 21 चालें खेल चुका है वो भाई ऐसे.
आदत तो उसको भी हो गई है भाई. अब तो तब तो मतलब जब भी I don't know if you've noticed, but every game that he has won, he has had more than 40 minutes on the clock at the end. हर गेम में. Okay, first game I don't remember, but like when this rampage started, every game 40 minutes more he had. Like this is crazy.
Wow. Okay, so now the question is how bad is this endgame? Because we know it's slightly bad. आपके पास एक weak pawn है. The bishop is, sometimes blocked by the pawn. Knight is defending the pawn right now. A5 Anish, best move about to be played. So question is Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, one by one, like अगर 100 games ये लोग खेलते हैं, how many do you think white wins, draw, and how many black wins out of 100?
भाई परसेंटेज पूछने का तरीका थोड़ा कैजुअल है आपका. I think 20% white जीतेगा, 79% draw and 1% black wins. Sahaj bhai, your thoughts?
I think those are some like I think you are estimating this very high by 1% नहीं zero है भाई black पे जीतने का chance. I'm sorry to say, but after rook d2, you are not winning this as black. भाई वो pawn दे भी दूंगा ना मैं b2 का तब भी नहीं जीतोगे आप ये position. Provided
Fair.
if I of course trade off b and a pawn, so it's very very hard.
Very interesting. And I think Sindarov now thinking for the first time, actually. I think this is his longest think in the entire game, more than a minute already. Or not even a minute, actually. Sorry, my bad. It's a minute just now. Wow. For the first time, he's thought for a minute in this game. So that's good news. At least he's now coming out of his prep. And सहज भाई आपने बोला
Sindarov,
लॉस आप 0% प्लेस करोगे विन और ड्रॉ में क्या रेशियो है
I think 90% draw. I mean, maybe like a bit more. I think very little chance to win. But I think it's annoying. It's a very annoying position for black. But I think because it's Anish, he's a very solid player. And in fact, with white pieces, Anish would be a very dangerous player here as well. But ये Sindarov का style नहीं है. You know, to play this long drawn out end game. Sindarov को I think middle game में वो mess चाहिए होता है. You know, and I think that's his main skill. So yeah, I think I'm not sure if he would be as comfortable you know, grinding this out for as long. But of course, he's on a rampage, so he's playing the best moves in every single type of position. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and by the way, can we go to the Pragg's game? Because Pragg ने brilliance ही खेला है भाई.
Oh wow. 97, bishop e6, 95, and he does play the only move in the position, castles, and that puts his accuracy at 98.6. So great chess. And now, I mean, you take, and we are entering that variation that we saw with bishop f4, right?
Exactly. So there's fe6 पे तो वो endgame, maybe it's hard to win for Fabi, but maybe it's like maybe he knows fe6 is not good, but he's trying to remember, because if you go knight ed3 in this position, bishop c4 and e5. ठीक है थोड़ी ब्लैक की खराब है बट इफ आई वांट टू कंटिन्यू द गेम this is the direction I should go in, right?
Yeah, it does. Okay, if I take, I am assuming you're
If
taking here.
yeah,
Oh wow,
I missed knight b5. Yeah, I missed it.
Wow. That's the only move, yeah? C takes b5, bishop takes b5. And king e7, I'm sure, is a disaster. So knight c6.
And bishop move करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है ना. Bishop d4 नहीं मर रहा क्या? Bishop c5, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, because it's pinned, so you can't take on d4. So bishop maybe f2 or d2, yeah? Any of these squares, let's say f2.
ये भी प्रग, I mean ये भी फाबी के जीतने के chances तो नहीं है, मतलब कम ही लग रहे हैं.
Agreed. This looks good for Pragg, I think. इतना आसान नहीं रहेगा. Double bishop है. You have these, pawn mask moving forward. This could be weak later on in the endgame, and also some nice files for your rooks. So not sure Fabi wants this either. Maybe Fabi, expected Pragg to go wrong earlier in the game, and Fabi kind of played well in the opening. Rakesh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, but I don't really expect him to go wrong, but surprise.
Let's say.
भाई अनीश आ गया check करने. Professor Anish is here.
भाई
He's laughing.
भाई बढ़िया.
by the way,
He came in again. He came in again.
oh, he goes
play.
fe6.
Okay, best move.
Bishop f4, only move.
And then, I mean, we are headed off towards an end game, which we just analyzed. जहाँ पे I'm not sure if Pragg has in any side has chances to win, but okay, I think Fabi is the one who's pushing, but yeah, looks equal, yeah, looks drawish.
भाई फिर तो भगवान का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि अनीश ने ड्रॉ कर ली, वरना बहुत मुश्किल होता.
भाई मैं फाबी और प्रग के गेम की बात कर रहा था. अनीश तो खेलेगा भाई.
अच्छा सिंदारो तो खेलेगा मतलब जीतने के लिए.
सिंडारोव तो खेलेगा भाई, अभी सिंडारोव खेलेगा, उसका चल रहा है अभी.
भाई तो फिर वो और आगे निकल जाएगा ना. That's the worry.
But I think we can expect Anish to hold that one. I think because if we go back for a second, like time है आपके पास, बंगला है, गाड़ी है, पैसा, क्या कमी क्या है? मतलब like, slightly worse. But in a normal situation, if Anish is black here, you would expect him to hold this with his, kind of technical knowledge, how solid he is at avoiding risks. You would expect him to hold this in majority of the games. So I think ये game draw ही होगी still. Yeah, maybe Sindarov
What?
finally at least. क्या हुआ?
Hey, let's go to the Hikaru game. Some crazy tactics or opening prep brewing. Sahaj bhai, what the hell is this?
King H1 is just ridiculous, भाई.
And prep है देखो Bluebaum का
भाई वो
3 ही मिनट
फिर
तो
से
क्या अभी
हिकारू
तक.
सोच रहा होगा भाई कुछ ना कुछ मिस हुआ
Wow.
टीम से. कुछ तो मिस हुआ होगा भाई, वो अभी बोलेगा. रिकैप आने वाला है
भाई,
चैट आज. बढ़िया.
Hikaru be
he's
like,
like,
ये दुख काहे खत्म नहीं होता.
नहीं, he's like ऐसी सिचुएशन से हमेशा आगे कैसे आता था मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
या फिर
मेरे
आज किस
seconds का है भाई.
सेकंड को ब्लेम, आज किस सेकंड को ब्लेम करूंगा.
अच्छा.
ये सोच.
He's like looking for inspiration to the ceiling now. By King H1, what a move. And now, Chad, I mean, the moves are obvious and both the defending moves work. So G6, F5 are both okay. But अगर हिकारू को जीतना है, तो he needs to, be very, very careful here. क्योंकि both moves don't look convincing, yeah? I mean, black से chances that king open हो रहा है, bishop pair है. Feels like white is tiny bit better,
So just putting it out there, I think again, ये मैं joke नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I genuinely think F5 is a bad move here, क्योंकि that weakens your king and also आपका
Yeah.
bishop जो C8 पे वो बाहर नहीं आ सकता. Like it
Yeah.
can only go to D7 and also light squares पे at any moment I push C5, that bishop B3 check is going to be super annoying for black to deal with. So I like G6 way more in comparison. Queen F3 I guess you have to take. And then
Now this is hanging.
how do I defend this? Queen H4 maybe. The king
Wow.
G7.
Counter attack, yeah? And now
G3.
just H3.
हाँ H3 okay. मैं G3 Queen H3 सोच रहा था.
G3 पे there's apparently bishop G4 which is very strong.
Oh, I didn't even see this. That looks good actually. That looks very good. H3 then king G7 yeah, or something.
Bhai, bishop D7 only move for Hikaru or you're lost.
क्या बात कर? Lost?
Yeah, lost. King
कितना
G7
lost
for example,
मतलब
bishop
evaluation
D2
का था?
resigns. It resigns.
अरे भाई.
हाय
Rook E4
भाई
आ
भाई
रहा है
ये
by the
होने
way.
वाला है.
Bhai,
ये
Rook
होने
E4
वाला
is the
है.
winning move.
टिकू भाई आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर भाई. ब्लू बॉम्ब स्वीप इनकमिंग. सिंदारो वॉच आउट.
I'm just checking कौन. भाई यहाँ पर तो आप उसको भी नहीं बोल सकते, सेकंड को भी नहीं बोल सकते, क्योंकि बिशप C2 तो मेन चाल थी. जहाँ पे हिकारू ने आधा घंटा सोचा है वहाँ पे बिशप C2 सबसे मेन मूव है.
Yeah, I agree with Anshul in the chat. This is going to start the legendary blue bomb sweep. भाई.
Second half का sweep था मतलब basically. First half
Correct,
he was just
correct.
वो था Uday Chopra from Dhoom, yeah, letting everybody else go ahead and then starting that sweep basically comeback. So बाकी blue
By the
bomb
way,
comeback के से जाना जाएगा.
Sorry to cut you, टिकू भाई. प्रग गेम भाई अब sorry chat updates बहुत ज्यादा आ रहे हैं. सहज भाई भी notes बनाते हुए डायरी में. But yeah, lots queens have been traded.
By the way, knight bishop f5 was played by Pragg very quickly in just about a minute. Knight d3 only move. Queen takes d3. Queen sacrifice temporary है because हमें भी black की queen मिलेगी. अब rook takes d4 attacking the pawn and this is the current position. White के पास choice है. I think he can take the pawn or he can also maybe play knight e2 and attack the rook. So, but I think वो transpose ही होगा regardless of how you do it.
भाई ये तो ड्रॉ होगी ना, लेकिन बिशप A5 के बाद कोई भी साइड कैसे जीतेगा इधर? ब्लैक के डबल पॉन देखिए, आई थिंक इट्स बोथ साइड्स हैव वन इम्बैलेंस. आई थिंक वाइट के बेनिफिट में इट इज दैट दोस पॉन्स ऑन E6 एंड E7 दोज आर हॉरिबल, एंड ब्लैक के बेनिफिट में ओके यू हैव द नाइट ऑन D3 and rook on D4. Knight on D3 is I think the main piece. Like if we do an exercise, like if I remove those two knights from the board, C3 or D3 के knight को, I think white's advantage increases by just a little bit.
Let's do it.
कर रहे हो
I'm
क्या?
gonna test that. I'm testing that actually.
भाई आप मेरे you are testing me, huh?
नहीं,
Amazing.
I agree with you. I just want. I'm actually curious कि कितना worse होगा if you remove the knights.
I think it's definitely worse, and of course if you remove the bishops from the position, then black's position increases by a lot. I think.
By it is plus 1.9 actually if you just move the
Wow.
knights. It's lost.
1.9, yeah.
Completely lost if you move the knights. So I think definitely great insights there. And Pragg को बस थोड़ा read out करने हैं pieces, maybe knight e2, bishop c3 at some point, but okay, maybe you can remove the knight from d3, but black cannot fix this structure. So does that mean कि potential maybe Pragg के पास ज़्यादा है?
No, I don't think so. I think potential is like equally for both. दोनों का एक point है ना. Double pawns and active pieces I think have the same relevance. in this scenario. So if you have to play moves like rook b1, you have to play moves like b3, and you cannot play rook d1. You cannot place your rooks on an open file that easily क्योंकि वहाँ पे आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते. And g6, bishop g7 looks natural, and black I think is completely fine.
Yeah, very interesting. And I think देखना पड़ेगा. Sindarov has played a move also as Pragg ponders. फिलहाल के लिए ये live position है. He still needs to decide कि bishop खेलना है कि नहीं. ये है Sindarov, by the way. Rook d2 played as we expected, and he took 8 minutes and 17 seconds for it. So the longest thing by far for Sindarov. So finally he's out of his prep, and we'll get to see कि भाई क्या plan है and how Anish defends this. He's still thinking. Apparently f4 is strong, rook a b8 is strong, and he's making his choice. Rakesh bhai, any update on that Hikaru game? कुछ हुआ क्या?
नहीं. Hikaru is still thinking.
Wow.
So nothing. We can stay on this. Sahaj bhai, मुझे तो draw ही लग रहा है. Like Anish is not in big trouble here. Is that a fair statement?
भाई मैं तब बोलूंगा ये जब वो सोचना शुरू करेगा. आई फील लाइक वो अभी भी एक्टिंग कर रहा है संडारोव समहाउ.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? ऑस्कर दे दो इसको. फिल्म फेयर, आईफा अवार्ड सब कुछ दे दो.
आई थिंक लाइक अगर इतना सब कुछ अगर आपके मतलब वे में काम कर रहा है देन यू स्टार्ट एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग. ये चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है, बिकॉज आई थिंक नाउ ही हैज अ फ्री हैंड टू डू like to try out things, and I think that makes him a very dangerous player. By the way, this position after a4 has actually been played in 2007. Even now after a4 के बाद भी एक गेम है 2500 के प्लेयर्स का. आई एम गेसिंग it's a correspondence game. I'm not sure, but it's still been being played. Knight bd4 and उसके बाद रुक जाता है कहीं पे.
Rook b7 was played, and by the way, black won that game. Very interesting. And white now played 95 in that very, very interesting game. So देखते हैं if they're going to follow that. And 95 is indeed one of the best moves. Also, knight e1 is very strong, and I think maybe the knight comes to d3, and I don't know what the idea is.
Yeah. Knight e5, knight d3 just to defend b2, and you have knight c5 plans. Eventually, white wants to push b4 to create a passer on the queen side, and that's where that's how he will press in this position. By the way, एक बढ़िया सी super chat हिकारू अक्षर जी की. Thank you भाई for the super chat. हिकारू भी like मेरी टीम में कोई हमजा आ गया क्या?
भाई हिकारू से सब सोच रहे हैं भाई वो. Not just हिकारू. So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting, and let's see how it. क्या हुआ?
Thank you. Sorry to cut you, Tiku bhai, but Dynamite. नहीं, sorry. Vijay Jaishankar ji बोल रहे हैं. Anish Giri stole a piece of the board. Lamao, let's go. Editor साहब. Shot मिल गया आज का.
डाल दो message. By the way, he's about to play a move. It's h3. Okay, nothing critical just yet.
Speaking of h3, Bluebaum and that position after h3, Hikaru has to find an only move, that bishop d7. It's happening.
Oh wow.
This is happening.
By the way, king h1, g6 was a brilliancy by Hikaru. Great move. But now after queen f3, queen h4, threatening mate in 1, h3 has to be played, right? And then bishop d7. What a crucial moment here for both players.
Yeah, g3 में there's bishop g4. And he plays h3. Only move for Hikaru.
Bye. Chat, question to you. Question to Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai. Do you think Hikaru finds the only move bishop d7? Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
I mean, एक वापस दोहराना चाहूंगा. Are the other moves like completely lost, like -5, ऐसा कुछ है क्या?
So second best reference is -1.1, and that is rook d8, which also to me doesn't make much sense, honestly, because I'm giving the same piece, like bishop L kind of logical लग रहा है.
And
that is -1.1.
to the board. मुझे लगा ढूंढ लेगा सहज भाई.
मुझे भी भाई. Oh, nice. Beautiful.
Wow.
Second भाई.
Impressive. मतलब Sindarov mode on for Hikaru.
भाई ऐसे ही थोड़ी कोई वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 चेस स्ट्रीमर बन जाता है.
True. That is true. And Hikaru, of course, now developing his rooks as well in the game. So बहुत जल्दी अब यहाँ पे ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ चुके हैं, I would say now.
भाई नहीं, bishop play bishop e3 on the board.
It's 0.00
क्या?
हाँ, but only move है black के पास. I don't think it's easy to play rook f8 here, first of all. Okay, rook f8, rook a d1, rook a d8, that's logical, I think. Bishop
हाँ.
takes a7 मर रहा है भाई. That's a free
Queen
pawn.
takes c4.
And that's a mistake. क्योंकि bishop b6. Oh, bishop b6. What?
What in the world?
What is? Oh, अच्छा back rank mate हो रही है भाई. Bishop c7 से when you push your rook up.
Okay, can't I just take first? Takes, and
Bishop b3 ना. Bishop b6, bishop b3. There's no queen f4. There's no queen f4.
wait, queen c2 पे क्या हो रहा है?
Bishop c7.
Rook e8. Is it?
भाई white
मार
plays
मार
this.
के
White
Queen
will play this.
F6.
हाँ but white ही खेल रहा है ना, तो queen e3
हाँ,
भी तो खेल
white खेल
सकते हो.
रहा है.
Queen
हाँ,
e3
true. Queen e3. Yeah, this looks
तो बहुत
tough.
मुश्किल है.
Very interesting. So देखते हैं how it turns out. Meanwhile, नहीं, I think. Okay, by the way,
By the
Vaishali's
way,
game,
we
which is
should go
हाँ,
to
क्या?
Vaishali's game because her opponent just made a bad move, not a blunder, and she has a golden opportunity to take control. And but इतना easy नहीं है.
By fe5, d5, and rook e1 is the way. That's not easy at all, actually. Rook f2 feels much more logical to me.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. 100%. Rook f2 is what I would play.
और
EF4 के
ना वो
बाद
रुक E1 पे लाना ना feels थोड़ा एंटी पोजिशनल ना, मतलब रुक belongs
Yeah.
on the F file F4 के बाद.
exactly.
Yeah.
So rook
maybe
f2.
it's, yeah.
Let's just play rook f2. I don't think Vaishali plays fe5. Very, very.
Maybe just takes now. Yeah, you gain a tempo basically because आपको दो बार रुक चलना पड़ा.
And if I go bishop h6, am I just sacking the exchange with knight f3?
Actually,
You
you
can't.
can.
I would love to.
But rook h4 is also decent apparently.
Knight f3 चलो ना, अच्छी चाल है कि खराब है?
अच्छी है. Actually अच्छी है. You can sack it.
Oh, अच्छा, nice.
Pretty doable. And these are very weak squares, and Vaishali would do this in a second. Yeah. So very interesting position. Rook a fe5 भी मारना है पहले. मार के रुक को सपना दिखा के छीन लो, मतलब it's very very tough to play this, but let's see if Vaishali finds it. Time pressure थोड़ा build up हो रहा है. She has to play quickly. Meanwhile, Sindarov game में developments. Pawns exchange हो चुके हैं. Let's have a look how we reached here. A4 देखा था, knight b4, and यहाँ पे rook b7 के बाद h3 is where we left it. Rook a b8, pressuring this b2 pawn, and look at how Sindarov plays this b3 calmly. मारा ये नाइट डिफेंड कर रहा है. इस पॉन को कैसे अटैक करें? अब इतना आसान नहीं है राकेश भाई, कैसे करें?
भाई नहीं कर सकता, and that is why सहज भाई बोले ना, it's not difficult for black, it's annoying to play as black.
Yeah. Because it's always annoying when you have to defend something जहाँ पे आपके जीतने का चांस 0 है. It's always annoying. And I just wanna like I don't know, I've just been watching Sindarov today, and I don't think yesterday it was as much, but Sindarov हर move के बाद उठ रहा है. Like he's not on the board when his opponent is thinking at all. Is it because it's his prep, or do you think he is a bit nervous? Like excitement हो रही है?
I think every day he's got.
आज ज़्यादा है भाई, आज बहुत ज़्यादा.
No, it's every move. In fact, I would say every move in the first 25 moves he gets up because his opponent thinks for longer. I think he just gets up very quickly. So he gets up. In fact,
कम से कम 5 बार उठ गया वो.
हाँ, but he's gotten up in the game against Hikaru. जब 67 सोचा था उन्होंने, he got up then also, and he got up in seconds literally. And same for his game against Wei Yi, and same for his game against Pragg also. Actually, now that I think about it, so it's been his like strategy, so to speak, to not sit at the board while his opponent is thinking. Yeah.
Interesting, bhai. Says, I would say it's very interesting that he gets up, but we will come back to that. And say, Tiku bhai, one quick look at Divya's game. अभी तक नहीं देखा हमने इतना ज़्यादा. So maybe we can check out Divya's game before jumping into our first quick break.
Yeah, and this is the position chat. I think we didn't.
By the way, she did play. She didn't play knight f3, but she played c4 knight f3. So prediction was on point, yeah.
Yeah, and b3 as well. So going for something very solid. Knight c3, knight e2 खेला उन्होंने, allowing this bishop f3 move, which black did not go for. Very interesting. Knight e1 now kicks the knight back, takes the center, puts the bishop back towards the king side. Love these two bishops, and maybe it's very very double-edged right now. But the good news is Divya is way ahead on the clock. Right, look at the time difference there.
Yes, and bhai, Lagno has come in time pressure in each and every game. Kal to she blundered. She was winning, but she blundered again in time pressure. So Lagno has her demons, but I am predicting Divya bhai jeetne wali hai because Tiku bhai says when chat, बनाना ओपी भाई, कल से ला रहा लकी स्ट्रीक. That is going to be continued, I hope.
I feel like Divya was like, yeah. I mean, as soon as you said that, she looked at the camera. Yeah, it was perfect timing. But yeah,
Secret
it
leak हो
worked
गया,
for her
shit.
yesterday. But आपका वो कहाँ है? आपकी जर्सी कहाँ है भाई?
जर्सी है
वो
ना
नजर
भाई.
है आपके पास? अच्छा, वो नजर में रखो भाई अपने,
भाई वो
दिखाते रहना वो।
चलते
बाजू
चलते
में
कि
ही.
शाहरुख खान की तरह टांग लो ना वो जर्सी भाई, ऐसे वो आर्म्स से,
हाँ
याद है वो? इफ यू रिमेम्बर दैट हाउ यूज्ड टू वेयर द स्वेटर, वैसे ही टांग लो भाई.
I
भाई,
will
आपको
actually
चलते
work
चलते
on
याद
it.
कैसे है? लाइक मैंने भी देखी है, आपको याद कैसे है आपको? लेकिन
मुझे वो लुक याद है भाई, मुझे मूवी कैसे याद आया मुझे भी नहीं पता, बट आई रिमेंबर द
हाँ,
लुक दैट ही हैड.
क्रेजी
Yeah,
भाई.
I will
बढ़िया.
work on that in the break. By the way, don't get played by Hikaru Nakamura and Kateryna Lagno. Lagno, sorry, Nakamura playing the best moves.
Yeah, Hikaru seems to be in form today. So chat, let's do one thing. Let's go to Pragg's game. By the way, Bishop A5 has been played. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a very, very short break and come back with the action on this side because बहुत hit up होने वाला action. Pragg under time pressure, 40-50 मिनट पीछे हैं. And of course, Sindarov doing Sindarov things. We'll be back after just a very short break and देखेंगे क्या होगा. क्या आज ही candidate खत्म होने वाला है, पता लग जाएगा. Be right back. And we are back, chat, after that very short break, and we already have updates for you. The action is moving fast. I think last we left was Bishop A5, जो Pragg ने खेला था. One of the best moves in the position, and Caruana, of course, to his credit, plays the best move as well. Pawn to G6 खेलते हैं. Bishop को game में निकालने के लिए आता है Knight to E2, very important because you want to play Bishop C3 at the right moment. So Black instantly plays Bishop G7 to counter it. And Sehaj bhai, I think draw chances ke very high. But still the kind of position जहां पे somebody could take a slight edge and then kind of bully you in that end game a little bit, because white के भी pawns थोड़े से ऐसे हैं, ये pawns भी ऐसे हैं, knight on d3 looks amazing. So would you say winning chances अभी भी है दोनों sides के, or do you think it's very very close to a draw?
No, I think with the development that we had with knight e2, bishop g7, I see king f7 and rook a8, rook d8. It feels like Fabi is improving his position a lot, and Pragg could be in trouble for sure. ये dead draw तो नहीं है भाई. I think still most likely result is still a draw, but Pragg has to be careful for sure. Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
Yeah.
आई थिंक केयरफुल तो होना पड़ेगा, बट सैडली ना वो ड्रॉ में चांसेस और पीछे जा रहे हैं. बट होपफुली सिंदारो ना जीते. प्रग करुआना ड्रॉ हुआ ना, तो अनीश सिंदारो को भी ड्रॉ होना चाहिए. आई होप.
Very important, of course. I think Sindarov जीत गए तो फिर तो बाकी सब ऐसे ही है, मतलब it doesn't even matter. So very important. And of course Sindarov gave me no crazy updates after a takes b3, जो b3 move उन्होंने खेली थी exchange करने के लिए pawns. Only one move, and that was f6, which looks somewhat risky because आपने e6 square दे दिया white के pieces के लिए, but maybe not a big blooper. Yeah, Anish is probably still comfortable.
Comfortable तो भाई मैं नहीं होऊंगा इस position में, no matter what. Like I will absolutely hate defend. I mean Rakesh bhai, I don't know about your thoughts, and Tiku bhai, I don't know, but I will absolutely hate this. Defending this as black.
Yeah. Plus also it's against the tournament champ, like leader, and it's just a 2-result position.
मतलब वो pawn d5 का इतना गंदा है ना कि I will just spend a move just to give you that pawn. If I could just take that pawn away from the board and press my clock, I would do it, because I think it makes black's job a lot easier to hold a draw here.
और अनीश तो वो करता ही है ना, ऐसे पॉन उठा लेता है कई बार.
हाँ, बोर्ड से उठा ले भाई, खत्म. बोर्ड से उठा के चले जाओ. Like,
by the way, he's standing there, yeah, behind the chair. You can see him at the extreme right, just standing behind the chair, looking at the board while Sindarov thinks he's, still observing the position very carefully, because he knows his, other players kind of fell for the time trouble phase. So he's making sure कि time पे ज़्यादा पीछे ना रहे Sindarov से. And feels like he's gonna suffer for a while, but hopefully suffer के end में destination पे जरूर पहुंचेंगे. And meanwhile, as he, हाँ बोलो भाई.
Pragg is in trouble. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Pragg is in trouble. We have to go there. Bishop
क्या
c3
बात
and
कर
now.
रहे हो भाई?
Yeah, this is a problem now. That's, I don't think, was the best move. Now what do? Knight c3 pe, now not king f7, king d8. The idea is to go king c7. This is a very nice idea in endgames कि जिस side पे आपको attack करना होता है, generally that's the queen side, वहाँ पे आप अपना king पहले से रख दो, ताकि जब pieces trade off होंगे तो king already active रहेगा. This looks like a problem भाई.
And like king c7 king b6 आएगा, and मेरा king तो 2 किलोमीटर दूर बैठा हुआ है g1 पे.
हाँ, वो तो आ भी नहीं सकता ना भाई. king f1 king e2 में there's always going to be a check on f4. Big practical problems for Pragg bhai.
So okay, let's try to figure it out. So let's say कि मैं कहता हूँ मुझे यहाँ पे defense करना है. And by the way, he's taken with the knight. That's good news at least. Pawn takes was even worse. Let's say knight takes Mara, and now you play the best move, king d8, which Fabi might have seen in some games or analysis. Might make sense. Now let's say I have two options. One is b3, one is rook b1. Now b3 में I see कि maybe the bar doesn't like it for some reason. Why do you think b3 is worse? Maybe the knight on c3 isn't stable now, and knight c5.
I think that b3 pawn is a long-term weakness in the position, and the b4 square is also like something that the knight can jump to. Like that knight on c3 that white has is kind of stuck on c3, because the moment you move it, I'll play knight c5 and b4 खेलना आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Pragg's best chance to hold a draw here is to eliminate the queenside pawns. So rook b1, b4, b5. I'm guessing.
And if king c7?
b4. Provided I'm not making any tactical.
I think rook a8 तो obviously लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे. Like this is what you want to do at some point. Maybe rook a8 now.
एंड b5 पे c5 है क्या आपके पास?
B5, I was thinking even just like knight C5. I don't know if that's possible. Hopefully it is possible.
भाई देन b6 चेक रहेगा ना मेरे पास.
अच्छा हाँ, B6 देखा नहीं मैंने actually. Okay, so if
नहीं
B5,
वो भी
oh
शायद खराब ही
C5
होगी.
is winning.
Yeah, c5 c4 looks scary. एंड वो
भाई
a4 का
this.
पॉइंट फंस गया ना. a5 खेल नहीं सकते आप. रुक 8 पे बढ़िया बैठा हुआ है.
So no B5, yeah. Let's do something else. Can I play A5 instead then?
भाई फिर तो नाइट पॉन b4 पे फंस गया ना फॉरएवर.
भाई तो फंस ही रहा हूं ना भाई, मैं क्या करूं फिर इस वाइट? आई वांटेड टू विन दिस भाई, डबल पॉन होने के बाद भी वर्स है हम लोग.
भाई
सही में
डबल
भाई,
पॉन
ब्यूटीफुल एनालिसिस. बट व्हाइल प्रग इज थिंक नहीं, फाबी सोच रहा किंग d8 के लिए, कैन वी क्विकली जंप टू नाकामुरा's गेम? आई नो थोड़ा इनकॉन्सिक्वेंशियल है, बट दैट ब्यूटीफुल बिशप b6 वेरिएशन आ सकता है अभी.
अरे वाह,
ओ ब्यूट नाइस कैच.
वाह. Bishop e3, rook e8, rook d1, rook d8, bishop a7, and queen c4. And now, wow, bishop b6 is what we saw right here.
या
Yes. And if bishop
Wow.
b6, then bishop. And I think if Hikaru has missed it, we'll get like a solid reaction from him. I'm sure of it. And Bluebaum is nodding his head. I don't know if you noticed. So it's possible he has spotted it.
भाई ब्लूबॉम इज इन प्रेप भाई. 1 घंटे का डिफरेंस है उनके क्लॉक पे, सोचो.
Yeah, and Chad, very important. Why can't you play this directly? Is because black has queen f4. So आप essentially bishop को distract कर रहे हो यहाँ लाके, and now you can play this. There is no queen f4, and white just takes on f7 and wins the game. फिर
I
rook
just want to
hanging, bishop
mention one
hanging.
more thing.
Yeah.
Bishop b6, bishop b3 पे queen f4, then queen f4 के बाद rook takes e1 check is very important for Hikaru.
Ah.
Because
Yeah.
bishop f4 में rook e8 and rook वो आपका pinned है.
Yes.
Something there.
True. True. So rook takes e1. Okay. I think here takes with check, and now you take, and now I think this is just a dead draw. इसमें तो I think they might even just offer a draw and move on. So yeah, maybe a couple of crazy complications incoming. It doesn't look like Bhuvan prepared those, Rakesh bhai. I think it looks like he's kind of thinking by himself over the board.
या आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है शायद याद कर रहे हैं, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं कभी देखा होगा या जैसे सहज भाई ने नोट्स बताए ना, मे बी व्हाइट इज बेटर एंड गुड लक फिगर इट आउट. बट just his time tells me he has seen this before.
भाई कोई कह रहा है हिकारू स्ट्रीमिंग ऑलरेडी. क्या बात कर रहे हो? नो चांस भाई, मेरे
यार
सामने बैठा है हिकारू.
भाई हिकारू की स्ट्रीम चालू है ना, फियोना और हैमर कर रहा है इसके लिए.
हाँ
okay.
हाँ.
वो खुद नहीं बैठा स्ट्रीम पे.
थोड़ा वक्त दो भाई. खराब ही
Can
लग
you
रहा है.
believe, by the way, that Hikaru has played 2 brilliancies in this game? Impossible. But yeah, I think feel free to switch, Saj bhai. I think ये देखता है कि we'll see whether he plays this or not. But क्या लग रहा है? क्या
But I
interesting
think we
लग
can stay. I mean, Sahil bhai, your call. I mean, you're the one doing the board, but I mean, आपकी call है. I mean, I think we can stay to see if Bluebaum finds it. I think he's looking on the queen side. But that also means कि bishop b3 देख रहा होगा वो. So it's possible he finds it. I'm genuinely curious actually. It's a beautiful move.
He will find it, मेरे को लग रहा है. The great Bluebaum sweep incoming, chat. अरे भाई नहीं यार, that is पेरियर था वो. क्या बोलते हैं, स्पार्कलिंग वाटर है चैट. हम क्या बोल रहे हैं बेचारे हमारे ब्लूबॉम के बारे में.
भाई वैसे भी यूरोप में ना ये ऐसी पानी की बॉटल बहुत मिलती है. सो लाइक ऐसे he's from Germany, so he might be used to, you know, like these glass bottles. Like that's basically it. And also like no microplastics, by saving the environment and your body. Anyways, meanwhile, oh wow, oh, wait, what? Did Sindarov just play G4?
अब आएगा ना मजा.
भाई मजा किसको आ रहा है? मुझे तो नहीं आ रहा है भाई.
By everyone except Anish, I think.
सही में.
We are just happy कि हमारे गेम में नहीं आया. To be honest, this is horrible.
भाई G4 controlling all these squares. कल को ये knight आराम से F5 पे आ सकता है. I wouldn't even be, what does black do now actually? Like I'm not sure. If you play bishop G6, for example, trying to activate the bishop, I'm sure you're gonna play knight H4 or knight E1 and then just play F3 or whatever. I don't know, like just completely reduce this bishop to ashes.
I think I would play king f7 as an instinct. That's the first move I would look at because it's an endgame and endgame में king को activate करते हैं. That's what we've been taught. Bishop can maybe sit on d7 and because Sindarov ने g4 खेला है, he's maybe targeting the f5 square and the bishop on d7 defends that square in case white goes knight h4, knight f5 and all that. And you just wait here. King f8, king
What?
f7.
No way, chat. Virat Kohli out.
अरे भाई राकेश
What?
भाई थोड़ा शर्म करो यार
भाई
भाई ये क्या था भाई
भाई ये क्या है यार ऐसे तो आप मुझे
भाई
ये तो आप
सदमा
हमें
लग
ट्रोल
गया
कर
मुझे
रहे
यार मैंने कहा गया 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 परग मैंने कहा गया गई क्वीन उसकी रुक भी गया लगता है भाई
भाई अरे वैसे ही मस्ती कर रहा था चैट में किसी ने लिखा यार कोहली आउट हो गया इसके लिए आई हैड टू चेक
अरे यार चैट राकेश भाई को ऐसा मटेरियल मत दो यार राकेश भाई पकड़ लेंगे
क्रेजी भाई भाई यार आई थिंक अभी ना थोड़ा प्रग का थोड़ा रिस्की चल रहा है आई फील लाइक कैमरा पे आके एक बार राकेश भाई को वो जर्सी दिखा देनी चाहिए एक बार जस्ट टू शो इट या कि इट्स देयर
जरूर
बस एक बार दिखा दो फिर फुल स्क्रीन पे जा सकते हैं
और शाहरुख खान की तरह पहन भी लो भाई मैं तो कह रहा हूँ
देयर इट इज
वो कंपनी बैन होगी ना इसलिए ब्लर हो रही है
हाँ फ्री में हम
अब
फ्री में सिर्फ नेस्ले का मार्केटिंग करते हैं मैगी का बाकी सब का नहीं गुड वन टिको भाई गुड वन
जर्सी
बाय द
है
वे
भाई वहां पे हाँ
Anish
बोलो
played. Why Anish is not thinking. He knows. Anish is making the right approach here. Yeah? Don't take your time.
यस
Just play
यस
fast.
वाओ इंस्पिरेशनल वर्ड फ्रॉम ताज ग्रोवर डोंट टेक योर टाइम पहली बार सुना है
एक तो किताब थी ना भाई मूव फर्स्ट थिंक लेटर करके कुछ तो एक किताब थी which talks about literally this thing like just play.
करेक्ट
भाई वो मूव फर्स्ट थिंक लेटर आई थिंक वाज रिटन बाय सम नेदरलैंड्स आईएम इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन और एफएम और आईएम आई थिंक एंड मैं उसको हराया था एक बार सो आई वाज लाइक भाई तेरी स्ट्रेटजी तो फेल आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट आई रिमेंबर फ्रॉम 2016 आई माइट
Maybe
बी
आपने
रॉन्ग
वो
दो
किताब पढ़ के उसी के अगेंस्ट यूज कर दिया ना इसलिए तो it worked his किताब
नहीं बट
विली
आई थॉट फर्स्ट एंड मूव लेटर सो इट वर्क्स बट सॉरी
विली हेंड्रिक्स भाई टिको
हाँ
भाई
हाँ
विली
हाँ हाँ
हेंड्रिक्स
yes Hendrix I think either I defeated somebody whom he knew very closely like ऐसे कुछ दोस्त थे और I defeated him I don't remember like there's some IM but anyways
भाई
okay by the
91
H5 के
played.
बाद knight
91
E1
played.
played भाई
So his plan is if you take and play bishop d7 which was our plan white can go f3 to defend the pawn and knight comes to d3. बचाओ भाई अभी अभी लगेंगे इसमें 4 घंटे.
but
टिको
it
भाई
has
वो
to हाँ
विली हेंड्रिक्स को हराया मतलब आई मीन आई थिंक यू कैन आल्सो रिलीज अ कोर्स मतलब हाउ टू बीट एन इंटरनेशनल मास्टर
हाँ बाय द वे ग्रेट अपडेट राकेश भाई चैट लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट आप नील भाई को तो जानते ही हैं he used to produce streams from social media manager हमारे he's released a very interesting chessable course on how to defeat a grandmaster and you know what हमारे सामने grandmaster है सहज भाई आप कैसे हारोगे
भाई पढ़ना पड़ेगा पढ़ के देखना पड़ेगा just to be careful but well done to him for writing a course it's definitely not an easy task to write your own course on Chessable so I'm keen to see I will definitely be getting it and I'll provide some feedback once I've gone through it but yeah it's
yeah.
definitely a very catchy title I have to give you.
And yeah, I think it's like 42% off if I'm not mistaken, like at least for the first few days. So if you want to get it, this is the time to get the Chessable course and also a diamond membership for you guys, 26% off on diamond memberships across India until the candidates is on. So if you want to become a stronger player, there are two amazing options for you right there. Literally 30 seconds में दो amazing options दे दी हमने भाई. ऐसी दो amazing option अगर प्रग भी खेल दे तो मजा आ जाए भाई. क्या चल रहा है? But Fabi went king f7 said भाई. He did not find king d8.
देखो भाई जर्सी का कमाल है देख लो पहले दिखाते ही गलती कर दी उसने भाई वापस दिखाओ बढ़िया खेला वही वही भाई पहन के आ जाओ मैं तो कह रहा हूँ
कल ही पहना था यार
और कल जीते भी तो थे भाई लाइक आई फील लाइक करना चाहिए कुछ यहाँ पे बट ओके लेट्स सी व्हाट प्रग प्लेज हियर नेक्स्ट मूव वेरी क्रिटिकल रुक d2 इज लुकिंग लॉजिकल टू मी जस्ट टू डबल अप ऑन द ओपन फाइल एंड व्हाट इज फाबीज प्लान लाइक रुक d8 तो रुक d8 देन रुक d1 रुक 8 पे आप कुछ अटैक नहीं कर रहे हो सो व्हाट्स योर प्लान
भाई दिस इज स्टिल बेटर फॉर ब्लैक या
a bit yeah for sure कि king c7 पे maybe is a bit better though क्योंकि वो you can go king b6 king c5 and stuff
that's a big miss for Fabi I think he'll definitely not be happy after realizing that plan because imagine the king is here any endgame is just winning for you yeah king pawn endgame is winning knight endgame is winning with king on f7 Correct. Maybe it's debatable again and by the way it's still
Hikaru
king e8
Hikaru के game पे जाओ भाई Go.
By Bishop B6, I was about to say that Bishop B6 played.
Let's go. Brilliancy, by the way, on the board.
By Bluebaum takes only move, takes, and now Queen takes C2 के बाद Bishop C7. भाई यही endgame वाली जो हमने कहा था.
The great Bluebaum sweep is here.
But
ladies and gentlemen, bow down to Matthias Bluebaum from Germany.
Yes, sir.
What a player!
What a player. But rook e8 के बाद, do I have to trade off the rooks by force, or can I play rook d1?
नहीं मैं ठोको और Queen f6 Bishop e5 भाई गेम खत्म ना.
Queen f6 पे Queen f5 है आपके पास, वो पहले मिस हुआ था हमसे शायद. Rook e8, Bishop e8, Queen f6, and there is Queen f5. Yeah.
But there's still Queen d8 apparently, and it's
Queen e6.
Queen
or Queen
d8.
d7.
The idea of
ये तो क्या ही है ना इसमें, मतलब ठीक है, you have control over dark squares, but okay, not much.
I think Hikaru draws this. I think Hikaru draws this in most cases. In fact, best move is Bishop e5, which I kind of like because आपने defend कर दिया weakness, and now you're threatening a more scary, but there's Queen f5 also, so I don't see it. Maybe it is closer to a draw then. Yeah, then we thought maybe. Okay.
तो आज क्या लगता है वो बोलेगा कि कहाँ उसका खत्म हुआ प्रिपरेशन, क्या देखा उसके सेकंड्स ने, क्या नहीं देखा?
I hope not. I think draw होगा तो we will not hear much about it. I think it will be okay. If he loses, then you don't know. Yeah, कई बार होता है. You get frustrated and he might say something you don't want to say. So let's see क्या होता है. Hikaru right now holding, but rook e8 is the only move. He should not experiment too much. Anything else, and after white could play rook e7. So you have to be careful. So Hikaru likely to hold a draw. Meanwhile, Wei Yi is better against Esipenko. भाई ये king c1 पे क्या कर रहा है?
भाई एसिपेंको को ना हमेशा a4 पे आके उसकी मार देता है कोई पीस a4 पे आके.
हाँ, Bishop a4, Anish. Yes, you're right. Nice.
But Sehaj bhai, how did this Petrov go so wrong for white? Esipenko ने क्या ही किया है? Let's take it from the start.
He played f3. छठी चाल पे ही गलती भाई, गोल्डन पॉन को टच कर दिया भाई, यही गलती है. प्रिसाइज खेलना पड़ता है.
Okay, but after knight e2, knight b4, takes c3, bishop d6. This is where he had to just take on d6 or castle. But he played bishop d2, which was a big blunder actually. And now after queen e8, wow, because if you castle, I'm guessing there's something, yeah? Queen a4, you are right. a4 square ही है भाई इसके लिए भाई. It's like a nightmare for him, yeah?
और king b1 से pawn भी नहीं बचा सकते अभी because queen takes rook.
Wow.
Oh, ये तो गई पोजीशन. तो what do you play? a3. a3 पे तो bishop a3 at least I have a draw, no?
Yeah,
you do. Yeah. I mean,
sorry, नहीं आपने long castle थोड़ी किया उसने king c1 खेला.
नहीं,
इसीलिए उसने long castle नहीं किया.
And also after a3 here, bishop a3 is actually winning. So yeah, king d1 खेला उसने, queen a4 check anyways, and king c1. But by the way, b3 was better. But yeah, Esipenko is going to lose this one, so he will be mathematically out, I think, today.
At this point, and भाई उसके बाद reverse fixture चलोगे after tomorrow's Thursday, Sindarov versus Esipenko है फिर से. तो और एक point बनने का possibility for and then Bluebaum.
भाई इमेजिन अगर सिंडारोव आज जीत जाता है, ठीक है, और कल और रेस्ट डे के बाद दोनों ब्लूबॉम और एसिपेंको लगातार सिंडारोव को हराते हैं, मतलब पूरी स्ट्रिप उल्टी कर दो भाई. लेट्स गो.
Tej bhai, you had me in the first half.
Yeah, agreed.
ये
सिंडारोव भी यही कहेगा.
करेक्ट.
वाओ भाई, ये तो कुछ क्रेजी कहानियां चल रही हैं. बट या आई मीन आई थिंक सिंदारोव के अगर गेम पे जाएं, उनके वो तो एक्सप्रेशन दिखाते ही नहीं है भाई, बैठते नहीं बोर्ड के ऊपर यार.
या
कभी नहीं बैठते भाई.
बोला है ना, आई एम नोटिसिंग इट अ लॉट. मतलब भाई लिटरली इट्स लाइक half of his time he's on the board.
Yeah, let's go full screen. By the way, I think let's try to grab some expressions from Anish as well as Fabi and Caruana soon. I think 42 minutes for Anish, not something to worry about, but it's something that will play on his mind कि time पे पीछे position में हल्का सा pressure है मेरे opponent का. He's in the form of his life. I have to be accurate here. I cannot afford to make a mistake. And कितने ही pawn है अभी? 4 pawn ही है. अगर ये चारों pawn exchange हो गए, it's a dead draw. So Anish is very close to that draw, but not at the destination yet.
I'm just want to mention this. There is a very interesting parallel between the games of Goryachkina and Sindarov. If you can just show like very quickly what that parallel is. The Sindarov का game तो दिख ही रहा है हमें. एक just very quick नजर on Goryachkina because it's the same structure. The knight is on the same place and black के पास वो same bishop है. तो it's like दोनों के लिए it's a bit difficult, but I think for Zhu Jiner it's easier क्योंकि आपके पास queen है. At least you can be a bit more active in general. Imagine the same position without the queens. It's a nightmare to defend.
Very interesting. I think both. By the way, he's taken on g4. So अब 4 pawn के बदले सिर्फ 3 pawn रह गए हैं, and that should make his task somewhat easier. I'm assuming he's gonna take the pawn back. And what is the plan for Anish now? Does he just wait? Does he exchange? Like, if the rooks were off, who does it help? Sahaj bhai and Rakesh bhai.
दोनों या फिर एक?
I would say एक and दोनों both. Like in both cases, what do you think?
एक में तो I think अनीश का नहीं. It's hard, I think.
Great
वो
question,
draw ही
actually.
होगा. Would be draw ही होगा वो position भी, but it would be harder, I think, to defend.
हाँ, क्योंकि वो B pawn pass pawn है.
Hmm.
So yeah. By the way, भाई आया सिंदारोव, Hg4 मारा, 5 सेकंड में उठ के निकल गया फिर. Rinse and repeat.
Yep. By the way, Pragg has also played a5.
कोई चैट में सिंदारोव कैमरा से डर लगता है भाई. वो मुझे वो सीन याद आया सलमान खान का भाई. क्या किससे डर नहीं लगता साहब, कैमरा से लगता है. नहीं, I think Sindarov, I mean, Hg4 is a simple capture. This candidate is boring and one-sided. Why? That's how the world felt when you were winning everything. Of course, we didn't win candidates like this. It was still a race. But it's kudos to Sindarov, no? Like, इतना बढ़िया अगर आप खेल सकते हो तो भाई, of course, you will play like this.
Yeah, true. By the way, some updates are happening very quickly on Pragg's board. Fabi also just played Rook D8.
Yeah,
and
F7, A5 played, by the way, trying
Are they
to exchange
great?
pawns.
The Bluebaum sweep in chat is saying in IQP, lesser the pieces, worse for the player with IQP, right? You're absolutely correct on that one. Good one.
Yep.
भाई फाबी तो फटाफट खेल रहा है अभी भी. Like he's literally blitzing out moves. 23 moves done already.
So 17 moves for 40 minutes, yeah? Okay, doable क्योंकि endgame है. But next few moves very critical for Pragg, I think. क्या Rook B1 में मेरे पास Rook D4 है? That's the difference भाई, क्योंकि if you played Rook D4 earlier वो King C7 पे रहता तो D8 का Rook defended होता. I think Rook B1, Rook D4 के बाद भी white can play B4, I guess, because that Rook on D8 is under. Oh, he played
ace.
Bhai, I was literally wondering about that move.
That's a mistake. That's a small mistake, chat.
But it kind of feels logical though, right? I'm exchanging one pair of pawns, but it does mean now कि B2 का जो pressure है is gonna be multiple x what it could have been. So now B2 is a big weakness. Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, can we take C6 instead? Is that even possible?
नहीं, मैं C5 खेलूंगा. I think I like C5 more, Sahaj bhai. How about you?
Yeah. C5, C4 and that B2 pawn is a big problem. Yeah, C5
Correct.
I think is the only move.
Like knight B2 mara, तो Rook D7, Rook D7, Rook C6, chop everything and you can shake hands, take the draw.
Yeah,
but point is C5 में दिक्कत है.
But can we agree on one thing though, all of us, chat, all the commentators, Pragg is the one fighting for a draw now. It's very obvious कि he's the one who's saying कि भाई C6 pawn मुझे दे दो and draw करके घर चलते हैं. Is that clear to all of us? Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai and chat.
Yeah. Agreed. Oh, he plays Rook D6 by wow.
What?
He doesn't go C5. Okay, but same idea. He's keeping the pawns alive, and now the pawn on B2 is a big problem. And in fact, what I see on my screen is H4 as the best move. Just ignore the pawn on B2. That's what I see on my screen. But Rook B6 also possible, but that allows G5 and black can put some pressure.
Bhai, what is H4? Like, it's preventing G5. I understand that, but Knight takes B2 का खौफ नहीं है क्या आपको?
Knight takes. I'm not sure why it's recommending that. Takes E5 maybe.
Yeah, you're right. E5 is the move. I thought there's rook d3, but of course the rook defends the knight. And that should be a draw. And luckily there's no rook d5. Very important resource there.
And if I played rook
So,
d2?
rook d2, rook d2. I'm guessing still rook c6, yeah?
Rook c2?
Oh, that's a mistake. Playing
वही मैं
knight
सोच
e4
रहा था.
first.
Okay, that makes sense. क्योंकि knight g5 check. And then you take
Yeah.
the e6 pawn.
E6 pawn, and certainly white is even better now.
Hmm.
So, yeah, very interesting. I think very close to a draw. But still just not there. I think both, of course, who would you say is suffering more? Is it Anish or is it Pragg? Who has the higher chance for a draw, for example?
By for sure, Anish is suffering more, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah, for sure. That knight on d4 is such a nightmare. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, but time is still an issue for Pragg, 37 minutes. So it's, yeah, he has to pick up the pace here. He still has to make 17 moves.
Yep. And meanwhile, maybe we can have the bird's eye view for a second just to understand what's the trend like for round number 7 of the candidates. Is the end of the first half of the event. And of course, all players would love to improve their odds before they head to the second rest day of the event. Rakesh bhai, kya lag raha hai? Open section. You said, 2 results, I think, in the open section. Would you still stand by your statement? And kaun se 2 result honge wo?
एक तो वे ही जीत रहा है और दूसरा सिंदारो या फाबी में एक जीतेगा. सहज भाई.
Agreed on Wei Yi. But I'll say that Wei Yi Esipenko में result आएगा. I'm not sure Wei Yi जीतेगा. But I think वहाँ पे result पक्का है. Sindarov Giri में I think draw होगा most likely. And Pragg Fabi में I think draw होगा भाई. I'm predicting basically one result, yeah, in Wei Yi Esipenko. No.
ओके. फिर सहज भाई नीचे आ जाता है वुमेन सेक्शन में. वहां पे क्या लग रहा है आपको?
बिबिसारा आई थिंक इक्वल ड्रॉइश ही लग रही है. लाग्नो दिव्या में बहुत क्रेजी पोजीशन है. बट लॉन्ग टर्म आई थिंक दिव्या को फायदा है. बट अभी इट लुक्स लाइक ब्लैक पीसेस आर टू क्लोज टू द वाइट किंग. बिशप g4 95 लुक्स काइंड ऑफ स्केरी. बट या इक्वल डबल एज पोजीशन. बट रिजल्ट आने के चांसेस. ओके, आई से लेट्स से दिव्या विंस ऑन दिस वन. आई थिंक शी इज ऑन अ रोल. गोरियाचकिना Zhu Jiner I think equal. वो थोड़ा सफर करेगी लेकिन वैशाली डेफिनेटली आई एम टेकिंग वैशाली भाई टू टेक डाउन टैन जोंगी.
लेट्स गो. टेको भाई.
मुझे वैशाली का डर लग रहा है. I don't know why. One is the structure, the center feels like could be broken, and second, her time is a reason for worry. Like only 25 minutes, I think. So Vaishali ka I'm a bit more worried about. Baki, I think I pretty much agree. I think Divya के chances अच्छे हैं long term, and I also think like open में I think एक result लग रहा है, and that's the win for Wei Yi. But okay, we've seen strange stuff happen, chat. So let's head off back to the open section quickly. Let's go to Pragg's game. जहाँ पे अभी Pragg is in deep thought. He has 34 minutes to play 15 moves. I think not a big time crunch. I think he just needs to clarify the position somehow. एक बार ये दोनों pawns straight हो गए, then white's pawn structure is so solid. As long as आप 7th rank नहीं देते हो, I think you have absolutely zero pressure. So crucial moment, crucial 5 moves. Would you say कि अगर अगली 5 moves अच्छी खेल दी Pragg ने, then he will hold a draw? Or do you think that's like थोड़ा लंबा चलेगा game?
लंबा चलेगा भाई, regardless of him finding good moves. Also, first decision is h4. I think generally in such endgames you don't really make blunders, but you sometimes make these careless strategic decisions जिसकी वजह से आपको बाद में only moves चलनी पड़ती हैं and तब blunders होते हैं. G5 is like that, like not allowing G5 is like एक बार G5 बैठ गया ब्लैक का तो knight f4 पे एकदम बॉस रहेगा. h5 h4 करके और स्पेस आएगा ब्लैक के पास. तो if he stops him at his at bay, then maybe थोड़ा कम सफर करना पड़ेगा. But if he allows G5, this is going to be a long game.
Agreed. And also, even if you manage to play G5 by playing h6, you've exchanged a pair of pawns. So draw ke chances automatically बढ़ गए. And also gives your king some breathing room here. So फिलहाल के लिए Rakesh bhai, I think Pragg is thinking, going back to the Sindarov game, no moves by Anish. 32 minutes to play 12 moves. Again, no serious time pressure, but वो हल्का सा वो एक tingling, spidey sense tingle हो रही होगी कि यार थोड़ा जल्दी खेलना है, अच्छा खेलना है. Yeah, and Sergio mentioned some variations. Yeah, it's not easy. You can't attack this. You can't attack this. What does Black do? Defend ही करना है बस.
भाई
अगर
और
रुक भी
सहज
hits.
मैंने बहुत सही चीज बोली कि गलतियां ऐसी टाइम पे होती है. इट्स नॉट लाइक बिग ब्लंडर बट स्मॉल मिस्टेक्स क्रीप इन एंड देन सडनली आपके पास 7 मिनट्स बचे एंड यू मेक द लास्ट बिग डिसाइसिव ब्लंडर सहज भाई.
Exactly. वो small strategic mistakes की वजह से you have to play like only moves later on. So yeah, both it applies to Anish's position as well. In that sense. By the way, chat is letting us know, and I missed this earlier, but Vaishali really has very little time on the clock. Like she has around
या
20 minutes or so, and उसने 13 moves ही खेली हैं, so it could be actually a bit worrying. So
She has an only move right now, and that just sums it up. Bishop e4. That's not the first move that comes to mind also, because you kind of undeveloped on the queen side so far.
I'm sorry, but can I
Wow.
not go knight f5? Why is knight f5 bad? That's like
You mean,
my first instinct here.
wait, as white, knight f5?
Yeah,
Oh, wow, piece sack. Takes?
bishop f5, just simple. भाई mate कैसे नहीं है?
F6 apparently is the best move now.
It's -1, yeah, crazy. Okay, but that's still some
-1.5.
कुछ तो compensation है मेरे पास फिर.
Actually, I think black will even just sack a piece at some point. So rook g3, for example, d takes e5, d takes e5, and just knight takes e5 now. Followed by queen d4 check, and maybe you just take on e5, and black sacks the piece, and somehow जो pieces बचे हैं, they're still at home for white, I think. Maybe that's the problem. अगर ये bishop बाहर होता, would have been a different story altogether. So Vaishali के लिए मुझे थोड़ा डर लग रहा है actually, and I think if Vaishali loses and Anna were to win, then Vaishali's chances will be very, very low to win the women's candidates.
Yeah, true.
टू दैट.
Also, like an interesting thing here. Imagine if Vaishali's bishop was on b1 instead of c2. Okay, just one small change. Yeah. Now, if you play the same line with knight f5, gf5, अभी जो खेला, white has queen
So
c2.
let's say here, let's say bishop b1, bishop c8, bishop here, 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 and here.
हाँ, knight f5, gf5, queen c2 चल रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? Isn't that just mate?
No, even that's not working actually.
How?
d5.
Queen f5?
Knight f6.
भाई नाइट f6 खेल सकता हूँ ना मैं.
But d5? I'm sorry, but I don't see it still. fe5. Oh,
दो
this bishop d3. Bishop d3
दो
नहीं है आपके
घोड़े है
पास.
ना. और
Knight queen d4 check.
Yeah, maybe it's too
And
much.
bishop c8 is incoming.
It's a very tempting move though, this knight f5, I have to say. Maybe that's what she's calculating. And Vaishali is a very aggressive player. Maybe she's
Also,
looking at this again and again. उसको थोड़ी पता है कि ये
दो
खराब
knight
है.
है. So black can just sack one and keep attacking. Like ये सारे घर पे ही है ना. So black can just sack one and he takes the second knight.
I mean,
For
technically
example,
I'm attacking with 4 pieces. 5 pieces actually.
हाँ,
अगर आप knight e4 भी include करते हो तो it's not just
but
one.
rook d8 now. And you even if you take, he just takes back and it's like not enough somehow. Yeah, white K pieces थोड़े. हाँ, technically bishops are long range pieces, but this still back rank issues I think might be a major factor here. You can't really move the knight forward, for example, because bishop controls f1. So meanwhile, going back, knight e8 के बाद Vaishali has to find bishop e4, and then if rook c8, let's say sidestep किया, now she has to find rook a3. By this is not easy.
So Vaishali is in trouble क्या?
It seems so. This is the way she has to play. And now this position looks solid because of knights aa gaye. But to find this, I'm not sure. She's thinking she has what? How much time? She had 19 minutes for 27 moves. That's ridiculously low, actually.
Yeah, this looks very, very worrying. Also, bishop e4 rook a3 is such a hard sequence to see over the board.
Agreed.
And you know, chat, she does get 30 seconds every time she makes a move, but 40 move के बाद आधा घंटा मिलेगा. So it's going to be difficult to just play on the increment here, Sahaj.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, but because there are still queens and कितने सारे pieces board पर हैं, एक ही pawn trade हुआ है अभी तक. So it's just the likelihood of a mistake is very high because there are too many variables. So Tan took a risk, and I think it very well paid off for her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
भाई
हाँ बोलो राकेश भाई.
नहीं, और ऐसे लग भी नहीं रहा कि वैशाली मूव खेलने के मूड में है, मतलब इट्स नॉट लाइक शी वाज रेडी टू प्ले. एंड ऑन दिस बोर्ड मतलब देखो ना, शी इज लाइक सिटिंग आराम से कंफर्टेबली. सिंदारो जैसे से हाथ आगे पीछे नहीं हो रहा है. एंड ऑन दिस बोर्ड Kateryna Lagno is having a similar problem, but not so bad because she needs to play 21 moves in the next 26 minutes.
But
But
that's
okay, what
still
happens?
bad, but not as bad, yeah.
But Queen D6 खेला तो like this does look a bit
G3.
scary. Wow,
Oh,
G3
G3
is
is
already
bad.
much
Wow.
worse.
No, Bishop E4 I have, no?
Bishop
After Queen D6.
E4. Okay. Queen trade हो गई भाई. Okay, I can't do that. And what do? I want to attack here somehow. It feels like black should have something. I don't see it though.
95? 95 mar raha hai usme. No, that doesn't work.
95.
Oh, that's interesting actually. How is it equal? Why is this equal after 95?
Why? No, it's not equal after 95. It's lost after 95. Actually, white is better.
Oh, okay.
But
It is
apparently the
winning,
best
bhai.
move is Bishop G4.
Knight D5 पे Queen D6, Knight
Queen
F4,
D6.
Knight F4 G5.
Knight
Bishop
F4, Knight G5 apparently.
Bishop E2. Still don't see it.
Yeah, Queen trade ही हो रहा है इसमें भी. Okay.
Rook
So there's
trade.
not much, yeah. Bishop
कुछ
takes
तो
F4.
है ना. +1 क्यों नहीं है? मैं pawn up हूँ. Rook FD1 मारो ना.
Rook F D1 is
अच्छा,
apparently a
Rook Bishop
blunder.
F4 मर रहा है. Sorry, my bad. That's
Yeah.
the trick, yeah.
Yeah, Bishop D1. Now Bishop F3, Bishop F3, Knight F3, G F3, Bishop F4 takes and Rook E2. Essentially triple pawns by.
तो वाहियात pawn structure.
भाई सब ये हम तीनों ही हैं यार.
I'll be F2 because golden pawn. Let's go.
Nice. So very interesting position, but okay, looks like simplifications do lead to a draw unless black makes a mistake, of course. Not easy to allow this free sack. Oh, she plays it on the board. Wow, Bishop
looks
G4
very, very
on the
scary,
board.
bhai.
And Knight D4 only move now. Only move in the position. Wow, she's clearly worse. For example, if you play H3 chat, just Bishop takes F3, Queen takes F3, Knight D2 is the simple idea that wins for black. So I think going back, very important. What happens here? Knight takes D5 is the move she has to find. Rakesh bhai, does she find this?
Tough, bhai.
I hope she does. By the way, it's time to maybe mod. I mean, take care of the scariest because weird things coming up there on Super Chat. But Tiku bhai, क्या आपको पता था that Kateryna Lagno was a woman grandmaster even before Divya was born?
I know it actually because when I was 12 years old or 13, I don't know, something like that, like she and Parimaj and Negi played an exhibition match in
Yes.
Delhi. So us time pe, I think like she was the youngest GM who was a woman and she was the youngest grandmaster who was and they had this match. So yeah, she became a GM very, very early and that was a crazy match to follow. So but yeah, now Divya is fighting on equal footing. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, she has to take on D5, though she cannot make a mistake because one mistake could cost you the game, as we discussed. H3 is lost. There are only two. Bishop E2 also holds the game, kind of, but looks like a step in the wrong direction. So let's see what Divya does. And looks like
By the way,
draw ki taraf बढ़ सकता है.
step in the right direction is taken by Praggnanandhaa, who plays H4, the best move in the position.
Wow.
Respect,
H4.
Pragg.
That's a relief for sure.
Stops the idea of G5 and Knight being solidified on F4, fortified on F4. And Sahaj bhai, I think a big step towards a draw this one.
And now I'm thinking, what if I played H6 and do the still Pragg, it's a better kind of situation because the H pawns will be removed. एक और piece trade हो गया, so that's a good thing. But what happens after H6? What do you play? I'm still playing G5. I'm still going Knight F4. I mean, looks difficult to hold.
Maybe just Rook B6. And my idea is like b4, b5 at some point. Like, I don't know if I manage that, but at least a guy can dream.
Yeah. And then knight f4 possible?
Knight f4, okay. Ek ruk to kare bhai, exchange. Now, do I have e5? I don't. Yeah, I'm guessing. Maybe rook d2.
Yeah, that's scary.
Maybe just g3. Like, is that doable? Again, idea is bring the king and then b4, b5.
ये तो इक्वल है. b4 b5 आ गया comfortably, तो it's good.
Yeah, also this rook d6 is also a bit awkward, yeah? I mean, it's like ऐसे वो Spider-Man in that movie, yeah, holding two bridges together, ऐसे वो two buildings together. Like, it's ideally the pawn should be here, I feel. So maybe Pragg is not in as much danger as we thought, but he still has to be precise. h4 was a nice step, though. I think he kind of took that pawn to h4, prevented g5. Any expansion will cost a few pawn exchanges. So the more exchanges happen, likely the game is going to end in a draw. So that's amazing. Meanwhile, jumping to Anish, who's played a move, and he put the knight on g6 after h takes g4. And after f3, brings it to the center, e5. So knight d3 pe, it's a simple exchange. And white just plays king to f2. By the way, the best move in the position again, even in this endgame. Like, Sindarov is just on point. Yeah, I love 91.
Guys. See, agreed here. Women's section के leader की game की तरफ फटाफट चलते हैं. Maybe there's a draw incoming in the Muzychuk board. And repeat कर लिया शायद उन्होंने 2-3 बारी. And there we have it.
Yeah. It is a draw between the tournament leader, Anna Muzychuk, a last-minute replacement for Humpy, and Bibisara, who after 2 losses would welcome that draw with the black pieces, actually. And a fair result, I think. Looks like an equal position side by, I think.
Yeah, correct. I think also like a safe choice. Yeah, white se apne say right before the rest there, you'll at least have a half a point lead. That's a good decision by Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah.
But सोचो ना, she wouldn't have been here only. Humpy ji अगर खेलती तो what a great use of grabbing the opportunity you get by Anna Muzychuk.
It's actually very strange. Yeah, in the women's section you have a player जिसको 10 दिन पहले like पता लगा कि candidates खेल रहे हैं. So clearly no candidates prep, and you have the leader in the open section जो मतलब prep से बाहर ही नहीं निकल रहा है. Like, doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter who he plays against. What a weird coincidence.
Oh, by the way, Anish has just played g5 on the board. So gaining some space, and maybe he just wants to kind of bring the pieces to the center at the right moment, go f5, trade off more pieces. Draw की तरफ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं.
Yes. I agree, bhai.
टिकू भाई, मैं लेट आया. इतना टाइम कैसे इतना टाइम प्रग के पास कम कैसे? अरे यार, I think it's just Fabi caught him in his preparation, and he just had to take a lot of time to figure out the best moves. So makes a lot of sense. By the way, he's about to play the knight. I think knight d3, yeah? Yeah, he's exchanging a pair of knights, I think. By the way, should you take?
I think वो पूछना चाहते थे कि अनीश के पास इतना टाइम कैसे है, because usually सिंडारोव का ओपोनेंट जो भी अभी खेल रहा होता है 5 मिनट में खेल रहा होता है.
True that.
But should you take though? Because ये knight na kind of holds your position together. Once you exchange this, I feel like it's a proper good knight versus bad bishop endgame.
Yeah, proper. भाई एक्चुअली इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, लाइक अनीश की जो हिस्ट्री है वो जो मतलब पीपल से कि कैंडिडेट्स में लास्ट टाइम उसने सारे गेम ड्रॉ करे थे, जो मीम्स आते हैं कि अनीश ड्रॉ करता है वो सब. एंड वुडंट दिस गेम बी लाइक एन परफेक्ट एग्जांपल ऑफ एन अनस्टॉपेबल फोर्स एंड एन इमूवेबल ऑब्जेक्ट?
भाई प्रग ने मूव तो किया था ना ऑब्जेक्ट, लेकिन राउंड 1 में.
So that,
हाँ हाँ,
but
वो एक्सेप्शंस होते हैं ऐसे तो वैसे विंडरॉफ का भी ड्रॉ हुआ ब्लू बॉम्ब से, वो भी तो एक्सेप्शन है.
भाई उसका ईगो हर्ट हो गया टिक्कू का कि तूने कैसे एनालॉजी बता दी.
अरे हाँ,
मतलब
अरे यार मैं अपनी भी एनालॉजी नोट ही कर लेता हूँ, रुको. गुड पॉइंट.
किताबें बढ़ती जा रही हैं, चैप्टर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. बाय द वे बिशप कहीं खेलने वाले हैं वो. आई थिंक बिशप.
दिव्यांश भाई, Sindarov's performance is 3-1-5-0 right now.
वाओ, बिशप f7 में भी, या ताकि I defend the pawn on d5 even if something hanky panky happens. Wait, bishop d7 he played, controlling f5. But this pawn could be weak. By the way, that's a slight error. Rook e1 apparently is a good move, and even rook c5.
लो भाई
Bhai,
खत्म.
this is. Bhai,
खत्म है ये
pressure is
गेम.
building up. This is scary.
Yeah.
Bhai,
Rook
both
e1
these
is
moves. हाँ, sorry, Saj,
Are
continue.
you serious या ऐसे हाइप कर रहे हो?
Why nahi? I think this is uncomfortable now. This
नहीं
is
भाई, he's right. Big problem. I
no,
mean, like
Anish.
technically speaking, rook e1 के बाद you can go knight d3, rook d3. Actually, there is a difference. So rook e1 is not the move. It's rook c5 actually. That's the best one. There's a slight difference, but I think इस position में वो slight difference बहुत मायने रखेगा. Rook
Take us through
c5.
difference, Saj bhai.
I'm not. I'm guessing the rook on c5 is just better placed क्योंकि वो d5 के pawn पे हमेशा attack कर रहा है. So takes knight d3, rook d3. And what do you do now?
This is gone, yeah?
हाँ.
Bhai, the pawn is gone. He's going to be a pawn down. Subtly.
भाई वो मूड भी थोड़ा हल्का सा ऑफ हो जाता ना, पॉन मतलब आपका निकल गया तो.
Wait, going back, and what's the issue with rook e? So rook e1 also the other option, right? Now I'm kind of forcing you to take on d3. So takes.
King f7.
And why is this so good though? Because यहाँ तो pawn नहीं मर रहा. King f7.
But king f7, yeah.
Ah, rook d e3 maybe, yeah.
But the difference is a lot. No, ये 0.2 है, वो 0.5 थी, 0.6 था. I mean, I'm sure you can still put pressure here, but I think rook c5 is more critical.
Yeah, I agree though. I think यहाँ पे भी कुछ बन सकता. Oh, rook b6 only move.
Yeah,
Is
then
that
rook
obvious
e7
or?
check.
This is also tempting here actually, when like optically looks tempting at least.
Agreed, bhai. Fully agreed.
Question: if you go to the live board, Tikko bhai, is like bishop d7 a mistake? क्योंकि suddenly आप दोनों के ना टोन में मुझे दिख रहा है कि सिंदारो के लिए बहुत होप. So what was the best move here?
It's a good question actually. I don't even know. I mentioned this before. I would hate to play this as Anish. I think it's a great opening choice by Sindaro, and I think इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि कोई टॉप का प्लेयर है जो हेल्प कर रहा है, क्योंकि ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि ये पोजीशन में ऐसा होगा. अनीश इज इन अ मस्ट विन. यहाँ पे अनीश जीत नहीं सकता. लाइक दिस एक्सपीरियंस आई थिंक आई थिंक एट 20 years इज वेरी रेयर. कोई होगा, कोई टॉप का प्लेयर जो हेल्प कर रहा है यहाँ पे.
And I think apparently you were right. I think यहाँ पे the moves are not easy. For example, the best move is rook a8, which is very hard to, I mean, just decide कि अब मैं rook a5 पे खेलूंगा. But there was a move better, that was bishop f7. You're just defending this pawn. And even if you were to grab this, at least my bishop is on the right diagonal, right? Attacking b3. But the problem is knight f5. Like, that's not right now, of course, but ये f5 square देखने में इतना weak लग रहा है ना, you kind of understand why he played bishop d7, just kind of dominating the knight to some extent. But now the problem is कि भाई ये e5 knight is not stable, and once you take, let's say rook c5, which we agreed was winning a pawn, how are we defending this? So, okay, let's say I don't take. Can I somehow play like bishop e8 and you take, I play bishop f7? Is that going to save me the pawn somehow?
That's what I want. I would gladly. भाई मैं उठा के देने वाला था आपको वो फ्री में. मैं घड़ी दबाने वाला था. Like ये तो आप मुझे वो भी दे रहे हो.
I said
Bishop
takes.
f7. Takes. Bishop f7. Rook d6.
How एक ही बात है, I think, right? I mean, it doesn't change anything. I think the move order I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
Rook d6, I guess.
Ooh, f6 hanging है भाई.
Rook b6. I don't think that's losing. Rook b6 के बाद also.
Six.
Yeah, they shouldn't be losing. But हाँ, practically बहुत मुश्किल है भाई ये बचाना है.
By knight c6. Okay, there is a better move. That's king g7. And now you're threatening to take. But knight f5 check allow करना. Okay.
Bhai, this is like very looking very scary for Anish. Bhai, it can very realistically be a sweep.
Bhai,
And
I am
भाई
just
वो
kind of
मतलब I feel Anish would be like so shocked कि भाई मैंने गलती क्या करी आज.
Ah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's clear. I think he had one error, which was, I think, somewhere after e takes d4. वो जो bishop a5. Actually, it's not
oh, he's
clear.
playing the king.
That ed5 rook d5. Remember, rook d5 मारना था उसको. वो
हाँ
एक
हाँ.
हाँ
slight गलती की वजह से बहुत सफर I mean कर रहा है. वो rook d5 पहले मार देता, I think it would have been much easier.
Why? But he's not playing rook c5 or rook e1. He's about to play the king. And again, हमें discuss किया था. I think he has this thing. He will bring the hand close to the piece and then play. So उन्होंने king के पास हाथ लाया. But where is he moving the king? King e3, king g3. Like, it's not clear to me.
King g3 के बाद, by the way, there is only one move for Anish.
क्या
That's
बात कर रहे हो?
that's rook c8.
भाई
नहीं तो
ये
खराब है.
ऐसे
भाई, that's
भाई ये
true.
हुआ कब मेरे को ये जानना है.
Okay, it's not the only move, but I mean, like, let's say it's not the only move, but yeah, I get your point. I think it's king g3 about to be played, yeah?
Oh yeah. And 1 hour 18 minutes for
Three,
Sindarov
is
still.
that a
Why crazy?
possibility? No, king e3, there
G3 नहीं
is
खेलेगा रे.
rook takes
King
b3
G
already, by the way. That's
King
already a
G3
draw.
खेलने वाला है. Don't you
That's
worry.
already a draw. Rook c5 only move or lost. So yeah, king g3 खेलेंगे वो. King e3 is a blunder actually.
Vindaro is
Sahaj,
winning.
someone's asking, Sahaj, if someone gets access to such prep, would they beat most GMs easily? Not really, because I think आपके पास देखो फाइल सबके पास होती हैं, पर लेकिन I think this is some really deep thinking कि what to apply against whom. Like, and for that you have to know exactly जो each जो top player है उनके style क्या है, उनको कैसी type की positions उनको अच्छी लगती हैं, खराब लगती हैं, and all of that. And you use certain prep against certain players, and वो experience सबसे ज़्यादा important होता है. Analysis कोई भी कर सकता है. But yeah, if you can manage that, then yes, not then I would say that that's exactly what Sindarov is doing.
Guys, let's quickly jump to Divya's game. She's completely better. Big
क्या बात
mistake by
कर रहे हो?
Kateryna Lagno.
Oh my
She's
God!
winning.
Let's have a look at what just happened, because we saw bishop g4 and we are wondering कि knight d5 is the only move. She played it, and this is where queen d6 was the only move. Played it, and after knight f4, she did not find knight g5, which was the only resource for Lagno. After queen to h6, okay, still holding up an attack. It is winning for Divya if she takes on e4. What a turnaround! Divya, bishop takes e4, only move to win. Saj, by how easy to find?
I think if you play, see, idea is to play h3, but you cannot play h3 right now because there is bishop f3, queen f3, and knight d2. And this is why you take the knight first, and then you play h3.
But why did she play queen h6 then? Like, what's Black's plan here?
To put pressure on the h2 pawn, the bishop and the queen, and to play
So
g5.
rook e4, yeah?
Yeah, rook e4, of course, and then h3, and then I'm not sure what you will play. Bishop f3, then queen f3. This should be much better.
Bishop f4,
Bishop f4,
maybe?
I think hg4, not ef4.
Oh,
This is just simple pawn, na? Free pawn.
Oh, wow. And now g5 is very strong, apparently. Because of queen h5, there is queen d6. And if you play queen g6, then of course you lose the mating ideas on the h file. And now queen c2 just pinning the rook and pinning the knight somewhat. But she has to be precise. I think Divya अगर अगले 5 moves सही खेल देगी राकेश भाई, I think she's winning this.
Not really, क्योंकि I just saw crazy line engine से. ठीक है भाई, दिखाते हैं चैट को and just सहज भाई का रिएक्शन देखना है मेरे को. Queen h6, bishop e4, rook e4, h3, bishop f3, queen f3, एकदम लॉजिकल चाले खेलेंगे. ठीक है, rook e8, e वाला ही.
अच्छा, ये वाला, ओके.
हाँ, अभी knight h5 खेला व्हाइट ने ताकि g7 पॉन पे अटैक. bishop e5, takes. नहीं, knight takes e5, queen b7. You got a pawn. Rook c1, rook. नहीं, एक सेकंड, सर वो एक क्रेजी लाइन दिखा रहा था. rook c1 instead of rook b8. Queen h5, and you think okay, black का back rank कुछ weakness होगा. Rook c8, and you think you're winning. किंग F8 में ऑफकोर्स क्वीन की चेक है B4 से एंड यू विन चेकमेट है. रुक B8 के बाद भी ब्लैक पीस अप है बट विनिंग व्हाइट है. What the hell is this? Rook F8 and then Rook F8, King F8, Queen D5 सहज भाई.
अच्छा सॉरी क्वीन
Like,
D5.
मतलब
Wow.
इंजन से कितना मुश्किल है चेस.
I mean, yeah, this is very unrealistic and yeah, very crazy. Queen D5.
Exactly,
I think
very
you're winning
unrealistic.
the knight. No, you're winning the knight
Yeah.
by force. F4 आ रहा है.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
crazy. Nice line,
Wow.
nice.
So I think बस ऐसा कुछ मूव्स तो आएंगे फॉर श्योर. आई डोंट सी व्हाट एल्स Lagno कैन डू. मतलब बिशप E4 अगर मार दिया, यू हैव टू टेक ऑन E4, यू हैव टू टेक ऑन F4 F3 at least one of them. So
Yeah.
great opportunity for Divya here actually to win a second game, her second game in a row. I mean, उनके chances कितने, but she'll be half a point behind the leaders if she,
Yes.
behind a leader
Yes.
actually if she wins.
Yeah, and
Sej
it's a
bhai, but
golden opportunity.
do you agree with the evaluation? मतलब 2.5 मुझे तो थोड़ा harsh लग रहा है. Like,
By free pawn.
it-
अगर कोई attack नहीं है तो for sure, I think.
हाँ, fair.
तो
But
कोई
it
attack
feels
नहीं
like
ना.
plus 1.5. 2.5
नहीं
मतलब
नहीं
it's
नहीं.
like
Plus
game
2 is.
over ना.
I feel if black cannot, launch an attack or, create some danger to the white king, black's pieces are pretty misplaced. Like that queen on h6 is not looking good अगर आप king पे attack नहीं कर सकते.
Agreed. Meanwhile, in the Anish Giri game, he has played a move. He has played, let's go full screen. He has played after king G3, knight D3. Rakesh bhai, yaad hai, rook C8 was the only move for equality. Anish didn't find it. He took
No
on D3,
way.
second best move. Second best move. Okay, not the end of the world, but rook D3 के बाद एक और हल्का minor error जो याद है हम बात कर रहे थे कि like it's not going to be one big mistake, it's going to be accumulation of minor errors. And now rook B6, another minor mistake by Anish, and rook C5 के बाद या rook A1 के बाद white is having an edge.
Bhai, Divya played bishop takes e4. Let's go.
Oh,
बढ़िया.
and rook E4 played.
And now h3 is the next move. If she finds this, she is winning basically.
By only move H3. She has to find it. She has to find it. Come on. Divya, pawn to H3.
भाई एक बार एसिपेंको का गेम देख लो भाई, एकदम मतलब इट्स जस्ट एब्सोल्यूट डेमोलिशन फ्रॉम वेई. या 17 चालों में इट लुक्स लाइक व्हाइट इज जस्ट कंप्लीटली गॉन. Look at this, c5, what a move. D takes में bishop f4 मर रहा है and like it feels like you can just resign in this position.
भाई
I
शायद
think he
वे
will
ना वो
actually.
कोर्स पढ़ के गए थे हाउ टू बीट अ ग्रैंड मास्टर एंड हियर ही इज क्रशिंग एंड्री
Yeah.
एसिपेंको भाई.
Nice. Actually,
Nice.
yeah, it's possible. And I mean, I think this is just I think one inaccuracy, yeah, one mistake, and it cost him the entire game. So, Wei के लिए much needed win there. Yeah, it's going to mean a lot after that loss to Sindarov. Meanwhile, we already have Divya on the right. Maybe we should have Pragg on the left for a second.
वैशाली का कैसा चल रहा है? लाइक कैन वी क्विकली चेक इन क्योंकि वो बिशप E4 क्रेजीनेस में छोड़ा था हमने वैशाली का.
निकाला उसने. She found bishop E4 and she found rook A3. That's impressive.
Impressive.
Yeah, but I think
indeed.
she's
But she
spent.
has 10 minutes. Bhai.
Oh, look! Oh, wait, what? She took on A6. Okay, and okay, bishop वापस मिल रहा है उसको exchange. Rook B8. Bishop takes B5. भाई ये क्या position है? A4 and Queen A5.
High level chess. Right.
Super high level.
I feel that उसने, I mean, she found the right move. That is true, but I feel it just came at the cost of her time. I still think this is a very difficult position to hold for Vaishali just because of the time. Position ठीक है, वो बच जाएगी.
And B's move खेलने, but luckily she has increment, so hoping that helps. By the way, Divya has played pawn to H3, so seems like she's completely winning now.
Let's go.
And objectively, bishop F4 is the best resource Black has, but regardless of what you do, Divya does seem to have a winning position if she can play it well.
By the way, आज बहुत ये हो रहा है कि दो प्लेयर सेम मूव खेल रहे हैं. So Pragg and Sindarov दोनों की पिछली चाल थी rook to D2, but both having completely different ideas for their rooks.
Bhai, I don't know why rook D2 for Fabi doesn't sound nice for Pragg. We should have a look maybe, kya?
Yeah, let's
अच्छा,
do it.
white से Pragg ने खेला rook d2. Oh my bad. Okay, I thought Fabi played. I was a bit scared for a second. फिर
भाई
ठीक है.
Pragg के पास भी like 23 minutes only. But okay, I think position is simple enough to hold.
काफी है भाई.
काफी easy तो नहीं है भाई. I think there is no clear plan that white that white has. Every plan is kind of reactive, I think, in Pragg's position. अगर black pass बोलेगा आप क्या खेलोगे यहाँ
पास.
पे?
मैं तो ड्रॉ के लिए खेल रहा हूँ वैसे भी.
नहीं, like I think draw. My point is it's hard to make empty moves like or free moves, hand moves.
हाँ. True.
By the way,
True that.
question. So rook b2 पे again, rook takes b2, knight takes b2 and e5, right? So we win the pawn back that way, I think.
So not rook b2. Apparently I'm seeing rook b7, which I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's only doubling down on the point I was making कि white के पास कोई 4 hand moves नहीं है. What do you play after rook b7?
I don't know, king f1. Can I play king f1?
That's logical, yeah.
I was thinking of it as well, Tiku.
h6
Apparently,
maybe.
By the way, e5 is the best move. I just had a look. E5.
हाँ, knight e5 के बाद rook e2.
Wow. Okay, not something I would ever play actually. Knight c4, knight e4, and suddenly white is the one pushing. भाई ये क्या हो गया भाई? उल्टा हो गया भाई.
भाई draw ही होगा लग रहा है. But that time
And
is
now
the only factor.
why Fabi has to be careful. For example, rook d8. Like this is already knight g5, rook c6. So okay, going back. I think let's not get over optimistic. As of now, rook b2 is a clear way for Fabi to get at least a draw.
Sarve, if you could have Sindarov का गेम नीचे instead of Divya, I want to ask सहज भाई a question. कि सहज भाई दोनों ही आपको दिख रहा है प्रेशर है अनीश और प्रग पे, टाइम भी कम है, but whose task is tougher, सहज भाई, to make the draw?
Firstly, I don't think Anish का time गलत है. I think he has 17 minutes left and Pragg has 23 minutes left.
Correct. Yeah.
Anish has to play only 5 moves and Pragg has to play a bit more than that. I think 8 or so he has to play.
Yes.
I still really don't like that position of Anish and Sundar. Like practically, I think it's a nightmare. I think Pragg's task is easier to hold. If he says e5 knight e4, then it's not technically just a 2 result position anymore. Then तब Pragg भी जीतने के लिए खेल सकता है, provided कि Fabi कुछ tactical miss करे and you know all of that. But on Anish's side, there is no counterplay. There is zero counterplay.
Makes sense. And of course, Sindarov ऐसी form में है कि he's never gonna give up, yeah, until he squeezes like literally he's playing like Magnus, to be honest, like, you know, squeezing water out of stone. That slight edge. If Magnus was white here, you know you're gonna suffer for the next 3 hours, 2 hours, and so on.
But वो एक भी game Magnus के जैसे जीता नहीं है भाई. वो सारे games different ways में जीता है. Like opening prep and some middle game complications. This is the first time he's getting like a.
एक गेम मैग्नस की तरह, एक गेम विशी की तरह, एक गेम क्रामनिक की तरह, एक दिन कस्पारोव की तरह, ऐसे करके है.
Yeah, could be. Actually, Kasparov is actually a very good guess as well.
Meanwhile,
भाई
क्या हुआ?
आप तो बड़े साहब तक पहुंच गए सहज भाई.
भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ Kasparov ने ट्वीट भी किया था ना, if I'm not mistaken.
हाँ, he did.
और स्टाइल Kasparov के जैसा है, just so you know.
But do you think Kasparov is like the bade saab of chess?
Yeah, of course. Hands down, भाई.
Hands down, बिल्कुल.
Yeah. एक गेम टिक्कू की तरह कब खेलेगा भाई? I wish. But मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई. ये कैंडिडेट्स में तो सिंदारो रुकने के लिए रेडी नहीं है. And if he wins this one, as we discussed, if Pragg wins and Sindaro wins, the tournament is over. I think
Pragg draw and Sindarov wins के chances ज़्यादा हैं.
हाँ, that still maintains some chances, I think. Okay, 2 point का lead भाई, that's crazy man. After half the event, 2 point का lead Fabi से. बाकियों को तो छोड़ दो. And if Anish loses, he's also out, by the way. Like Anish के chances भी खत्म हो जाएंगे. So then only 3 people remain. If Pragg draws, and Sindarov wins, then only 3 people have a chance of even winning the tournament.
या अगर इफ ही विंस देन आई थिंक किसी का चांस नहीं है भाई. अभी ना मैं सो देख रहा हूँ अपने उस पे जो अपना लेके उस आई एम सीइंग सेंटारो ऑन 5.5 एंड एना मुजिचुक ऑन 4.5. लाइक उस सेकंड प्लेस पे कोई ओपन सेक्शन वाला नहीं है अभी. तो या
The king f7 played by Anish.
Okay. By the way, I'll keep you posted, chat, whenever Divya plays a move. As of now, it's still in process. King f7. Now rook c5 again. Like, what's the problem with rook c5? Can we play that? Like, why not just take this pawn?
वो तो
Not
मैं
sure.
वैसे भी देने के लिए तैयार हूँ. रुक भी 7 भाई. भाई टेक द पॉन लाइक जस्ट प्लीज जस्ट टेक इट भाई. आई विल गिव इट टू यू. भाई रुक डी 5 मारने मैं एक्स्ट्रा चाल देता हूँ आपको भाई. ये लो. ले लो.
I think if that's the case, then maybe it's safe for Anish.
Yeah, but
And
वो
it's not
d5
that
मारेगा
scary.
नहीं ना भाई. He'll play rook c to rook. He knows that's the most like annoying thing. If he keeps the d5 pawn, if he goes rook c7 or rook h2, rook h7, then it becomes very difficult for black to hold. At least if I take the pawn, then my task is clear. I have to attack the b3 pawn. But right now, that bishop on d7 cannot target the pawn on b3, and that's the biggest problem in the position.
Let's say white plays rook h2, trying to enter from here now. How does black play this? Because this feels very uncomfortable.
King g7, I guess.
So
Rook c1, I guess looks good.
Can't I take now? Because
No,
there is no.
I just don't want to take the pawn. I don't want the pawn.
What
Bishop
like, if I
e6?
take bishop
E6?
But-
Oh, that's bad actually. Something I missed. What did I miss?
no,
Knight
what you
e6
missed
for
was
sure is not
rook
winning for
d8.
you.
Yeah, rook
क्या हो
d8
रहा
is
है?
the
रुक
move actually.
हाँ,
Rook
bishop
d8
e3 पे
आ रहा
knight
है.
f5 check. हाँ, bishop knight
And
f5 check है भाई.
it's close to losing. It's
तो थोड़ा
actually losing.
पहले जाओ. तो basically the problem is that I put my king on g7 instead of g6. So knight f5 check आ गई आपके पास, right?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you have to take with the king also. I think that just helps too much. Yeah, knight f5 check नहीं आना.
So rook h2, I think that's a good try, practically speaking. King g6 can I play?
King g6. Okay, let's take anyways as planned.
And bishop e6 now?
Bishop e6. Yeah, maybe this is better. Rook d8. Bishop.
Now bishop b3.
b3. Do I have some rook h8? Yeah.
बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई. Knight f5 looks so scary here.
Knight f5, rook h7 actually.
Okay.
But I was thinking rook h8.
Rook h7 anyways. ये तो बच गई. हाँ, rook g8 check नहीं है ना आपके पास. Bishop b3 पे.
So let's say maybe then after bishop b3, then I play this one then here.
But ये थोड़ा simple हो गया ना white black के लिए. दो ही pawn है.
I just had a look. Only 2 moves or you resign. Only
Bishop.
2 moves or
What are the moves? Bishop e6, I guess.
resigns.
क्यों? हाँ, check and rook b7. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
पीछे जाओ. हाँ.
So going back.
So I was just if you didn't say it, I think I would play the move. मुझे लगा कुछ concrete निकालना होगा इधर. That's why I went bishop e6. Okay, rook b8
Because
is
knight
also losing.
f5 भी आ रहा है, I think, which is scary.
Knight f5 के बाद आपका threat क्या है लेकिन?
Not entirely sure actually, if you ask me honestly. But it's there. Like rook f8, rook h6 maybe? Is that a plan? कुछ है इसमें नहीं है.
भाई इस बंदे को हटाओ यार.
भाई ये possible है ना? Knight f5, rook h with the idea of rook h6 mate.
हो सकता है भाई, possible तो हो सकता है भाई यार.
Because you
कोई
don't have-
कोई mod है क्या इसको जो हटा सकता है इस बंदे को?
मैं हटाता हूँ.
बार बार जो लिखे जा रहा है.
राकेश भाई, do the needful.
तब शुरुआत में थोड़ा ये फनी था, बट अब थोड़ा ज्यादा हो रहा है भाई.
Done by banned.
Knight. Okay. Bishop E6 तो नहीं है, बिशप D5 भी नहीं है, बिशप F7 में क्या हो रहा है? नाइट F5 इज रिस्की। नहीं नहीं रुको भाई, क्या बोल रहा हूँ, मेट इन 2 है वो। दैट्स क्रेजी। रुक B8 में
I
यू आर
just want
एक्चुअली
to
राइट भाई, इट्स नॉट सिंपल।
I just want to point out there are only two moves. One is bishop c4, which is also close to lost after knight f5. The only real move is bishop d5. And why is it the only move? I have zero idea. So that just tells you that this is a bit scary. So this is what he's thinking, maybe, yeah? I mean, this is not easy, but I think we see king ko drag karna and then you can think about taking this. Uske alawa, he can, of course, wait for a while. I mean, he's not in a hurry. Black is not gonna, solve string theory here. So I think कुछ ना कुछ तो वही basic यही खेलेंगे वो. Chat, by the way, 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream. Let's get more people in because remember, आज candidates का first half खत्म होने वाला है. Right now we have Sindarov. Ruxev on the board. Why he's going for it? He's going for the kill. If Sindarov wins today, he will be miles ahead of everybody else and almost uncatchable.
Yeah, and Rook C5 was the most testing move here. Anish के पास by the way 14 minutes ही हैं to play 5 moves, so not a big risk, but still like एक वो in the back of your mind you're still thinking I still have to play 5 moves in 14 minutes, so that's not easy.
I agree. And I'm going to make a prediction with you guys. Chat, आपसे, Rakesh bhai आपसे, and Sej bhai आपसे. This game, the tournament leader Sindarov, win, draw, या loss. एक बार बता दो मुझे बस. I think loss is not an option really unless blunders a rook or something. What's your result, expected result now?
Win. Easy win.
Wow. Chat.
Yeah, by win as well.
W लिख रही है भाई. Chat is just going. Everybody has faith in Sindarov. The way he's been playing. Yeah, Vindarov indeed.
Oh, by the way, Divya, some progress because she's just played Bishop D6. But yeah, Divya is winning. By the way, Vaishali is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Divya is winning, but I think,
But at least Divya is winning.
She just played the best move. Yeah, H3, Bishop F4, H4, Bishop D6, and now just G5 as we discussed is winning. So we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, going again to the Anish board. Crucial moments. And you mentioned, Sahaj bhai, ki abhi bhi 12 minute mein 4-5 chale khelni hai. So it's not going to be easy for Anish. We have both the scenes, Divya on the right, Anish on the left.
And I think the harder part is not to defend the D5 pawn. It is how to make waiting moves.
Yeah.
क्योंकि जो भी जैसे किंग G7 में एक छोटा सा नुआंस सा नाइट F5 चेक आ रहा है. Things like that. The knight is a very, very scary piece here.
Yeah, black is like
फिर से उठ गया भाई.
Black is like fully क्या हुआ?
फिर से उठ गया भाई वो, हर मूव के बाद उठ रहा है वो.
Why he's not sitting at the board only, bhai. He's calculating. Yeah, that's like I think it was Magnus against Nepo in his World Championship match. Would get up always. Like he would sit in the lounge area, just chill. Even Ding versus Nepo, like they would just not sit at the board. Like हमेशा lounge में बैठे होते थे. So it reminds me of legends like Magnus, and that tells you how well he's been playing.
वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की तैयारी कर रहा है शायद. लाउंज में बैठे रहना है तो.
हाँ, and to be honest, इसको हराने के लिए मैग्नस ही लगेगा भाई at this point. The form he's in, like मैग्नस ही रोक सकता है.
Can we quickly go to Vaishali's game? Sorry, Tiku, to cut you off, but she has just 1 minute left, Tiku bhai.
Oh, she's lost. She's completely lost, actually. I think we saw it till Queen A5. She played the best move, takes. Oh, this was the mistake. She had to play Knight C4 instead. But Knight B3 takes CD4. The center collapses, and once it does, oh, how, oof.
42 seconds also is really low. Yeah,
okay, this is over, yeah? I mean, this is just over, I think.
चल रहा है अभी तो. But yeah, it's dead lost.
Queen G3 is the only move. It's like a queen trade, yeah? I mean,
I think she plays that. I think she will play that.
Oh, wow, she does.
Nice move under pressure.
Black should not trade, I think. Black should play something like Queen E2, Queen D1, maintaining the pressure, not allowing white to develop. ये bishop कहीं निकल नहीं सकता because the rook is hanging on A1. So Vaishali under huge pressure right now. 50 seconds. She has increment though. By the way, move by Anish on the board, as you can see. Rook b7 उन्होंने waiting move के लिए. Will we see Rook h2 now? Sahaj bhai, क्या Rook h2 देखने को मिलेगा? Because we saw it's very tricky and gives Sindarov amazing winning chances.
I think वो नहीं मारेगा Rook d5. I think he will wait.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to
Because
wait,
it becomes simple. It becomes super, like simpler than it is right now. I think he like Rook h2 makes so much sense to me.
Huh. Come on, Rook h2 is the move. Because the thing is, White has also maxed himself, right? Like there's no piece he can improve now. The only Rook on d2. Oh, he's about to play. He's
Wow,
about
can
to
you
play Rook h2.
full screen,
Rakesh
please?
bhai.
भाई उसने वही किया जो
Played.
आप बोल रहे हो. Oh my god! How in
Bhai.
the world is he doing this?
Bhai, it took 3 commentators plus 1 engine plus 2,000 people in the chat to come up with this plan, and Sindarov's doing this alone. Bhai, he is in great form. He's trusting his intuition right now. That's a sign of an informed player. Look at Anish nodding in appreciation. वो हल्का सा nod किया उसने. He understands कि this is very tough.
Yeah, agreed. And now the difficult decision, yeah? Do you play King G7? Do you go King G6? Or what waiting move do you have besides this?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, I have a plan. Maybe you can, try to counter it. I'm wondering. So, white का position hold कौन कर रहा है? Like I was just thinking, what is the piece that holding white's position together? Is the knight on d4. अगर ये जाए कहीं से, then my bishop is azad and I can take on b3 and we can shake hands and go home. So maybe Rook b4, just to say कि भाई निकलो यहाँ से और मुझे pawn दे दो. Then you're kind of forced to take, right? I think that's the only move I would say.
Yeah, then I think I have to chop on d5, right? No option. Anish about to
he's
play,
not
by the
playing
way.
No, he's playing Rook d6, I think.
Yes, आगे का move नहीं लग रहा है.
भाई Rook d6 तो mistake लग रहा है मुझे भाई देखने में.
Top choice
Not a
है.
mistake, not a mistake, but it's not an improvement either.
सहज भाई, quick question. Move number 25 से और अभी 37 तक engine evaluation is the same. So do you think Sindarov has made progress or Anish? Muted हो सहज भाई.
Rook d6 played, by the way.
Sindarov, I think, but I think both players have made progress. पर Anish की progress यहीं पे खत्म हो रही है. Like इसके बाद, I don't think Anish is able to make more progress. But Sindarov still can, because he can play King f2, King e3, put the king to c3, play b4, b5, which is a long-term plan, but it's an improvement.
I love that maneuver, by the way. If you can execute it, chat, basically आपकी एक ही weakness आपने king से बचा ली. Now that black is not, double whammy attacking your pawn, and then even the knight becomes free to move forward. So definitely a possibility. Of course, rook को अंदर घुसाना also feels tempting. Can we go already, or is it like too early? Maybe rook b4 again is the problem, yeah?
हाँ, rook d2 नहीं. That's why king f2 first. ताकि rook b4 आए तो king e3 रहे मेरे पास.
Very smart, yeah. King f2, and if now I am playing this, if you play this, oh wow, that is so smart. Why? What does Anish do then?
It looks very bad. I don't know if f5 is possible, but that's something I would think.
Only move f5 to get it.
Yeah, but he will find it, I think. Drawback principle. f5 gf5 के बाद king g4 आ रहा था पहले, but वो king f2 पे है तो it's a bit loose.
Then maybe can you wait here for a while? Like not, for example, if I play rook h1, like is that a good waiting move or no?
Very good, I think. What do you play even?
But rook b4 again, yeah.
Then rook d1.
Problem. But then again, I can't go back there. I think that's the
ठीक है,
problem.
king f2 आ जाऊंगा बाद में. भाई बेस्ट सिनेरियो में भी यहाँ पे अनीश सफर करेगा, I think.
भाई but look at like बाकी games तो opening prep, attacking chess पे जीता. इसमें भी जीत गया तो it will be like a complete universal player, Sindarov.
I mean, it's still, I think, the same concept where he got his prep on the board. I don't think anything has changed in that regard. But yeah, it's still very, very impressive. That's for sure.
This is like an endgame grind, though. I think that's the difference. Like it's like a Magnus kind of endgame grind. So if he does win this, आई थिंक आज एक प्लेयर जो ये गेम अच्छे से देखेंगे वो है मैग्नस कार्लसन, बिकॉज आई थिंक इट्स हिज स्टाइल ऑफ एंड गेम, लाइक आराम से क्रूज करना, धीरे धीरे निचोड़ के हराना ओपोनेंट को. And I love that move, King F2, by the way, just to go to catch it next. Let's see how Sindarov attacks now. He has a lot of time, by the way, more than an hour to compare to Anish's 8 minutes. Why? Every time he has an extra hour. That's insane.
Yeah, each game. Crazy, actually. And chat में प्राची जी पूछ रही हैं, do you think Sindarov in this form can beat Magnus in a world championship match? I think Magnus इस form में आने नहीं देगा Sindarov को match में. Like,
I mean, let's say he's already in this form. Let's say कि यहाँ से चालू हो रहा है.
बट वो कैसे चालू होगा भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच में? अब 6
So
के
let's say
6 अगर
he,
आपने हाँ, if you win 6-0 in a game in a world championship match, yes, he can beat Magnus, but वो होने नहीं देगा वो.
let's say कि candidates और world championship back to back है. He wins the candidates, खत्म हो गया, and next जैसे world championship against Magnus.
But then Sindarov won't have the same feeling because the tournament is over.
True.
So then I'm taking Magnus by.
Meanwhile, Sindarov still thinking. Just a brief look at the Pragg game. जहाँ पे after I think H4 was a brilliant move.
H6, yeah.
Yeah. Rook D2 के बाद H6 was played, and he's trying to still go for that G5 idea.
Some problems for Pragg. How is E5 knight E4 now?
E5 now seems to
वही
be like
रोक लिया ना उसमें. Knight G5 will no longer be a check. I think that is Fabi's idea.
Still no, knight on E4 is good. I have an outpost. Rook E2. No, rook E2.
C5 apparently.
हैं? Three knight
Yeah,
means?
Why rook?
भाई पे rook C2 के, not rook E2, rook C2 था, क्योंकि आप C5 खेल रहे हो.
Why C5?
This is good. And rook move somewhere. कहीं पे भी रख दो, A7 for example.
Then apparently it's knight C6 or rook B4. Both moves interesting.
Knight E4.
Rook D1.
This is what I was trying to achieve, but I feel like if your pawn is on C4, it could be a problem for me.
I think
C4
this is what
now.
you missed. This is what you missed, Sajbhai.
Oh, King G3 पे?
King G3 पे knight E3.
Knight F5 check है आपके पास, right.
Crazy.
हाँ भाई, ये तो
this is
difficult
play. Fabi wouldn't find all this, and also Pragg had to be very cooperative there. But knight D1 is the best move. Defense B2 prepares at some point at least to challenge this knight. Yes, and जान खा लिया इस घोड़े ने. अगर ये घोड़ा नहीं होता हम कब के घर चले गए होते. At least, हाँ.
Yeah.
Sahel bhai, I didn't know कि jokes इतने funny हैं आपके. Or are they jokes?
नहीं, वो सब छोड़ो.
जोक वही फनी होता है जिसमें थोड़ी सी सच्चाई होती है.
Got it.
जैसे सिंदारो का किंग भाई. What a joke of a performance. King F2 found.
Amazing. And now King E, I think Anish is not holding this by.
You know what the best move is? Rook B6 back. Why?
Wow. Guys, is there a match by Magnus in World Rapid and Blitz or maybe Norway chess में कोई faster format? Because this like position is ringing a bell to me somehow. And it's a Magnus game somehow.
Oh, he's moving the king. I don't know. By the way, Divya is completely winning now. We'll head back to that at some point. But he's about to play the king somewhere.
That's a big mistake, I think.
G6 is the only square he can go to, by the way. He better not play it anywhere else.
ऐसा लग रहा था पीछे लेके आ रहा है.
Exactly. He was about to play to G8 is my instinct. That's a mistake, I think.
Only one move, F5. That's it.
In this position?
Yeah. He doesn't play it.
King G7? What?
It's over! It's over!
Over नहीं है भाई, over नहीं है. अभी भी equal
है. Bhai, the idea is crazy. Chat, white to play, and I think Sindarov will find it now.
It's King E3, no?
18
Simple.
seconds.
No, not King E3. That's the problem. There's a beautiful idea here, chat. Beautiful idea for white. No
Oh,
way,
he's
he
going for
fired
it.
it in seconds. Why? There is no way. There is no way. Kaise? How is it? Abhi kya? Oh, he doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. Wow, he doesn't find it. Mistake.
रुक C1 रुक H1 आना था ना?
Yes, I was shocked. भाई second में कैसे निकाल दिया? Rook C1 was the move.
बट भाई आई थिंक वो चाहता है रुक A5 के बाद रुक A1 आए ताकि वो रुक A6 भी ना मिले ब्लैक को. इट्स क्लिनिकल प्ले आई थिंक फ्रॉम सिंडारो.
हाँ भाई, आपका साबुन टूथपेस्ट स्लो है क्या? ऐसा है ये.
नहीं, but I
आप
think
टेंशन
now you
मत लो
can
भाई.
play. Now you can play this again actually. And if Rook A1, for example, trying to come here, I think there is Rook
You
B4.
sacrifice King E3 and then you have Rook
King
B3
and
check.
F5 apparently is the move. You instantly.
भाई आपको लगता है अच्छा नहीं 40 मूव्स होने वाले हैं तो नेक्स्ट फ्यू मूव्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट 40 मूव्स होने वाले हैं तो देन सोच सकता है अनीश देन ही कैन फाइंड इट 6 मिनट में नो चांस भाई.
But okay, the thing is, when he touched the rook, I was okay, he found Rook C1. मैंने कहा भाई क्या crazy था भाई. But okay, Rook A5 खेला. That's much more human actually because he wants to reach the 40th move without risking anything. But okay, Rook C1 was close to winning there actually. And इसके बाद like Rook H1 incoming, I think Anish would have lost that one, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, true. अभी भी I think Rook A5 के बाद it looks very very difficult to hold.
And chat, the best move, the only move to even continue the game is Rook A6. Like that's the only move to even play on. If you play something random, like what's a random move here, Sahaj? I don't know, King G6, yeah? Maybe.
Yeah, sure. King G6 is good. But
King
then
G6?
Rook H1, Rook H7 is mate. So don't play King G6.
So क्या खेले भाई फिर? कुछ random move which makes sense. Maybe Bishop C8, I don't know.
Rook C8 है उधर. Rook B6 maybe, yeah?
Rook B6 back, yeah? For example here.
Yeah, that's a good move, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rook
that's not a good
CH1.
move.
And you can see already, like it's plus 3.5.
Rook A6 maybe? Can I play
Rook
Rook
A6
A6?
is the best move. Yeah, it's the best
okay.
move. And now you can play this or you can be extremely clinical and play King E3 first.
हाँ, Rook H1 तो नहीं खेलोगे ना. Rook A2 check में Rook trade हो रहा है. So by the way, let's come back to the board, chat. 5 minutes for Anish and 2 crucial moves to make to determine the 2026 candidates winner.
Yeah, this is so tough for Anish, man. You have to feel him a bit. Like 3 ही pawn है board के ऊपर. If he can somehow exchange one more pair of pawns, like with Sindarov's knight, like he would be pretty sure to kind of, equalize. But वो pawn exchange नहीं हो रहा है. F5 खेलना है उसको. F5 खेलना है उसको.
F5 अभी इस पोजीशन में?
नहीं, at some point. If he plays F5, I think he will equalize, right? At the right moment, if he manages this, I think he will equalize comfortably. So, crucial moment for Anish.
I feel that in other games जो Sindarov खेल रहा था, I know कि like how the game went is different, but what's similar is कि Sindarov का time अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, like in comparison to Anish. But Anish relatively played a bit faster in comparison to the previous opponents, and at least वो enough चाले हो गई, like 39 moves हो गए हैं, but at least अब आधा घंटा मिल जाएगा आपको, and increment भी मिल जाएगा. तो that chance maybe that Wei Yi had or someone had against Sindarov, at least Anish could capitalize on it and play F5.
Yeah. By the way, just do a 30-second look at Divya and Pragg and come back here because this is the crucial game round now. 3 minutes for Anish. First of all, Vaishali completely lost. This is the current position. Black can just play Rook E8, take the pawn on B2. Seems like she's not even likely going to reach the 40th move. Only time will tell. Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh completely winning. I think this is where we left it. Queen D5, one of the best moves. Rook E8, Rook D1, Bishop. Black passive खेल रहा है अभी. And now I think there are multiple moves. Queen F5 wins, Queen D7 wins, Queen H5 wins. And Divya is going to take this home. That will be a huge win for her. Half a point behind the leaders. And finally, Pragg is fighting it out with this nice move, Knight D1, likely to hold a draw. So, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai and chat, iska matlab Pragg is drawing this game. So, Fabi is not winning. That is clear. तो Sindarov की game में क्या लग रहा है भाई? Are we going to see a 2-point difference between Sindarov and Fabi now?
Yes, bhai. I think 2-point lead, and then of course, like okay, I think from Fabi's perspective, 2 point आगे, and then Fabi plays Sindarov with white, right?
Yes,
so
but उससे पहले Sindarov plays Bluebaum and Esipenko, right? So अगर वो दोनों जीत
Bluebaum
गया,
तो भाई उसने पहले white से रोक दिया तो black से तो रोक ही लेगा ना वो. और
नहीं भाई,
एसिपेंको को रेस्ट मिल जाएगा, तो एसिपेंको will also make a comeback after this game.
I
By the way, वेई के गेम पे जाओ भाई, रुक C4, what a move.
भाई वेई का अलग ही चल
दिखाओ
रहा है।
यार वो गेम, इट लुक्स लाइक दी ओल्ड भाई, जो ये ब्लंडर नहीं है भाई, ब्रिलियंसी है ये।
पूरा गुस्सा निकाल रहा है पुराने गेम्स
हाँ
का ये।
सब उस 19 वो 19 मूव्स में जो लॉस हुआ था, और रुक एंड गेम जो ऑलमोस्ट लॉस्ट हो गई थी, सबका गुस्सा है रुक C4।
कल का
एब्सोल्यूट।
सिंदारो वाला भी।
हाँ वो भी भाई।
By the way, you have to admire though, 92 is the only move, and Esipenko is about to play it. So if Wei messes this up somehow, he's gonna be really mad actually, because uh, let's hope he converts this. Otherwise, तो भाई tilt पे जाने वाला है भाई अपना. Meanwhile, jumping back to Sindarov. By the way,
भाई
mistake by Anish Giri. Rook B4, the third best move in the position, but not the best one. And King E3 now only move, but the obvious one for Sindarov, a plus 1.1 edge.
या
Sahaj bhai, हो रहा है जो आप कह रहे थे, 2 point edge for Sindarov incoming.
वाओ क्रेजी।
एंड टिकू भाई किंग E3 के बाद कितना मुश्किल मूव है, बिकॉज अनीश हैज ओनली 1 minute and 50 seconds for his last 40th move. Is it an important move now?
It is definitely, but I mean, there is no decent move now actually. Everything is at least +1. By the way, King E3 about, ये तो मैं भी खेल देता भाई, तो not even surprising. Because you don't want to move the knight chat. एक बार knight हिल गया ना, for example, knight to E2, pawn तो hanging है ही है, ये d pawn भी liberate हो गया, d4 for example, then black starts playing for a win. So rook b4, you have to stop this at all costs. Played, and Sahaj bhai, now 40th move, 1.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, what does he
This
even do
is
here?
Has a look.
exactly the moment where a blunder could happen. Oh, he's going for the rook. That's the
fine,
best move भाई, बच गया।
Best move. Yeah, that's very important. And now apparently, Sahaj bhai, you mentioned this. It's a lot of gives you a nod as well. White ka best plan is to first now bring the king to C3. Just stabilize this structure and then, kind of avoid this sacrifice maybe. That's what he's worried about, yeah? And then
Sack
kind
is
of
not
move
the
rook
problem, I think. I don't think sack is the problem. The problem is F5.
okay.
Only defense. So king C3 पे लेके जाओगे, then your F5, F3 pawns are, let's say, a bigger target, because F3 can be a bit loose. तो king E3 पे रखो, and yeah, this is where Magnus level technique is needed.
And what if I play rook A1? Is that still an option? Ooh, it's not so great now. Apparently F5
Rook A1 तो
directly.
मतलब it's a weakening move, no? It's like a passive move.
Wait,
Try.
that
What
looks
if I
the
go
same,
rook A7? Rook A7.
rook A7 attacking the bishop. Maybe rook B7. Yeah, I have no other choice, I think.
And I don't want to capture, like I don't want to trade because आपके दोनों rooks खराब है, मेरे दोनों rooks ज़्यादा active हैं. So if I put it on A6, you'll put it on B6, and you'll keep offering the trade.
Rook A8, rook B8 again, same.
So एक
So
काम
that is-
करते हैं, rook
हाँ.
A7, rook A5 पे था ना ये, तो फिर तो फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. You can't play king D3, king C3. You can't play rook A1, rook H1 because of F5. What is left then?
But
Rook
Chad,
C2?
I have rook C2, definitely one of the best moves, by the way, threatening rook C7. And in fact, यहाँ पे rook B3 is one of the best moves, by. It's already reached that stage. So, and I really want to thank Sindarov, to be honest. This is like I'm learning this endgame in real time. Like, I thought this was a simple draw. I don't know, Chad, if you feel the same, but I feel like I've learned something about knight versus bishop, like this good knight versus bad bishop endgames today, because kya clinical performance hai, man. Just putting on pressure, F3, G4, bringing the king in, ek rook yahan se, ek rook yahan se, matlab beautiful endgame play.
Same bhai.
Yeah.
+1. Tikko bhai.
+1 to evaluation hai, Rakesh bhai.
Why? But explain this to me. Like after rook C2, rook B3, knight B3, rook B3, king F2, how is that a draw?
In which position?
Rook C2 अभी आपने कहा
rook
rook B3
C2.
check मर रहा है यहाँ पे.
हाँ.
Unless this is some Dvoretsky position that I'm not aware of. King
नहीं,
F2.
it's not a draw. It's the best try for black. ऐसा बोला टिक्कू ने.
नहीं, 0.8 का मतलब draw है भाई.
वो तो engine है ना.
Let me ask you a question. Can I play rook B7 and just give you the pawn on D5?
Only move, by the way, rook B7. Only move. And now bishop,
bishop
E8 and you keep
Okay, this position I know. Without the rooks, I know this position is a draw. This I know,
और मैं
yes.
रुक c5 खेल के फोर्स नहीं कर सकता हूँ रुक ट्रेड.
That's in my benefit actually. I want you to trade the rooks.
अच्छा मुझे
That's what
दोनों रखने हैं.
Rook
What if I
d7, rook
pressure
d7 is a dead draw, I think. ये
what if I
देखिए
pressure
यहाँ.
f6 first? Like I think this is gonna be tough, no?
No. I don't think so.
Rook a2, rook f7 खेलना पड़ेगा आई थिंक
भाई
आपको.
क्योंकि आप ब्लैक से भी आप ही चाली चल रहे हो ना, इसलिए रुक
हाँ तो
f7
चलो ना
खेलना
भाई ब्लैक
पड़ेगा.
से.
अच्छा आप भाई बिशप जी क्यों चला? मैंने थोड़ी चला बिशप जी से,
हाँ
आपने
चलो
चला
चलो
वो.
चलो चलो.
रुक b4.
Rook, you wanna play it here? Okay, rook d7.
भाई आप ही चल लो, आप बेटर खेल रहे थे एक्चुअली.
वो तो इंजन से खेल रहा था ना.
रुक
भाई
f4.
इसमें क्या इंजन है भाई? ये तो नॉर्मली है.
हाँ, maybe if you target the f6 pawn, maybe some chances.
But okay, I think engine says it's still borderline equal. So maybe this is the best hope Anish has, yeah? I don't know. But that's why king d3 is the moment. King d3 के, by the way, king d3 के बाद भी rook takes b3 बोल रहा है. Wow.
Wow.
Bhai, it's literally saying you have to sack. Otherwise, if you wait too much, for example, rook b8.
But bhai, this is different. No, rook b3 के बाद f3 is hanging now. This is a completely different position, I think.
But I have king e2. Achha, okay, I don't have
And
king
rook
e2.
b2 check है ना?
Hmm.
But king c2 you can play because I can't take the pawn. You have rook a7.
Why
So
king
rook b7.
b4 is also possible apparently.
Yeah, now rook b7 और bishop e6. क्यों दूं मैं
this
pawn आपको?
bishop e6. Yeah, true. This does look like much closer to a draw actually. Wow, man, this is tough, yeah. I think endgames is very interesting, and I'm not sure if Anish is interested in sacking. Do you think he sacks this, or do you think he defends normally without giving up material?
I think he will sack.
I think best part है ना उसको आधा घंटा एकदम perfect moment पे मिला है. To sit back and evaluate these end games.
The problem is Sindarov can play rook b2.
भाई ये मैं
That's a
कितनी बार
very
सुन
big
चुका हूँ
problem.
पिछले हफ्ते. पता है the problem is Sindarov can do this, Sindarov can do that. भाई थक गए यार सिंदारोव की जीतने से भाई. Okay, just kidding, but okay, let's go rook b2. Can
एक
I
तो rook
play
b3 नहीं कर
f5
रहा.
king g6 f5? Is that possible?
I'm back to hating this position for black by the way. पहले अच्छी लग रही थी. Rook a7.
Rook a7. अरे बाप रे. Rook b7.
Yeah, see, I don't think that's a human move because takes b4 and I don't know. It looks bad. It looks really bad actually.
Bye. I mean, I'm okay. You're right actually when I look at this.
It doesn't look human.
Yeah, I agree. This is not easy. This is not easy actually. Maybe bishop b5. Is it? Oh,
I knight
not
b5
so
के
much.
बाद how? My rook is behind the pawn. I should be. I mean, to assess this for Anish is going to be a very difficult task.
और तरीका नहीं है ना आगे जाने का सहज भाई. I think easy.
By yeah, but this is the best try for Sindarov. At least, अगर I mean, I'm sure Anish knows that setup, that rook b3 वाला setup, and if he knows that, then you know it's much easier to hold because you've studied it before. यहाँ पे rook b2 के बाद he has to play by himself.
I agree. So this is very interesting, and I don't know if what Anish is thinking, because it's not going to be easy for him to defend this for long. As we discussed, there's so many tries, so many ways to go back and forth, and Sindarov to keep trying, and Anish has to be correct every single time. Sindarov just has to keep on piling pressure, and एक बार गलती हो गई, it's over. Sindarov already had one opportunity, by the way. Let's not forget. I think यहाँ पे कहीं moment था जहाँ पे rook c1 was almost lost, like borderline lost, and he would have basically won the game. So Anish did give him one chance, and if he gets another one now, like Sindarov could capitalize on it. So still not over.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good time to check with Pragg and Hikaru ka game. Chat is also asking. So let's see what Pragg has made a chotu sa inaccuracy.
Oh, has he? By the way, he played g5 pe h5. Wait, is he trying to win this?
I mean, maybe keep chances alive.
है ना?
Bye. There is g4 possible here for black. Never in a million years would I think or consider this. I would say knight e5 is more human, but g4 looks scary. fg4, knight e5. Let's play.
Wow. Why, I don't want to take and improve your structure. This knight on e5 looks great. I would give this check rather.
But you know, if I go knight e5 straight, then you have to go rook takes rook, by the way. It's forced.
क्यों?
But yeah, in any, क्योंकि rook f2 check नहीं है ना भाई, on तो f3 पे था.
हाँ, okay.
तो वो तो possible, वो I think Pragg already accept कर चुका है, just putting it out there. But yeah, king g7 or something. The king, should I go to g7 or e8? Can
Tough one, yeah.
you guide me here
अच्छा गाइड करना है क्या भाई? कहीं भी जा सकते हो आप.
in the right way?
You can go
भाई
anywhere
g8 क्यों जाऊंगा भाई मैं?
कहीं भी
g7
जा
या
सकते
e8?
हो भाई. कहीं भी जा सकते हो.
g7, then I'll choose g7. I just wasn't sure if I have to defend the
भाई
e7.
भाई,
क्या
a
हुआ?
huge update. Sindarov mistake for the first time in the last 7 days. And Anish has a draw.
He took
With
on
rook takes
d5.
b3. It's
भाई
a
rook
dead
takes
draw.
b3 is a draw. That's a draw. ये पता होनी चाहिए, I think, Anish को.
Okay, let's have a
Anish
look now.
can't believe it. Anish, rook b3. Come
b3 है
on.
भाई, b3,
Bye.
b3.
Bhai, he
B3
senses
would.
it, yeah? He senses the mistake. Let's have a look. Rook takes b3. That's the exchange sacrifice. Knight takes b3. Rook takes b3. And now, what if you play rook d3? Is that a draw, yeah? You just take, and this endgame is a draw, you're saying, Sahaj bhai.
हाँ, सहज भाई ने ये स्टडी करा है ऑलरेडी.
हाँ, I'm sure like I can find the Dvoretsky's endgame, and I have it with me here somewhere. I'm sure this position is mentioned there. 100% I'm sure.
Wow. So, but how easy it's Sahaj bhai? Like, is it
Very
like
easy. Very, very easy.
very easy, yeah?
Very easy, yeah.
मतलब
Because see,
it's
the point
time
is
for a
कि
pick to test. Then
हाँ,
Bhai,
कर सकते
I
हैं.
am okay. I can try this.
But
actually.
आपको
तो
बचाना
black से
चाहिए ना ये.
खेलेंगे.
अब
हाँ,
हाँ,
मुझे
बचाओ
हाँ,
बचाना
ठीक है.
actually.
Let's go, bhai. Chat. The moment to understand this endgame. Let's go, Sahaj bhai.
Okay, Tikku test incoming. Yeah, so I'll play white, you play black. Correct?
हाँ.
So have you
We
looked
can-
at this before?
No, we can go full screen actually. I love that. Maybe.
No, we can do it like this also. Tikku test तो बढ़िया है. King e4. Okay, king. Let's play.
King e4. Okay, white black to play. I'll play bishop here. Let's say bishop e8.
Rook b2.
Rook b2. I'll play bishop. I don't know where I'm supposed to play. Bishop f7.
King d4.
I'll play bishop e6.
Rook b7.
I'll play king g6.
Rook e7.
अरे बाप रे भाई थोड़ा डर लगने लगा मुझे. But should be okay, I think. Bishop g8.
King c5.
Okay. I think I made a mistake, yeah?
Maybe.
Can I go
Maybe
can I go
not.
F5? Can I go f5? Or should I go f5 is the bigger question.
चलो आपको एक सवाल का I can answer any question to you that you want about this position.
I think I have to go f5, no?
I really think you should ask the question.
Vaishali is back, really? Oh, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Good timing, bhai. इससे पहले मैं हार जाऊँ.
Big-
I just want to check
Big
the bar
blunder.
though. Oh, it's still
By
a draw.
Tan.
F5 is a draw. Thank God, F5 is a draw. Okay, let's have a look at the
F5
Vaishali
is
game,
not
by
a
the way.
draw, bhai. That's harder, I think. You should not play F5 here.
But
Keeping
कह रहा है
pawn
भाई
on
draw है.
F6 is good. हाँ, but लेकिन वो ज़्यादा difficult होगा वो draw.
Got it.
That's why.
By the way, this was the moment where we thought it was over, but knight e4, a big blunder by Tan Zhongyi. After queen takes, pawn takes, knight g3 only move, rook e8. She can just take on e4, and maybe Vaishali is going to hold this.
भाई
Yeah.
एक बार वो जर्सी फिर से ले आओ ना. क्या पता जीत जाए वैशाली.
जिताना है क्या?
King
हाँ भाई
King
जिताना है भाई.
f2.
दिव्या तो
जीत
ऑलरेडी
रही है.
जीत रही है.
So
Okay,
हो गए
you'll
अपने
find-
2 point. 2 out of 3. Not bad. 2 out of 3 is not
Yeah.
bad, chat.
But okay, I want to understand this from you. Like, is it really that simple to draw this one? Like pawn up for black? I still feel this is like, it has some venom here. Because यही आएंगे हम लोग. Because this is the position, right? And king f2 is the... Yeah. Yeah, this looks tough, man. I still feel this is not over.
Yeah, and she has to blitz it out, chat. 34 seconds पे खेला last चाल. And she has to play 10 more moves, chat, to get 30 extra minutes. So everything is possible.
Okay, king f2 was the important one. So she's played it. Now it is, I think, objectively a draw. Now let's see what happens. So we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, one look at the Divya game. Still completely winning. यहाँ तक हमने देखा था, she played queen h5. Beautiful move. Okay, queen trade ho chuka hai ab, this is just a complete win, yeah. Sahaj bhai, any chances, Rakesh bhai, for black to come back here?
Depends कि मैं जर्सी लाऊं या नहीं ना, मतलब
नहीं,
Sure,
जर्सी
which
ले
is
आओगे फिर तो भाई जर्सी के बिना भी नो चांस है तो ब्लैक का.
इको भाई, no chance bro, no
let's
chance.
go.
India is gonna get this one. अरे
Let's go.
ब्लर ही नहीं हो
वो
रहा
ब्लर
है
करेगा भाई, कोई ब्रांड इससे नहीं होगा भाई फ्री में प्रमोट.
कोई ब्रांड, बिल्कुल. बट वी आर गेटिंग दिस. कम ऑन, दिव्या विंस, वैशाली ड्रॉस and Pragg is also holding, I think, Chad.
Yeah, Pragg seems to be holding. Although G4 moves हमने देखी was tricky. Fabi has still not played. He's been thinking for a long time, 10 minutes plus. So let's go back to
Also,
Sindarov.
95 is there as well, yeah. Instead of G4, we were talking about this. At 95 के बाद Rook D6, ED6, and the pawns are untangled there.
But
Yeah.
don't I have a check, Sahaj bhai? Rook A7 check.
Rook King
this is a
F6.
great line. हाँ, King F6 मैंने सोचा Rook H7 है, but
G4 है ना?
Knight F7.
Oh, I thought G4
Knight
and
F7 सोच रहा था.
हाँ.
Rook is kind of trapped.
अभी तो 93 है ना मेरे पास, लेकिन 93 Knight G4 I think.
भाई white जीत सकता है. 95 only move back actually.
So I like G4 first, and then maybe Knight F7 or King G5 or something. Then okay chances हैं.
Okay, so still, yeah, मतलब interesting game. Like I would say, like Fabi could overpush. Do you think this is a position where Fabi could overpush?
नहीं भाई, वो मतलब opening choice तो उसकी वैसी ही थी to kind of overpush, but now I'm not so sure.
Okay, what an interesting game. Fabi still thinking. Crucial moment. Does he play G4 directly, which did look very impressive because just takes care of this knight forever. It can sit there
Plays
till the
it.
end of the game. Oh, 95 played.
95 played. Let's go. Mon
Okay,
Pragg.
takes.
भाई वही हो रहा है. Check and Rook H7 हो सकता है अभी.
भाई पर white could win this. I don't know.
नहीं
I have a
भाई
hunch.
जी.
White. भाई हाँ. भाई Rook A7 check is not easy to handle because King F6 is already not the best move.
What is the best move? King G8.
King F8.
Okay, but that's also
King
simple
F8
now, bhai.
But there's so many alternatives, right? Like all of these
King
moves
F8
look-
is simple because if you play Rook H7 now, then you're lost after Knight F7. Your Rook is trapped.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, King F8 does.
And
make
White's
sense.
pawn on B2 is still a huge weakness. I don't think Pragg has any winning chances here.
Fabi bhai, galti kar do yaar. I'm not even sure I want him to make a mistake though. Okay, he gets
उसने
up.
तो कर दिया. सिंडारोव ने तो अपना काम कर दिया भाई. This is the most he could do.
Let's go full screen. By the way, Esipenko was blundered again. Now Wei Yi is winning. Okay, we'll come back to it soon. But what a crucial moment for Anish Giri here. Golden opportunity. Says by any chance Anish doesn't know this endgame? Like I'm sure he does, yeah?
For sure, I think he will know this. But I think it's hard to play it over the board, maybe. But he will know it. He will know the end game.
अच्छा देखो, मेरे को बताओ, रुक B3 छोड़ के मान लो मैंने एक सादा मूव किया, something like Bishop E6. Am I still alive in the game or is it lost?
Yeah, because you can go Rook B3 later. Rook D8 के बाद. That should also be a draw. See, Bishop B3 के बाद. Bishop B3 के बाद there's Knight F5 check.
We saw this. We saw this exact position, I think, with the rook being on B7. And it's actually met in 4 now.
I also saw it, yeah.
So...
Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, you saw that move, right? I mean...
Yes, I saw the move, yes.
Which move, bhai?
Exactly. It
was a good move.
थोड़ा titled players club में था.
अच्छा. Oh, elitism. Featuring Rakesh Kulkarni.
Elitism.
But Bluebaum का तो draw हो गया भाई. Bluebaum is almost finished or is it over या नहीं? Because opposite colored bishop, surely it's a draw.
Perfect timing, Sahaj bhai.
Wow.
The Bluebaum sweep is incomplete as Hikaru Nakamura holds Matthias Bluebaum to a draw.
Yeah, I think
crazy
it was a tough
though,
one.
Bluebaum के द्वारा.
Yeah, wasn't easy to hold it. Some critical moves, but Hikaru defended well. At least चलो कोई interview में कुछ होगा नहीं stress उनके seconds को. And
no one's getting fired today.
Yeah, and Bluebaum must be also happy because he did try his level best with some crazy prep. So great game, but ends in a draw. Basically, also ends their chances if there were any remaining. And now we jump to the
And
game. Oh,
I have a question, Tiku bhai, sorry to cut you off, but I have a question. अगर हम एसिपेंगो के गेम पे एक बार जाएं, वो आप A1 के रुक के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखो, I feel कि this is not like some. Oh wow, मेरा कैमरा सही टाइम में बंद हो गया भाई. Perfect timing
वाह
again. Perfect
भाई,
timing
मैं
भाई.
टिक्कू नहीं हूँ, मैं कवर करो.
यार ये वाला तो
Technology
मुझे
saves.
काटना पड़ेगा यार. That's bad. Like I
नहीं
have
नहीं,
to. हाँ
but
बताओ
okay. I
बताओ.
mean, but I still feel कि like आपने एक दोहा सुना होगा, कल करे सो आज कर, आज
सहज
करे
भाई.
सो कब.
हम्म.
लेकिन ये रुक कभी नहीं करेगा भाई.
मतलब इस रुख से ना होगा.
हाँ, इस रुक से नहीं हो पाएगा. सो ये कबीर के दोहे में जो बात करी गई है, इस रुक की नहीं करी गई डेफिनेटली.
भाई आई हैड अ बेटर वन सहज भाई. नोटबुक
बताइए
चालू रखो.
बताइए बताइए बताइए.
कि
X2.
टिक्कू भाई का कैमरा जैसा गया, वैसा A1 का रुक ना मुंह दिखाने लायक नहीं रहा.
Oh, I like that even more. Special edition. Okay. Done.
वीसी सर को कल कभी पूछा है, मतलब क्या उन्होंने कोई एग्जांपल दिया है ऐसे?
भाई देते तो भाई आई वुड हैव मेरे नोट्स में होता भाई भाई, बट अभी तक है नहीं. बट
लिटिल बिट
डोंट
डाउट.
वरी लेट आई
सहज की
मीन दो
फाइल्स
तीन
में
बार
होता भाई फिर.
और आएंगे ना, फिर उसके बाद वो अपने आप ही चेंज कर देंगे.
सहज के फाइल्स में तो क्या क्या है टिक्कू भाई.
भाई ही टुक रुक B3, लेट्स गो.
Oh, let's go, 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 go. Okay, okay. Done and dusted
वाओ
भाई.
भाई, नॉट सो इजी आई थिंक. सुंदारो ऐसे ड्रॉ नहीं देने वाला आसानी से.
नहीं ये तो
And he
ड्रॉ
कम ऑन
doesn't.
अनीश.
डेड ड्रॉ है.
Sindarov doesn't look shocked though. Like he just kind of looks normal. Like ऐसा कुछ लग नहीं रहा कि उसने miss किया है. So maybe he thought this was a draw only. Like this was the best hope he had.
Yeah, he has 1 hour and 23 minutes to process this move, so definitely he's not shocked.
भाई वुमेन्स इवेंट में तो इतना टाइम स्टार्ट में मिलता है.
हाँ लिटरली. उतना अभी भी है इसके पास.
गजब है यार भाई, गजब.
Yeah. By the way, Fabi game में we have some moves. So after King F8 that was played, रुके 7 check के बाद King F1 trying to bring the king to the center, and now D5 breaking in the center and E takes D5 played. Which pawn shall we take with?
C, because E say you get knight F5, knight E3, knight F5.
But it also gives you more chances. No, कल को B2 मरा तो I have 2 connected pass pawns now.
तो मतलब इंजन ही कह रहा है.
नहीं नहीं, इंजन का मैं इंजन दोनों बराबर है एक्चुअली.
आई थिंक सी भाई.
या
ईस पे आपको काउंटर प्ले मिलेगा. आई डोंट लाइक दैट. नाइट E3, नाइट F, नाइट D1 पे. हाँ सी ही टुक विद द सी पॉन. अभी एटलीस्ट नाइट ऑन D1 डज नॉट हैव अ फ्यूचर. At least, like that's the one silver lining in this position, I feel.
So it's a BRB in 2 minutes. Just thinking.
Yeah, sure. तो मैं मतलब अकेला ही हूँ अभी. No worries. What's up chat? C takes D5 played. भाई अगर bird's eye view पे अगर हम फटाफट जा सके, just to do a quick recap of all of the games and then we can come back to Pragg. So we already saw what's happening in Sindarov Giri. He took that pawn on B3 and that's a theoretically drawn endgame. But I think Sindarov will play on. But I think deep down, I think he knows कि उसने कुछ गलती कर दिया and he shouldn't have allowed this. And I think this game should be a draw soon. Pragg का तो हमने देखा था and Wei Yi, I think is playing a very very nice game. That rook is still sitting on C4. White's king on B1, rook on A1 are horrible pieces. कभी भी आप bishop takes C4 मारते हो वहाँ पे, then pawn takes bishop and you will get checkmated very very soon. Bottom left corner में there's Anna and Bibisara का we saw, but Divya is completely winning. An extra pawn up, rook on D5, 7th rank पे आने वाला है वो. And then we have Goryachkina versus Zhu Jiner. And once again, guys, just remember that this was a very similar position to what Sindarov and Giri had, just with queens. Instead of rooks, they have queens. And Zhu Jiner has offered a queen trade, I believe. And Goryachkina bhi soch rahi hai queen takes C7 is a good move or not. And that's a tough call, I think. So I think objectively equal, but still very, very unpleasant for Zhu Jiner. And Vaishali is winning? Bye. How did I miss this until the last moment? Vaishali is completely winning. Wait. Bhai, rook f6. Did you guys see this? Bhai, Tikku bhai, we need you. If you're just listening to this, just can we go to the full screen?
What the hell just happened? Oh my God,
Rook
she's winning!
a1. Rook a1 was a blunder. Bhai, look at this. Go back one move. Show it to us. Rook a1. She had an extra pawn in that position and she played rook a1. Rook takes f6. That's the most basic blunder. Wow. And Vaishali ke paas 1 minute tha. Think about that, chat. Vaishali is the
Bhai,
one in time pressure and
this is a
Tan Zhongyi.
This is a candidate's changing, the candidate's winning blunder. Yeah, I mean, she's got what a move and wow.
And let me tell you, that's 2 consecutive wins for Vaishali and most probably 2 consecutive wins for Divya as well. That is great news. At least in the women's section. That's amazing. Bhai, Tan Zhongyi looks like, I think, very, very disappointed with this. And I think anyone would be in her. Crazy, bhai. ये ब्लंडर आई थिंक अगर आप टाइटल ट्यूसडे में भी करोगे ना देन यू विल बी मैड एट योरसेल्फ लाइक क्लासिकल में 15 आई फील व्हाट हैपेंड इज के शी सॉ के वैशाली के पास एक ही मिनट है तो मैं फटाफट खेलती हूँ एंड दिस इज अ मिस्टेक आई थिंक अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेयर्स मेक एंड देन जस्ट बिकॉज यू वांट टू प्ले फास्ट यू ऑफन ओवरलुक योर ओपोनेंट्स रिसोर्सेस
Why she found the challenge of find the worst move in the position. Yeah, she did in the candidates literally.
Exactly. And chat, I don't know if you remember this, but you remember World Cup में Esipenko dropped an entire rook. Like, of course, it was a blunder, but I'm not sure if anybody remembers that, but I had a very similar blunder to that. Last year, I was playing this Romanian Super League, and I had a very similar blunder. मैंने सूखा rook छोड़ा था, and the time situation was exactly the same. I had 15 minutes and my opponent was playing on seconds literally. And just because he was playing on seconds, my opponent was some GM, some 2500 GM. And because he had 1 minute on the clock, मैंने कहा कि भाई फटाफट खेलता हूँ, इसको time pressure में लाते हैं. And I dropped an entire rook making the same mistake like this. She is so sad right now. But Tan has not won a single game so far. And this is the first opportunity she had going into the rest day. And she is just dead lost now. There is nothing in this position. Wow. I think she could even just resign. I mean, you can't even play. If you give there's no check on a2. If you play rook f1 check, then king a2 and baj position. I think she just resigns here. How do you even play this? So Vaishali is winning, chat. That's at least a good news. And then I think Divya, I think we can go back to bird's eye view. I'm not sure how many. Yeah, I think let's go to bird's eye view instead so we can catch all the games. By the way, he has played rook b2 check on the top left corner of the screen, the tournament leaders. And rook takes rook ke baad, we saw that this is a theoretical draw. So I think Anish, he takes that and now it's a theoretical draw, rook versus bishop. By the way, chat, for those who don't know this endgame, it is really important कि आपका bishop और आपके pawns अलग-अलग square पे हैं. अगर ब्लैक के पॉन्स F7 लाइक एक घर पीछे होते हैं F7 और G6 तो ये डेड विनिंग होती है व्हाइट की बिकॉज डार्क स्क्वायर्स को कंट्रोल करने वाला कोई नहीं है बट बिकॉज ब्लैक के पास लाइट बिशप है एंड पॉन्स डार्क पे फिक्स्ड है इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक व्हाइट के किंग के पास कोई आगे जाने का रास्ता नहीं है So if you put the king in the center of the board on e4, note that there is no d5, there is no e5, there is no f5. अब king f5 जब भी लाओगे मैं bishop से check दूंगा आपको and then I'll keep annoying you like that. And if black, for example, had a dark bishop here, this is dead lost. There is no hope in this position. So just a little nuance.
Do you think this is like the dream day for Indians in general? Because Sindarov is not going to win. Like expecting him to lose would be ridiculous. He's going to draw. Pragg is going to also like kind of draw. And both women's section players win. Do you think like this is almost a dream day for Indian players?
Yeah. I think it would be a really good day if Pragg also saves this because I thought that's very considering how the opening went. I thought that was very unlikely. Sabi looked like very dangerous in the beginning. But if Pragg draws, then I would agree with you, bhai.
Amazing. So let's head off game by game, chat. Because हर जगह तहलका मचा हुआ है. Let's go to first of all Anish Sindarov. We have a few moves. This is what we saw, right? Exchange sacrifice by Anish. Great find in time pressure. King f2, by the way, is exchanging a pair of rooks. I think he was done with any. By the way, apparently just bishop g4 was a draw.
Oh,
Wait,
really?
what?
Wow. Oh, that's so
Oh!
pretty. Arre, wah.
Oh, what a find! You can't escape
Arre.
the rook, yeah?
I cannot believe this is working. How have I never seen this method before?
Wow.
This is beautiful.
And
Beautiful,
Anish
beautiful.
missed this, yeah? He could have drawn instantly.
Beautiful. XYZ ABC, bhai, thank you for letting us know in the chat, bhai. That was a beautiful suggestion.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
and
think it's
chat,
easy
that
to
was...
miss this because you know it's a draw and okay, आप कुछ concrete ढूंढने का आपका मन नहीं है, तो it's fine.
Yeah, and by the way, he went for something he knew. Now takes, and king f7. Apparently, rook d6 is the best move just to kind of limit the king a bit, not allow you to come to, okay, he can still come to e7. But yeah, at least white will now bring the king slowly, move up the board. But as you mentioned, Sajbhai, it is a draw. Now coming to, let's go game by game maybe, yeah? And see how everything is going. Now coming to Pragg. This is where we left it. C takes d5. Rook a6 was played, attacking the pawn. Maybe it's already a repetition offer, like king e7 check, king d6 check, king e7 check, yeah?
Yeah. This is maybe king f6 खेल दिया तो अच्छा rook a6 is nice. Maybe he missed that. तो draw is confirmed for Pragg.
Yeah. बहुत सारे
Great.
repetition possible है यहाँ पे, draw very likely. By the Bluebaum, Hikaru have already drawn. Esipenko is, by the way, what a move. Bishop b5 by Wei Yi. Only move in the position, but it's completely winning now. And ये rook जो है, this is basically useless. Sejwa, I think this is basically over, yeah?
Correct, bhai. This is more or less. Oh, bhai, bishop b. Oof. Hey, Wei
So,
Yi. That's the Wei Yi we know. Really hope that this win gives Wei Yi the confidence he needs to, show everyone like what he's capable of. I really hope because
बस Pragg को
this
ना
is the
दिखाना.
Wei Yi we know.
Yep. And the women's section, Anna Muzychuk, Bibisara have drawn. Divya is completely winning. I think she's a pawn up with the control over the D file. And it feels like every piece, every white piece is better than the black piece. So a comfortable win is what I expect for Divya. Any complications possible here, Sahaj?
It's a free pawn. I mean, no, I don't think necessarily there will be a lot of compensation, but yeah, I would try to keep the rook. I'm just try to improve my king, maybe g4, king g2, I don't know. And yeah, I think it's very, very annoying for black to play this. Yeah, it should be over.
Yeah.
But 4 minute, again, let's not forget that. Have they gotten the 40 move
No,
increment?
not yet.
Then
36 moves
that's
हैं.
great for Divya, I think.
Yeah. So 4 move निकालने हैं. And also, finally, we have Goryachkina against Zhu Jiner, which still feels equal, I think, although white is trying to create chances with the queen and knight combo. Although I think happy meal जैसा combo नहीं होगा, sad meal ही होगा, draw ही होगा at the end. And finally, we come to Vaishali against Tan Zhongyi, which is basically over, yeah? After rook a1, rook f6, she gave this check. आता है यहाँ पे king e2, king takes f6, king takes, and this is just over, yeah?
Yeah, correct. So I actually have the position that is kind of mentioned on Dvoretsky's Endgame manual. I don't know if you can show this to anyone, like how you can know if this works for you. I'll just try to send it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Vaishali about to win. So going back to Sindarov, by the way, after king f7, king g3, king e7 was played.
I don't know if this is relevant, but I'm just going to send it on the group.
Yeah, by the way, king e7 ke baad, white can play on, but this is likely going to be a draw. Divya also winning, indeed, Vaishali winning. So it looks like a good day for us overall. And wow, this position I've seen, Sahaj bhai. I've actually seen this position in the West game.
Yeah,
I know this one is a draw.
I don't know if we can show this because it's one step to the left. And I think that's what Anish was thinking.
Yeah.
So if we can show, this is the position that I've sent you, chat. I think we will have it up for you soon. Somebody please let me know if that's possible. But that's why he was thinking.
Basically, ये pawn यहाँ है, ये pawn यहाँ है, essentially.
And bishop black है.
ये pawn यहाँ है, ये pawn यहाँ है, ऐसे मान लो. And bishop automatically color change है black का, so it's complementary to the pawns. And that one I think I've seen in the endgame, and that one is a draw. So yeah, it's very symmetrical. Yeah, there you see it. Sahaj bhai ka kuch personal information भी leak हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, this one is a fortress. So yeah, I think looks like a draw. Let's go back to the camera and figure out if Sindarov is going to push for a while. I think फिलहाल के लिए chances कम लग रहे हैं. And भाई women's section में maybe chances बन सकते हैं, because now Vaishali and Divya will be the only ones on 4 points, half a point behind Anna Muzychuk. That's like if you gave them the opportunity to finish halfway through the tournament in tight second place, half a point behind Anna Muzychuk, the leader, I'm sure like they would take it, yeah.
भाई I think even like statistically I think women's में ज़्यादा chance शुरुआत से ही था, because there's 2 players. 3 होने चाहिए थे but it's 2, but I think still statistically it's more chances.
And imagine your first step वो भी हम्पी की replacement है technically, so it could have been 1, 2, 3, yeah, technically. So yeah.
By the way, Vaishali का क्या हुआ? Is she still playing Tan Zhongyi? I'm sure she must have won.
Not yet actually. I think
okay, but she should resign soon, no?
Yeah. She's going to resign soon. Looks like Vaishali, I mean, she was lost, by the way. -4 tha evaluation at one point. One move mistake, suddenly it's -0.5. Then a couple of minor errors, it's equal. And suddenly one blunder, it's completely winning for Vaishali. So never resign is the lesson. Yeah, keep fighting till the very end.
Yeah. यहाँ पर तो खैर आप रिजाइन कर सकते हो, यहाँ पे तो कोई है ही नहीं.
Yeah, basically बिशप यहाँ है, ब्लैक किंग को जाना ही पड़ेगा. I mean, कहाँ ही जाओगे? F5 maybe I have infinite waiting moves.
And that's the benefit I think of the bishop. Knights actually cannot lose a tempo. They are very famous for not being able to lose a tempo. That's why bishop यहाँ पे you can play bishop f8, bishop e7 and black will eventually run out of moves to play and then opposition lose हो जाएगी. तो जैसे आप king d4 जाओगे, I can go king f3 and try to push from there basically.
Yep. And chat, by the way, do like the stream, because though Indians जीत रहे हैं, Pragg is also fighting. You never know when the tide can turn and he might turn around the battle. So आज का दिन बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है. Sindarov भी रुक गया. I know he's not going to lose, but at least it's going to be a draw. So he's not going to win and end the tournament itself. बहुत बढ़िया दिन लग रहा है सहज भाई overall. And Vaishali about to win the game. King f3, I think f5 तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा. But I can even just go g4. Take on f5. Bring the king via this path and you can resign.
Exactly. And then उसके बाद जब आपका king g5 पे रहेगा, black का king e4 पे रहेगा, then the bishop is clutch again, because again you'll make a waiting move and black king को move करना पड़ेगा.
Something like, I don't know, let's say king d3, takes, king यहाँ, king e3, I wait with the bishop already, force you to move away, let's say king d3, king h4, king e4, king g5, and this is where, or even just king e3 first.
king e3 खेल दो ना. Just waiting move here.
And now bishop c5, I think. And
no, bishop f8 चले जाओ ताकि वो king d5 ना जाए. Bishop दूर से bishop. That's it.
And if king e3,
भाई ये क्या हो गया?
भाई वैशाली की opponent ने देखो क्या ब्लंडर किया भाई. राकेश भाई, find the worst move in the position.
Okay.
रुक एक बार.
Technically second worst. Yes.
भाई सब candidates में.
Yeah. And now she's completely winning. भाई वैशाली, Divya both about to win.
या भाई आपने जर्सी अपनी 2 बार दिखाई, दोनों जीत गई फिर से, देख लो
भाई. एक और बार दिखा दो यार.
और ऐसे भाई रुके वन खेल के, भाई जर्सी का कमाल है.
भाई कैन वी शो द जर्सी वंस मोर एक बार प्लीज भाई? हु नोस भाई, लेट्स एटलीस्ट गिव इट अ शॉट. एक बार और दिखा दो राकेश भाई. हाँ
भाई प्रग का तो मुश्किल है जीतना.
अगर जीत गया तो भाई देन देयर इज इंडिया में दिखा. हाँ यस लेट्स गो.
कम ऑन इंडिया. But ये तो looks like bishop f6. You just control the bishop and g4.
Yeah.
GG.
What a game, man. What a game.
What a turnaround though. She was completely lost.
Completely, bhai. Okay, like I think to win any tournament you need that 10% like luck factor, yeah? So I think this is it. This is it.
Let's go full screen. I think the game is about to end. And chat, look, Sindarov is better. No, he's not. It's dead equal. We'll come back to it in just about a minute, because I think Vaishali's opponent is about to resign. King g2 was played. Oh, she's not even giving the pawn, yeah? She's just walking directly. Very smart.
Hmm.
Nice, nice. I mean, you have to feel for Tan, maybe she's such a strong player, and
By the
yeah, a
the
blunder like
reigning
that
champ.
is it breaks you, yeah.
Yeah,
Blunder
she
like
won
that,
it last time.
yeah.
She won it last time.
Exactly.
So
She played the World Championship, yeah.
she knows how to do this, but this time somehow it's gone horribly bad for her. She's only a 2.5 and will remain there after this game, and that basically ends her chances almost. So, and Rakesh, why two Indians runs four, half a point behind the leader?
भाई ऐसा लग रहा था ना कि शायद नहीं जीतेंगे.
Hmm.
मतलब इंडियंस का क्या किसको सपोर्ट करेंगे. वी हैव अ रीजन नाउ.
Yeah. And now King F3, whatever, you can just play Bishop somewhere, Bishop C5 maybe. You can even just play G4 after King comes back, whatever it is. Multiple ways to
भाई
win.
लास्ट टाइम इफ आई रिमेम्बर करेक्टली ओपन में गुकेश जीता था एंड वुमेन्स में आई थिंक वैशाली एंड हम्पी जी सेकंड आए थे, लाइक टाइड सेकंड आए थे विद 7.5 पॉइंट्स इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन. इस बार उल्टा हो सकता है
यस.
भाई. वुमेन्स सेक्शन में कोई जीत सकता है एंड प्रग सेकंड आ सकता है. दैट्स आल्सो पॉसिबल क्योंकि Sindarov is kind of running away.
There it
Oh, there it
is!
is.
Resigns! Vaishali wins her second game in a row and she's on a roll. I think she was really losing at one point, but what a comeback. ऐसी win के बाद जो confidence boost मिलेगा राकेश भाई, I mean, that's going to be fantastic for Vaishali's chances.
This is like a big
100%
sigh
भाई.
moment.
And that is what Sayesh bhai was saying. Bhai, some luck. You just know then this is your tournament. And then one thing.
भाई मेरा इंटरनेट क्या क्या?
One
Oh no,
thing
it's
बोल
fine.
के राकेश भाई चुप ही हो गए.
नहीं नहीं भाई. मैं रुक गया. मैं रुक गया. You guys can continue.
अच्छा, oh. ओके, सो राकेश भाई कुछ तो सीक्रेसी कुछ हुआ होगा अपडेट, वो बता नहीं रहे अभी, बट बताएंगे. मीनवाइल वैशाली हैज वन, सो दैट इज वन रिजल्ट दैट हैज गॉन इन आवर फेवर. जस्ट अ ब्रीफ लुक एट दिव्या बिफोर वी मूव टू Pragg. Yeah, not much has changed honestly. Divya is just trying to get to the 40th move, and just after playing Rook D2 she did, and after Bishop B4 she's not going to repeat with Rook C2. She's going to play something else, yeah, Rook D1 maybe, and she should be winning this, I think.
Yeah, it is a winning position. She should be, yeah.
So Divya Deshmukh going to follow Vaishali's footsteps and get her second win in a row. Seems like the Indian players in the women's section have finally gained some momentum there actually at the right part of the tournament. So going to the game of Pragg now, jahan pe after Rook A6, Fabiano Caruana, he would have taken this draw in any other situation. But because of Sindarov, he's like, भाई यार मैं क्या करूं, कोई तरीका तो होगा यहाँ पुश करने का.
सही में.
Okay, I mean, I'm guessing he's just thinking, and then eventually he takes the draw. There is no, like, Rookie 8 just looks bad. I feel like फिर Fabi को बचाना ना पड़ जाए.
Yeah. And Fabi
Can
also
we,
looks like in that body language.
Sayesh bhai, do you predict like ऐसा we see a repetition Rook A6 King E7 Rook A7 check?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's possible, yeah. वही तो हो रहा है भाई, एक बार रिपीट हो भी चुका है. क्वेश्चन फॉर सहज गुरु, आई हैव नॉट सीन वुमेन प्लेयर्स एनालाइज गेम्स ऑन बोर्ड विद ईच अदर आफ्टर दे आर ओवर एज मच एज men. Why do you think that happens? I don't I don't think I've noticed that, but in my experience, whenever I've played against a female player, like usually you analyze. It depends. अगर आप जीतते हो हारते हो आपके मूड पे डिपेंड करता है, but I don't think I've noticed anything strange there in my experience. But yeah. ऑल्सो भाई आज अभी ये इस गेम से आप मत कंपेयर करो. कल रेस्ट डे है तो किसी को भी अभी चेस देखने का मन नहीं है. उनको लग रहा है आज का दिन एटलीस्ट आई कैन चिल, आई डोंट हैव टू थिंक अबाउट द टूर्नामेंट, आई कैन हैव अ गुड नाइट्स रेस्ट एंड मे बी प्ले सम काउंटर स्ट्राइक, आई डोंट नो, बट they want to do anything but chess is my point.
Yeah. By the way,
True,
chat के
but
लिए
that's a great point, bhai. मतलब they are right. I have observed this, bhai.
You have really?
No,
No,
I
हाँ,
think
मतलब it's not like immediately after the game you always see Anish or everyone just talking on the board. Even हारने के बाद कल Wei Yi और Sindarov कर रहे थे. That we haven't seen.
But Wei Yi is, I think, special in that sense क्योंकि वो एकदम calm, composed रहता है. Like I don't think all players are as
हाँ
calm as Wei Yi.
मतलब भाई दिव्या वैशाली ने भी नहीं किया उनके ड्रॉ के बाद. एना मुजिचुक तो ऐसे भी रशियन से बात नहीं करती. बट इट इज ट्रू. गुड ऑब्जर्वेशन बाय चैट.
I also kind of agree. I think
Interesting.
there's some difference there, but maybe I don't know. Like it's very hard to know for sure. Yeah, what's the reason? Um, maybe it's also because like
हाँ, we are
जो
not
open.
debating. Correct, Tiku bhai. Go on.
I feel like it's also because the open section players are na, they've been there at the top for so many years now. Like, okay, maybe not at the candidates, but at the top level for so many years. Ki maybe it's like they're used to kind of playing with this tension and also kind of having that logical mindset. Ki, okay, it's a game and we can analyze. Maybe, for example, half the women players, like the candidates is the first timer and itne open section ki top events hote nahi na, like for women specifically, like which is a sad thing. But maybe it's like it's more pressure for them. It's more novel for them somehow to play like this, like in terms of stakes and stress, like this is like a novel event, for example. And maybe that's why they are a bit hesitant to discuss anything with the opponents and leave a hint somewhere. I don't know.
स्लाइड डिसएग्री क्योंकि ओपन सेक्शन में 5 लोग डेब्यू कर रहे हैं और वुमेन सेक्शन में 3.
But Wei has
I don't
played
know.
Norway chess,
Anyway,
for
can we
example.
go full screen on Pragg's
हाँ,
board?
I think draw होने वाला है. This is Fabi after a deep think
Because,
admitting कि भाई
yeah,
कुछ.
that's about to end. We might get the final handshakes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pragg holding his head. Let's see what happens. Both players kind of saying, भाई तू कुछ ट्राई कर रहा, भाई तू कुछ ट्राई कर रहा, मैं नहीं कर रहा. भाई they're hoping कि दूसरा बंदा कोई गलती करेगा, but nobody really has any faith in their position right now.
सही में. And Tiku, this is like that Nepo versus Fabi का लास्ट कैंडिडेट्स का लास्ट राउंड गेम. दोनों को पुश करना है, दोनों को जीतना है.
Yeah, and it is a draw. Agreed. वैसी कुछ vibes आ रही है actually थोड़ी बहुत, because they both know they have to win, but they don't see a way to push. And this was the first time it was repeated, I think. Tuck, 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 tuck. Second time, tuck, tuck, and King F8 is when Fabi can claim a draw. So it's over, yeah. Yeah, King F8. Pragg already looking at the arbiter. He knows it's over. Wow, man. Chess is crazy. After King D6, it's +1 for Sindarov. Really? Is he gaining up some edge there?
We have a couple of more.
Couple of more?
Yeah, we have a couple of more minutes. Can you quickly check into Wei Yi? Wei जीतने वाले भाई, getting his first win of the event.
Shall we just look at this quickly? I think खत्म होने वाला है ना, या should we go to Wei Yi now? What do you think, Rakesh bhai? Wow.
दोनों ही खत्म होने वाले हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है.
Quick look at Wei Yi, then rush back to Pragg. This is the position, by the way, जहाँ Bishop हमने छोड़ा था. B takes C4, Bishop takes, Bishop C2, Bishop D3, just completely destroying White's King's protection there. Oh, Bishop C3 was mate in 8 by the way now. BC3 played and it's over. Wow. Rook B8, Queen B6.
Nice.
Okay, this is gonna be over soon, and Wei Yi will get a much needed victory. And yeah. So Esipenko is mathematically out.
Yeah, let's come back to Pragg, maybe.
Yep, King F8. Last move. I mean, if you had to try on King at D6 would be a bit risky. I think no winning chances there after Rook at7. So might as well play King F8 and agree to a draw. So yeah, that means Pragg will go to 3.5 out of 7. That's a 50% score. Just to point out, I think usually the candidates winner has had anywhere between 4 and 5.5 points. So it's not the score he needs. And Rakesh bhai, does that mean to win the candidates, he basically has to pull off a Sindarov in the second half?
Pretty much, yes. Because minimum score required is 4.5 out of 7. जो कारुआना का है, but Pragg is still 1 point behind.
या तो अगर उसको 9 करने हैं, सिर्फ 9 ही करने हैं, मान लो 10 भी नहीं करने, 9 ही करने हैं, द विनिंग स्कोर ऑफ द लास्ट कैंडिडेट्स व्हिच लाइकली वी आर गोना ब्रेक दिस टाइम, 9 पॉइंट करने के लिए भी ही नीड्स 5.5 out of 7 essentially.
Which is like almost pulling off a Sindarov, na?
Agreed. So it feels like chat, Pragg is on the borderline of being eliminated actually at the candidates. So for example, if he draws the next 2 games, he's out.
Yeah, pretty much. Correct.
Yeah. So, and of course, Anish also in the same boat. Not much changes for Anish. Yaking if it played. And there it is. It's a draw. They have repeated the position thrice. I think Pragg is going to call the arbiter. Nobody wants to be the one to call the arbiter. And
अच्छी.
but okay, Mike
दोनों को
doesn't make
खेलना
the
है.
draw.
दोनों का मन नहीं है टिक्कू.
बट कर दो क्लेम भाई. कल याद नहीं है क्या हुआ उसके साथ, बिबिसारा के साथ. If she had claimed the draw, तो बच गई होती यार. Chad, we're going to Greece game in just about 30 seconds to 1 minute. I think arbiter कोई ढूंढ रहे हैं. Fabi, you just want to capture the final moments as Pragg claims this. I don't think Anish has made a mistake though. This is going to be still even Stevens. No way Pragg has to take down Fabi down with him. I mean, what option does he have? I mean, he is of course going to play the best chess. He still wants to win this. He's mathematically in it. Like there's nothing saying Pragg cannot still win the candidates. Sindarov could lose to Bluebaum and Esipenko and suddenly Pragg is back. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. So, draw is not claimed. It will be claimed soon. Rakshan, एक सवाल है. Why not Rook B7 for Pragg? Random guy का सवाल है. Random guy.
ये क्या सवाल
Why
है?
not Rook B7 for Pragg? I wonder if there's a detailed
Because
explanation.
collusion is not allowed in chess, and Fabi
Did you see what Fabi
calls
did?
the arbiter.
Do you see what Fabi
हाँ,
did? उसके
Fabi
हाथ
बोला.
को देखा क्या आपने? He's like, भाई क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग? Let's just end this. Yeah, there it is. And that is a draw for Pragg and Caruana. Surprisingly, nobody is happy about that. Caruana must be thinking, भाई फिर से नहीं यार. पिछली बार भी यही हुआ था.
Exactly.
So
And
that
can
is
we go to the V game? Looks like V game is about to end. Sej bhai, V about to win his first game of the candidates.
Bhai, also it's not just about whether he won or not. It's just the way he won. I feel it's beautiful.
Way.
Bhai, look at this. कोई बढ़िया सी checkmate चाहिए मेरे को यहाँ पे बस. I don't know how.
Oh,
ये
he's
design.
करने नहीं दे रहा भाई
check and
checkmate.
deals.
भाई knight b3 पे क्या था?
It was queen to a3. the
अरे भाई
checkmating.
beautiful. थोड़ा आगे दिखाओ ना bishop d3 के बाद.
Bishop d3 और rook b3. बाप रे.
ab3 थोड़ा और
Queen
बचा है
b3.
bishop f4 भाई. Oof.
Oh, beauty. So that is another result.
Fire,
Wei
bhai,
Yi
fire
also
emojis in the chat.
winning. And now we jump to Sindarov against Anish. Why is chat going crazy, Sahaj bhai, कि यहाँ कुछ chances बन रहे हैं Sindarov के? I mean, the king is stuck on the back rank, but still don't see much happening here.
I remember chat, don't forget के engines को fortresses नहीं समझ आते. This is a fortress. तो engine वो ऊपर नीचे जाता रहेगा, but this is a draw. तो dead draw. आपको मैंने position में दिखा दी वो Dvoretsky वाली. That's one step to the right. वही चलती है.
Yeah, Vaishali won. We saw that chat. And by the way, Bishop A2 was the only move, but understandable. I mean, all the squares are covered. So Bishop A2. And Sindarov now thinking. Wow.
Yeah,
What a
Divya is, I mean, she played it. Okay, Divya is actually playing on, yeah? Yeah. Really hope she wins.
राकेश भाई आप भी फनी हो गए साथ भाई के
सही
साथ
हो
साथ
गया।
भाई व्हाट्सएप मैसेज में राकेश भाई क्रेजी बोलते हैं
संगत
कई बार
संगत का असर
हाँ।
संगत का असर है भाई
Tomorrow's rest day is for everyone.
Actually, why? Actually, I didn't even think about it. Actually, why? Crazy.
To prepare for blue. अच्छा कल रेस्ट डे है ताकि सब
आपने
लोग
बोला ना
work-
जैसे कि मतलब इंजिन्स हाँ बोलो टिकू भाई
नहीं भाई कुछ नहीं भाई जो आप Divya game, by the way, chat still completely winning. Not
मेरा
much has changed.
इंटरनेट का सीन है इस समय में मेरे एंड से है ना. Okay.
Chat
Plus
Divya give me.
Sindarov looks unhappy right now.
But क्या कर
But
सकता है वो यहाँ पे win के लिए? Is there a way where he can pull off a way like something?
no, not really. I mean, f4 is the try. Like वापस king को लेके आओ f4 and you try g4, king f4. But then again, king f5 मैं allow नहीं करूँगा. Then notice how the bishop is staying on the a2 g8 diagonal in the position. And अगर आपने f4 खेल दिया तो उसके बाद मैं b1 h7 diagonal पे जाऊँगा because then the f5 square becomes very very important to control. बेसिकली वाइट का किंग f5 पे आ गया तो आपको चेक्स देना बहुत जरूरी है उस मोमेंट पे.
Basically, ये दोनों squares है, right? जहाँ पे you cannot allow the king to come, I think, without
Correct.
action.
There is
And
also another like small nuance in the position. So for example, let's say bishop a2 he played. No, let's go rook c5. Just I'm gonna set up the position. King g7.
by the way, nice move, rook c5, king g7. Wait, what? Oh, why king g7
And
आ
now
रहा है?
king e7 would be okay. That's one. So
हाँ.
e7 square is very important to control क्योंकि rook f5 आ रहा है. तो king f7 should be played instead. And this is the barrier in the position where the bishop controls the light squares and the king and the pawn collaborate to control the dark squares. And that's how a fortress is formed.
Yeah, by the way, we have moves after bishop a2, rook c2. By the way, why is it blue arrow? Rook c2 was played. Bishop b3 only move, of course. Rook b2, and now bishop c4 only move. So again, staying on this diagonal, as Sahajbhai said, is very, very important. You can't mess this up. Rook b4, and where do you go, chat? Bishop a2. Again, staying on this diagonal. अगर ये a file नहीं होती, this would be winning, Sahajbhai, right?
Bishop f7 नहीं, bishop f7 जा सकता है अभी, वो भी draw होती. अच्छा नहीं, bishop f7 में rook b8 check, then king e7.
Because then I get the e7 square, right? And then it's winning again. I attack f6. So
Exactly.
अगर a file हम उठा दे board से, then Anish is lost. But unfortunately, there's an a file here.
I mean, chat telling us a important point that when was the last time Sindarov का game last में चल रहा था? And never. The answer is never.
But I can tell you, Tata Steel last round, when he was playing against Thai Van with the black pieces, and he played for 6.5 hours to win that match. I remember Nodirbek बहुत जल्दी जीत गया था अर्जुन के साथ, and Sindarov still kept playing. It was so impressive actually.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True. By the way, Varun in the chat is telling, not gonna lie, women's candidate is more exciting this time. In 2024, it was the opposite, and I kind of agree with him, Tikubai.
I have to agree, man. I think it's definitely interesting. But of course, if Sindarov were to falter, I think कुछ crazy हो सकता है अभी. So there's always hope. And but okay, this game I think should be a draw. Although you can always keep trying. पहले थोड़ा try करो, फिर एक pawn exchange करो, थोड़ा try करो, दूसरा pawn exchange करो. Then you play rook versus bishop, which is always, I mean, like if there's time pressure, you never know. Yeah, you can make a mistake there somewhere.
Yeah. I'm looking at some scenarios where let's say I can go king f5 and आपके पास bishop b1 check नहीं है. So let's say king c5 in this position. King f7, let's say, whichever. King e4, king d4, sorry. King g6. King e4. Up king g7 I think should be lost because king f5 आ रहा है.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have
This is the position you have to avoid. There's no bishop. This is what I think Sindarov is trying to set कि रुक से वो diagonal control कर सके किसी तरह.
Yeah, and just subtle move, rook b5 played. I think it's going to be a lot of cat and mouse here, Rakesh bhai. I think धीरे धीरे के ऊपर नीचे दाएं बाएं करते रहेंगे Sindarov, and he's going to try and confuse Anish. Essentially, that's what he can do, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. And ये काफी लंबा चलेगा, तो maybe it's a good time to check in with Divya. She was winning for like a couple of hours, but खत्म क्यों नहीं हुआ भाई?
That's a good question. I think she was waiting to reach the 40th move, and just make sure everything is in order before she advances. And on the 41st move, she played rook c2, bishop e7, and finally a3 on the board. rook d7, and now b4 played, expanding on the queen side. Although, yeah, again, like I'm not sure if you want to trade rooks though, because then pawn structure symmetrical hai and so on. So thoda bahut draw ke chances badh sakte hain. Maybe she's trying to expand on the queen side, bring the king in, use the rook, and should be winning.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. I like that b5 knight ko lat और खुद का knight e5 पे. That idea is pretty strong for Divya right now.
Maybe you play a6 as black just to stop b5.
Maybe king
Yeah,
a2
correct,
then.
correct.
The game goes on, yeah?
Yeah, but it's hard to make moves for black, I think. You cannot trade pieces because जितने pieces आप trade करोगे उतना advantage अब white को. King f8, okay, like g3 or something, just to see what you're doing. आप king g8 वापस जा रहे हो क्या? भाई g7 नहीं मर रहा क्या?
अच्छा, sorry.
King g8 वापस आना पड़ेगा भाई आपको शायद.
चिपकू मर क्यों रहा है? Can I? Yeah.
f6, I don't know. I feel it has to be bad क्योंकि मेरे double pawns चले गए.
But मेरे भी चले
gf6,
जाएंगे maybe.
gf6, g4. This
Yeah.
is it should be winning. ये इंजन ही होल्ड कर सकता है भाई ये पोजीशन, आई थिंक.
Yeah, I think but it will be a long one, I think. Lagno will not just give up without a fight, so Divya will have to fight it out in a long game, especially without queens and crazy checkmating attacks. It's going to be an endgame she has to win, so she has to be accurate and she has to be precise. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, any other game, I think only 3 games remaining, right? One is Goryachkina Zhu Jiner, which is like a draw. Then it is Divya winning, and then it is, of course, our hero Sindarov versus Anish Giri.
Yeah, so once again, rook b7 check के बाद, it is very, very important that he plays king to f8 to control the e7 square. Dark squares king और pawn control करेंगे, light squares सिर्फ bishop control करेगा.
Yeah, Saj by explaining it very well. Saj by, how is this all making sense? Yeah, the pawns controlling the dark squares, the bishop controlling the light squares. Looks very smooth for black. Like it's like Anish knows what's happening. Yeah, he's seen this position before.
Yeah, he has studied this by fortresses, Jo, I think, I mean, he took his time as well. I think it's a good call by Anish. By a nice save by Anish, I have to say. क्रेजी यार, मतलब 7 में 6 पॉइंटर, वो भी बच के लोग मतलब ड्रॉ कर रहे हैं यार.
Yeah, it took Bluebaum and Anish. 2 ही धुरंधर थे, I think, candidates में जो उनको रोक पाए.
Prashant bhai is asking a great question. What if one pair of pawns is exchanged, like f4 के बाद? क्या हो रहा है सहज भाई?
वो भी I explained that because after f4, gf4 and king, आप जिस भी piece से मारोगे, the only change I will make is I will put my bishop on the other diagonal, like the b1 h7 diagonal is where I would put it. So bishop c4 right now is good. Rook कहीं पे भी, bishop d3. So I'll just prevent you from going to the f5 square. The
okay.
principle is still the same. Bishop से light square control करो, king और pawn से dark squares control करो.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So tough task for Sindarov here. I think, of course, he knew this would have been a draw. Maybe he didn't see an alternative there. कि कोई और better version. Maybe it's also the nerves, right? You want a position जहाँ पे हार ही नहीं सकते. ताकि it's a lot of stress off your mind. Yeah, आराम से खेल सकते हो. You can see if it wins or not. So that might have taken a toll on him. And will Anish blunder under time pressure? Don't think so. I think itna time pressure है नहीं, and every time he gets 30 seconds now. So 40 moves के बाद the increment starts for the open section also. So I don't see serious time pressure building up here.
Yeah, correct. Also, time pressure, maybe these moves are not very difficult to play. So I would predict like 100% draw here.
What will be the qualification rules for candidates 2028? I think it will be very similar. Only I think there is no rating spot this time. And of course, the FIDE circuit spot will be spread over 2 years instead of 1. I think these are the changes. And I think the main question is, I think before the next one, will Gukesh defend his title? I think it's going to be an important question. Of course, if Sindarov wins, तो 19 साल का challenger versus 20 साल का champion. Sorry, 20 साल का challenger versus 19 साल का champion. Yeah, that's going to be the youngest world championship, chess world championship in history, if Sindarov were to win.
That is true, actually. That is true. Wow. Chess is getting younger and younger and younger, and world championship maybe up. Wow. So only 3 games remaining now out of 8. I think this is pretty much a draw. I think Divya is probably the only game which I see जहाँ पे एक result आएगा. Goryachkina versus Zhu Jiner also looks like a draw to me. What do you think about that, Rakesh bhai? Goryachkina, Zhu Jiner. Or do you think that's draw, or do you think some chances for Goryachkina?
I mean, higher chances than Sindaros for sure. But I think both Zhu Jiner and Anish will hold.
Yeah.
In fact, like, I don't know, Zhu, if he come back, अगर ये खुला है game, टेको भाई 2-3 चाले पीछे हो 40th move पे. I think Goryachkina missed a golden opportunity to chop off Queen A5. और फिर ना वो 2 पास पॉन के सामने पूरा खुला मैदान था.
I think she didn't like queen takes g5, and maybe she thought white's king is a bit exposed, so maybe कुछ checks आ सकती हैं queen से, but जब तक knight साथ में बैठा हुआ तब तक you are completely safe.
Yeah, you need an imbalance. So I think even if you thought there was some counterplay, maybe going for it was prudent. I agree with you, Rakesh bhai, completely, and missed opportunity for sure. Only time will tell. Yeah. Now, if she does win this still, then it's all good. But if she doesn't win, then maybe that would have been a huge missed opportunity for Goryachkina. Who, of course, by the way, we want a draw here ideally. A draw is perfect because दोनों लोग 3.5 पे जाएंगे and then stay behind the Indian players. So draw is amazing actually.
Yeah.
Agreed.
तो
सहज
फर्स्ट
भाई.
होगी मुझिचुक 4.5 पे
और 4 पे 2 इंडियंस.
दिव्या और वैशाली 4 पे. करेक्ट. गो अहेड सहज भाई, सॉरी.
I was just reading the chat. Says, "Why if Magnus did not leave World Championship, will he still defend the World Championship?" Like I think Sindarov still has to, win candidates, and uske baad he has to play against Kukesh, and then uske baad I think that's what you're asking. But I think Magnus would still be a favorite by. But it's not, you cannot say like will he defend like with confirmation. As you can see, candidate से पहले कितने लोगों ने predictions किया था और कितने लोगों ने फाबी को number 1 पे डाला था. But it happened how it happened. Yeah, now everything makes sense. So chess can be very unpredictable like that.
Yeah, chess is unpredictable, and of course, no position is completely free from potential mistakes, and one of them is indeed the Sindarov one. But Anish right now showing no signs of even taking his seat. Forget making a mistake. King F7, and now Anish pulling off a Sindarov, yeah, not sitting at the board.
भाई यही है strategy उसका अभी. अब now Anish knows it's a draw, but he will take his time. I mean, I'm sure he knows at this point. कि अगर win दिखी नहीं है मतलब है नहीं. अगर होती तो दिख जाती अब तक.
Yep, agree. By the way, we have a video from Vaishali, which I don't know if we can play it at some point.
If you can have. Yeah. Mike Klein caught up with Vaishali वहाँ पे live interview, exclusive interview by Mike Klein actually. So let us know समय by once it's set up.
Would love to actually see what Vaishali is saying. Meanwhile,
2 wins on the trot. मतलब भाई जर्सी का कमाल देखो. पहले 5 गेम में विन भी नहीं हो रही थी. And suddenly she is in second place.
भाई जर्सी आपको हर दिन लानी चाहिए भाई. 2.5 हर दिन हो रहे हैं भाई. सोचो
सही
कल
है
भी
यार.
2.5 है, आज भी 2.5 है.
And आज तो मतलब it was literally a gift from
हाँ.
Tan Zhongyi.
Anish is stealing pawns. I mean, As long as no pawns on the board disappear, I think it's okay. Sindarov doesn't care. भाई खुशी मनाओ, आज जीत नहीं रहा वो, होपफुली नहीं जीतेगा यार. अगर जीत जाएगा तो टूर्नामेंट खत्म था भाई, फिर क्या ही करते हम 7 दिन. सो एटलीस्ट द टूर्नामेंट विल नाउ लास्ट लॉन्गर. Okay, so we have Vaishali's interview. Maybe we can play it now and check out like what does she feel about that blunder? Rook takes f6. She was lost. Let's figure out her thoughts.
Thanks, and we're here with Grandmaster Vaishali, who just won her second game in a row. She's only a half point back from first place. I know you weren't happy with your play today. You were in this worse position, and you found this trick in case she played knight to e4. Now, did you think it's one of those tricks where you had nothing to play for, you had to try something, or did you think there was a real chance that a good player like her could fall into this idea?
I mean, not at all. Like, okay, I was hoping if knight e4, I have this knight g3 and I'm attacking the e2 pawn and e4, and because rook d8 is not working, I can take knight e2. That was the point. And not really. I think I was checking some other moves also. I'm not sure where exactly was the win. Maybe it's bishop b2 or something. And yeah, I was happy to see knight e4, and even still, I was not sure. At least it looks like some endgame I can still try to hold on. But yeah, she floundered this and it was just super lucky.
Now, I know you'd like to win a game cleanly, but if we look over at the open section, Javokhir Sindarov's tournament began with a worse position where he tricked his opponent into playing bishop takes f3, and that really kick-started his tournament. So does this bit of, this, shall we say, fortune kind of help you in a way think that, hey, maybe this is my tournament?
Maybe it's nice to take this way. Yeah, I hope to play a good game in the remaining games. And yeah.
Now, you probably know where I'm going next. You've won 2 in a row. You won 5 in a row in Toronto, but you got your winning streak started this time in the first half of the tournament. So was that the lesson learned from Toronto?
Yeah, it's nice to win games, and yeah, it's also like for me the game quality is important, so I'm not very happy. I mean, just from the opening it was just bad position, bad game. So yeah, my main focus will be to improve my game quality in the remaining games.
And finally, your emotions when she hung the piece at the end. I mean, she could have put a rook, I guess, various squares. She put it on a1. Like the immediate thought process, or what immediate emotions when you saw rook a1? What were they?
I mean, I was just blank. I just felt, okay, if I'm winning this game, okay, what is this? Yeah, I just feel very bad for her.
Yeah, I think as chess players, we can all relate. So good luck trying to match your 5-game winning streak. I know that you'll do your best, and congratulations on your win. Even though it wasn't your best game, you got the job done.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And that was Vaishali after her win. I would say that, I mean, I do understand her thought process, with the whole Rook A1 situation. But I think it's a good thing. Last time in 2024, she won 5 in a row, and now she has won 2 in a row. But this time she started in the first half. So still half of the tournament is still remaining. So Vaishali could go on that rampage like she did last time. And hopefully this will give her the kick that she needs to win the candidates and challenge the world champion. Of course, wishing the same for Divya, hoping she can pull off a win there as well. But yeah, what a nice interview. And I mean, the interview happened, हमने edit भी कर लिया, दिखा भी दिया, and then Sindarov अभी भी सोच रहा है भाई. I feel that he knows it's a draw, but he's thinking what is the best try in this position, like, and where can he can force Anish to play a multiple forcing moves or only moves or something like this. I think he already knows it's a draw. I think he realized it the moment he took rook b3, and it was a miss from Sindarov, and now he's just thinking by what to do. And Lagno, by the way, is still thinking in that position for a very long time. So that game is still going on. And Goryachkina, I think position itna scary lag raha hai, I think for Zhu Jiner, but somehow the bar is saying 0-0-0. But I'm not fully sure if I trust the judgment there. I feel practically it's very hard to play. But I think it is for sure that Sindarov will draw. And Divya has a very good chance to win. By the way, Lagno just played a6. We हमने discuss किया था कुछ time पहले to stop the move b5. I don't know if we can put the bird's eye view, if that's possible. Samay bhai, please let me know. just to see what was the last move of Lagno, and there it is. You can see on the bottom left of your screen, जहाँ पे a6 खेला गया to stop b5, and now Divya is thinking. I think Lagno spent around 10 minutes or so to find this move, and now the time is more or less equal, which is great news for Divya. You should just play something like king e2, g3, g4, slow moves, and I feel like black के पास कुछ useful options नहीं है. And if you don't have useful options, then I think it's hard to make progress. And eventually the knights will get traded off. Maybe the bishops get traded off. And it should be a winning endgame. So looking good for Divya overall.
Yeah. Goryachkina का क्या लग रहा है though? Like it feels like the knight is coming to h6, which just looks scary, yeah? Any chances there?
Exactly. I was just mentioning this. Bar is saying 0-0-0, but I don't trust this. I feel like it looks so scary for Zhu Jiner
Agreed.
here.
Agreed. Can we do one thing? Can we have Divya on one side and Anish Sindarov on the other? I think yahi dono games relevant. Of course, Zhu Jiner is also important, but we'll be happy with just covering the result there. Let's have both the games. And Magnus losing to Keimer at Grenke. Wow.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? Really?
Yeah, chat carry.
Oh wow. That's huge, no? That's huge,
It
actually.
is, always.
So Magnus actually probably won't win this tournament if he lost. I'm not sure what the standings look like, but I mean, 2 draw तो हो गए थे ना उसके?
Yeah, he was 1 point behind full score, and now he'll be 2 points behind. So unlikely. I mean, still maybe outside possibility, but Kamer was the leader. So if he loses to Kamer, I think it's going to be hard, right? Because who stops Kamer then? So yeah, by the way, thank you, भाई. सिंदारोव को शिप करते हैं भाई कैंडिडेट जीतने के
हाँ, 2 दिन के लिए भेजो, वो प्लेयर्स कैचअप करते हैं, तब तक फिर वापस आके खेलेगा वो कैंडिडेट्स.
सही में भाई क्या मजाक मजाक रख दिया टूर्नामेंट का भाई सच में. And by the way, amazing scene, Sehbhai. Thanks a lot for setting that up. I think time situation also looking accurate there. All good. 15 minutes each for Divya and Lagno. I think enough time to win this endgame. And I love exchanging the knights. Where knight c6 is like the last piece, yeah, holding white's attack. So let's play 95 at the right moment. Whenever possible, g5 pawn hanging here, have to be careful. Let's see how you pull that off. By the way, couple of moves in the open section. Sorry, open section. Yay. Anish game there. Rook b7 check. By the way, king f8 was the only move in this position played. Rook b2 and now bishop c4. Again, staying on the diagonal is very important. And now rook f2. So finally, preparing that f4 pawn break potentially in some cases, Sindarov.
Also, I just want to mention this, that bishop c4 and bishop f7 are very, very different. Generally, जब आपके पास bishop रहता है, king और bishop और king और rook का ऐसा position रहता है, तो try to keep the bishop as far away as possible. Where it's not restricted, एकदम कोने में नहीं. Like I wouldn't put it on a8 or h1, but like try to put it as far away as possible. In this scenario, like in case of bishop c4, अगर वो bishop f7 खेलता, if we can have that move on the board, Tiku bhai. Bishop f7, then this would be lost because of rook b8 check. And there is no king f7. So the general principle is, अगर king और bishop किसी के साथ भी खेल रहे हैं तो उनको दूर दूर रखो.
Why is king e7 a draw? Bishop d5.
कुछ और होगा ना कि rook b7 होगा maybe.
Yeah, I think you can just play rook b7, rook b6 and win first pin.
And then king e7 next. Yeah, then nice. That's very nice.
By the way, rook f2 get bishop b3 was played by Anish, so he continues on his merry run. He's not worried about what Sindarov is doing. As long as the king cannot enter these squares without, if the king enters these squares without punishment, I think you're basically lost. So ये 3 square बड़े ध्यान रखने हैं.
Yeah, correct. And आपको एक बड़ा crazy सा एक position दिखाता हूँ. This is also a theoretical draw, by the way. Let's say if white goes f4 in this position, gf4, rook f4. Okay, now black plays. Now I know king g7 is a very simple draw, but king f7, this is also a draw. Because if you play g5.
Okay, king g7, right?
f7 by f7, and then g5. Then king g6. Pawn takes f6 and king f7 वापस. अब ये position draw इसलिए क्योंकि king के जो access points है वो e6 और g6 है. उसके बिना आप king को back rank, मेरे king को आप back rank पे नहीं रख पाओगे. दोनों squares light color के हैं. And this is a dead draw. Actually not really a dead draw. इसमें एक छोटा सा nuance और है. I'll just show it as well. King e5, since we're waiting. Let's play king e5 for white. Okay, king f8, whatever. I don't know, king f8 abhi. No, king f7. If it may f7, sorry. Bishop a2. No, bishop a2. It's fine. Rook a4. Bishop b3 check. Rook a7. King f8. अब ये बहुत typical tactic है इस position में f7. Now you shouldn't capture this pawn. You should play king g7 rather, and then capture the pawn on f7. This is typical Dvoretzky endgame manual stuff.
Wow, if you take that, I think king f6, yeah, is
Yeah,
winning.
that's lost. Bishop d5 में बहुत I think rook d7 is lost.
Yeah. And you will have to give up the bishop. So very tricky though. I think it's always going to be tricky, but I think at the top level, it's probably not even surprising. So people know what's happening. They've done this multiple times. They've analyzed these endgames. Of course, before a tournament like the candidates, one of the most important things you can do is revise every single theoretical endgame there is. Be it rook against bishop, rook bishop against rook, rook knight against rook, bishop knight ki checkmate ho gayi, yeah, all these, theoretical endgames which are known to mankind. I think is something every chess player at the top level must have done. So don't expect many complications here, but as long as it's on, it's on.
Also, like Vincent has not defeated Magnus yet. They are still playing. In fact, the eval is like 0.6 or something. He looks much better for sure, but it's not winning. He hasn't won.
Yeah. By the rook f1 ke baad, bishop c4. So nothing changes.
And rook f2 back and then bishop b3 or something. Yeah, simple.
Yeah.
And Divya has just played king e2, by the way, making small improvements. I love that move, by the way, because black cannot really move their pieces as freely. King f8, king g8, I guess, is the only way, or bishop d8, bishop e7 or something. But that's already admitting, yeah, okay, passive defense is never a good idea. Goes rook a1, Sindarov.
Yep. Okay, bishop b3, not much has changed. How long does Sindarov, I think he has to play f4 at the right moment now, right? Because otherwise you're just kind of maneuvering for no reason. Because every move, Anish is gaining time on the clock, your chances of getting him under time pressure are dwindling. So you have to create something new. And look at Anish already checking his score sheet. Yeah, you can see him putting pressure on Sindarov to kind of decide matters instantly. He's checking his score sheet, but there might be some repetition here, totally possible.
Repetition नहीं है, वो 50 moves check कर रहा है शायद. King h2 के बाद 46 move थी, तो he has to play until move 96. अभी तो बहुत time है. अभी 65 ही
He's
हुए हैं.
calling क्या arbiter क्या? Wait, he called the arbiter, I think. Wait, what? He definitely called somebody, right? He looked back and called somebody, I think.
वो चाल तो वो चल चुका है ना?
Wait, he's checking, is getting a full screen on? Like, what's happening?
But it is Sindarov's move. He cannot claim a draw right now. It's not.
Yeah. Okay, rook a3. Okay, but rook a3, bishop b4 we've seen before. 100% we've seen this position before. I'm pretty sure we've seen this position before. At least once.
नहीं
है भाई. Look for it.
It hasn't happened.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yeah.
Rook a3 नहीं आया क्या अब तक कभी भी?
नहीं, rook a3 नहीं. Rook b2 पे था भाई. Rook b2 पे भी you're confusing.
B2 पे होगा.
Yeah.
Must be on b2, you're right. But okay, he's running out of squares now. Yeah, this was the position, I think. Yeah, यहाँ से attack किया था, I think. Yeah. यहाँ पे भी attack किया था. भाई आ रहा है वो. Like he's running out of squares actually to attack the bishop from. Rook a5, okay. Why not bishop b3? Don't see any reason not to just do it.
No, king f7. I think. I will only go back if you force me to go back. नहीं तो king f7 में तब मेरा bishop free हो जाएगा ना. Bishop e2 वगैरह possible हो जाएगा.
True. If you capture these, then तो खत्म ही हो गई game.
Yeah.
Chat, do you think like there's a swindler incoming, or do you think it's a draw, chat? Do you think Sindarov wins or draws? I think I would love to know your opinion. I think फिलहाल के लिए draw बड़ा easy लग रहा है Anish के लिए. Anish is a theoretical guy, so he will know these end games by his score. But क्या Sindarov कुछ यहाँ?
I think very easy draw भाई.
Look at him, yeah. He's again looking at his score sheet. Score sheet नहीं कुछ तो देख रहे हैं वो. What is he looking at there?
Maybe threefold check कर रहा है, but rook a5 पे नहीं पहुंचा अभी तक. Yeah, rook
Chad,
a5
by the
खेला ही नहीं
way,
वो.
yeah. Chad, by the way, this is the 7th round, so tomorrow is a rest day, and halfway through I think all the Indians in with a chance. Nobody is out. I think that is actually. I think if you remove Sindarov's run out of the picture, I think it's not been a bad candidates, I would say, because तीनों Indians के chance hai so far. Nobody is out of contention. Anish also fighting it out for his chances. If he loses, he's also out of contention, so cannot afford to lose. So he's not just
By
fighting
the
for
way,
everyone, he's fighting for himself.
Lagno has played King F8. वो दो बोर्ड वाले सीन पे जा सकते हैं maybe.
हाँ, let's go there. I love that scene.
Just to
actually.
cover both games.
Yes.
Yeah, and now I think something like G3 or G4 I was thinking for Divya, just to make small progress. It's just that दोनों के पास 10, okay, 13 minutes for Divya, 10 minutes for Lagno. It should be winning, but time maybe थोड़ा कम है.
सहज भाई हुआ नहीं, काफी टाइम से हुआ नहीं है. That's the worry.
क्योंकि वो डिफेंस अच्छा कर रही है, I think. But still, objectively, it should be winning, I think. Can White sack his rook
Bhai,
for
आज
bishop
शायद
and win the pawn endgame? No, bhai, that pawn endgame that I showed is a dead draw. I'm assuming you're talking about Sindarov's game. That's a dead, like, theoretical draw. Very well known, I would say.
Anish takes a piece. Do you guys think Gukesh can even defend his title this time? I think
Yes,
that's
of course.
a good question. I mean, the obvious answer is yes.
I mean, of course. Like, I don't see this as a question. If you play the World Championship, I mean, everyone has a chance. I mean, I was just giving this example to chat a bit earlier के कैंडिडेट से पहले कितने लोगों ने सिंडारोव को नंबर 1 पे डाला था? Think about it. Now we'll say, okay,
Vishy sir.
he's a clear favorite. Yeah, Vishy sir. Okay, who else? We know one
I
other.
think Sindarov ने खुद को भी नहीं डाला होगा.
We just know one other
Number
person जिसने सिंडारोव बोला था.
कौन था भाई वो?
भाई, come on, you should know this.
Really?
वो देख ही रहे होंगे भाई अभी भी.
कौन? अच्छा, oh, okay. But he didn't do a tier list. He just loves putting Maggie at stake.
I think he also genuinely thought he would win, yeah?
Yeah, true. By the way, Rook A7 check played. King F8. Still don't see any change whatsoever.
Chat में someone saying Sindarov got the momentum though. Exactly. And what if Gukesh gets the momentum against Sindarov? Imagine कुछ prep आ गई उसकी पहले दूसरे round के अंदर. What happens then? Then he could also go on. I mean, Gukesh also scored 7 out of 7, 8 out of 8, something like this in an Olympiad, board 1. वहाँ पे भी तो momentum था.
Question है chat का, if anyone wins candidates, next दिन से ही train करना शुरू कर देंगे क्या? I think if they win candidates, probably the next week is gonna be, travel plus celebration plus a lot of interviews, media, and so on. And of course, searching for the team, like, do you want to expand the team, talking to your existing team and so on. So pehla hafta we will be, preparing for takeoff, let's put it that way. And uske baad se, of course, like, you want to start as soon as possible. So let's say if candidates khatam ho raha hai April 15-16 ko, depending on tie breaks, like, you will be ready to go by 1st May is my guess. Completely, like, you'll be in the zone by 1st May is my guess. What's your take, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai?
Rakesh bhai, you can go first.
I think that's a fair timeline. Or, remember, Sahaj bhai, when the Uzbekistan team won gold in Olympiad in Chennai 2022, सबको भाई घर, गाड़ी, पैसा, मकान सब मिल गया था. So imagine the support Sindarov is going to receive if he wins this candidates for the World Championship.
By World Cup or candidates back to back, I mean, the way it looks like. So yeah, support is very important, I think.
हाँ भाई, मकान मिला था, फ्लैट दिया था भाई. It's not a joke. I think Uzbekistan भी इंडिया की तरह, I think, has been supporting its chess players quite well. And I mean, if they know कि the World Championship could come home, the support is gonna be insane. And same for Pragg, by the way. Let's not put it that way कि Pragg को भी खतरनाक support मिलेगा. Let's not forget who his sponsor is. So if he were to somehow win this, I mean, the support he gets will be more, I would even say.
भाई अडानी तो पूरा पावर लगा देगा if Pragg wins this.
हाँ. So I think this is an important tournament for everyone. They know the stakes. They know how Gukesh's life changed after winning the Candidates and the World Championship. He's become. I mean, मैं धुरंधर देखने गया था, धुरंधर 2 थिएटर में, and गुकेश का ऐड आया भाई. I took a photo of that, like गुकेश का टाइटन का ऐड आया भाई मूवी देखते हुए. You know how much I've longed for such a thing. Like I felt proud in that moment. I felt so proud to be associated with this like game we call chess. कि भाई गुकेश का ऐड वहां पे है, मैं बैठा हुआ हूँ, and like I've met गुकेश and I'm like, oh my god, like, and लोग बात कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में, गुकेश के बारे में, like everybody knew him like around me, like they were talking about ऐड चल रहा है, कोई वहां बात कर रहा है, कोई वहां बात कर रहा है, like it's crazy. Like जो उसने एक जो फेस बन गए वो इंडियन चेस के, वो एवरीबडी इन इंडिया सॉ नाउ. सो द स्टेक्स आर वेरी हाई. एवरीबडी वांट्स दैट आई थिंक नाउ, बिकॉज होता है ना कि वही आपका एक दोस्त फेल हो जाए, दोस्त फर्स्ट हो जाए. नाउ दे हैव ग्रोन अप टुगेदर यार. निहाल, प्रग, गुकेश, अर्जुन, ऑल दीज गाइस, स्पेशली निहाल, प्रग, गुकेश एंड आई थिंक और कौन था चौथा, आई थिंक ये तीन थे ना, और कौन है, अर्जुन केम इन लेटर. सो दे हैव सीन Arvind also, right? So they've seen each other like they've grown together. So एक ने कर लिया, बाकी को भी लगता है कि यार हम भी करें. आपका भी ऐड आया क्या राकेश भाई मूवी में?
मैं तो कहता हूँ एक वो कर लो, like 2v2 होना चाहिए. Sindaro versus Gukesh and maybe like Nodirbek versus Arjun. Would love to see that, bhai.
True. Leon,
yeah, Nodirbek,
right.
Pragg. I don't know. Like I don't want to leave out Pragg. You know, like you know what I mean. But 2v2 होना चाहिए भाई. Let's see.
भाई ओलंपियाड में होगा ना भाई, 4v4
अरे
होगा
भाई वो कितना मजा आएगा उस दिन भाई. Chat, are you ready for that? Because it's gonna happen.
And said भाई that will happen in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. मतलब उज्बेकिस्तान
घर
के
पे
home
भाई उन्होंने भी घर पे, मतलब they won here yeah in Chennai. तो हम like this is the perfect story.
Yeah. And but 2022 ओलंपियाड में इंडिया में हुआ, उज्बेकिस्तान जीती, फिर इंडियन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हुआ. 2026 उज्बेकिस्तान में ओलंपियाड हुआ, इंडिया जीतेगा. बट क्या वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एक उज्बेक जीतेगा टिक्को भाई?
नहीं भाई, आई थिंक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हमें रहना है. And we want that Indian World Championship ka tag. Like it. Bhai, I mentioned yesterday also कि I was going through some data for the previous streams and I just watched like a few seconds of a couple of streams जहाँ पे Gukesh won. Bhai, we were on cloud 9. Bhai, cloud like 59. Bhai, मतलब क्या खुशी थी, लहरें दौड़ रही थी हम सब के अंदर. Not just the World Championship, but also the candidates. Yeah, also the Olympiad. Like we went through these motions of just being happy together. Yeah, मतलब 2,29,000 watching. Like I just want to point out कि मिस्टर बीस्ट कुछ क्रेजी मतलब स्ट्रीम करते हैं ना भाई, कि मतलब मैं तुम्हें एक 8 करोड़ रुपए दूंगा मेरी स्ट्रीम देखो, तो he has a watching of like 9 lakh. We had a watching of 2.5 lakh भाई. Like that was almost 2,29,000 combined. Like that was crazy. चेस की इतनी watching है भाई. Yeah, वही, but you get the point. Like it was like 1/5 of Mr. Beast. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So
समझ में क्या बोला? 1 million
watching.
Live watching of Mr. Beast.
Streaming, huh? That's why. But yeah, 1/5 of Mr. Beast. Yeah, the biggest creator on the planet.
टिक्को भाई वो तो बहुत ही ग्रेट पॉइंट है वो, द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. बट इमेजिन कैंडिडेट्स के बाद chess.com इंडिया ने 1,000 लोगों को डायमंड मेंबरशिप दिया था, थैंक्स टू समय. 1,000 लोग, सोचो.
So chat, I think all the 3 Indians are still with some chances. I think Pragg के थोड़े कम हैं, but अभी भी हैं. And Sahaj bhai, I don't know what Pragg has to do now, because अब तक के लिए it's like an equal score for him. Like what can he do in the second half slightly better जिससे उनको winning chances मिलेंगे? Because now drawing won't help. Like he's in that phase जहाँ पे draw करने से कुछ नहीं होगा.
Agreed.
I mean, still there is a 2-point deficit between Pragg and Sindarov. अगर Sindarov का draw होता है तो So I really don't think right now he's I don't think he's playing like worse than how he usually maybe slightly worse because I think he could have won some games, but like in overall I think his performance has been pretty good. um भाई प्रार्थना करो कि सिंडारोव सारे गेम ऐसे ना जीत जाए जैसे अभी जीत रहा है दैट्स इट
नहीं, आई थिंक ये ड्रॉ पे थोड़ा ब्रेक तो लगेगा. एटलीस्ट वील सी
हाँ
हिज
बट
ह्यूमन
वो
साइड.
ब्रेक तो वैसे भी है ना यार, रेस्ट डे तो वैसे भी है तो ब्रेक तो लगना ही था.
नहीं, but still, I think we see his human side come out a bit now. Like he
क्योंकि
definitely
I,
made a
I'll,
mistake here.
I will give you this. I think a lot of the players or the candidates are now aware कि Sindarov कैसे matches जीत रहा है, and you see Anish was the first one to show them this is how you play. Like you play a little bit faster. You might make a mistake here and there, but if you don't get in time trouble, then you have a good chance of holding it. Then ठीक है, this is already progress. I feel.
Yeah, and also talking about the white होंगे लोगों के साथ Sindarov के against now, because it's going to be very crucial. The people who have white against Sindarov will
भाई वो वाइट
essentially.
ही थे.
नहीं
सिंधारो
नहीं, what I
ब्लैक
mean
से
is like
पेलते आ रहे हैं
जो
सबको.
second half में जो white होंगे, like they will somehow really try to go for it, right? Because they have no alternative. So they will take their chances. And white किस किस के हैं? First of all, Sindaro has two blacks now against Esipenko and Bluebaum. And believe it or not, that sounds like it's great because blacks maybe it's a bit tougher and he will not have any easy pickings against those two guys. Then he has white against Pragg. That's going to be a crucial game for Pragg. Then he has black against Fabi. That's an important game. So it's not easy for Sindarov just yet to just steamroll this because I think वो Esipenko और Bluebaum के साथ क्या होता है would really decide matters. अगर आज जीत गए होते ना, it would be over. But I think today maybe we survived. Everybody survived.
Why? But still 1.5 point lead is there. So
Agreed.
it will take, I think, I would say a miss or like a one loss by Senderov and a win by Fabi to make this okay. Then we can have a discussion. Until then, I think he's completely, I mean, he's completely running away with it.
Other question in the chat.
True. But don't forget, Sahaj bhai, game round number 11, Fabi with the white pieces against Sindaro. तो उसके पहले गड़बड़ हुई तो Fabi just straight away catches up with him with a win.
Yeah, agreed, bhai. And chat में someone saying if Sindarov can be put out of his prep, he can be defended well. So I think the player should play something like Arjun to pull Sindarov out of prep. I think they're trying each time that they're playing something. It's definitely some kind of prep, but also you don't want to completely change your style just to accommodate the style of your opponent. अगर आप Hikaru versus Sindarov का game पे अगर हम focus करें like yes okay sure वो seconds की बात अगर हम छोड़ देते हैं but it was the type of position जो Hikaru ज़्यादातर नहीं खेलता है. In fact I looked there was just one game OTB or online of Hikaru in that entire opening. तो वहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस बहुत मैटर करता है. इवन दो हिकारू की प्रेप टेक्निकली बोर्ड पे आई थी बिकॉज सिंडरॉफ को थोड़ा ज़्यादा पता था ही जस्ट कोलैप्स्ड. या सो यू डोंट वांट टू चेंज योर स्टाइल कंप्लीटली एज वेल बिकॉज you have to remember what brought you to the candidates in the first place.
भाई ये बेट देते हैं ना किंग D6. I don't know, bishop here, rook यहाँ पे, bishop यहाँ. I don't know, इस position में maybe you could have given this bait. Yeah, I don't know, like somehow getting the rook to F5 and bishop E6 check. Oh no, something like this, for example. Yeah, giving this check and मारोगे rook and then this is winning. But okay, I mean Sindarov. चलो भाई, खत्म game.
Tiku bhai, one hypothetical question. Do you think if Arjun would have played in the candidates, the outcome would be different for Sindarov?
Don't think so. I think it's very hard to predict, of course. But if it was Arjun instead of, I don't know who, maybe Wei Yi or whatever, because that's the match, that's how he would have qualified, right? Because he would have been here instead of Wei Yi. I still don't think it would have changed much. Like, I think Sindarov would have likely won or drawn still. So maybe earlier in the tournament, like around 1 hota, maybe something could have changed. But I would say it's just this. I mean, this might be the best performance of his life, actually.
I just want to remind everyone in the chat that Tata Steel mein Sindarov defeated Arjun with the black pieces.
Let's go, draw.
So it's like, yeah. So he has been, I mean, he has been performing consistently quite well.
भाई ऑफ कोर्स मतलब also we all love अर्जुन बट भाई उसको एक बार क्वालिफाई तो होना चाहिए ना.
हाँ,
he,
वो तो आई एग्री भाई.
he always is the most deserving but कोई ना कोई रीजन से जस्ट एक स्टेप से दूर रह जाता है.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, one step.
It's like always the bridesmaid never the bride, वो जो saying है.
By the way, कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि शायद वही ने खुद बोला कि उनके चांसेस जीतने के 0 ही हैं to win the candidates. I think that's what he
Actually
said,
भाई
not
3
sure.
ही पॉइंट है उसके ना वेई के
हाँ,
तो.
so and प्रग के 3.5 है. So अगर वेई के 0 हैं तो प्रग के कितने होंगे?
2%.
Not even that much, I think. Maybe
You're
1%.
actually chat is right. Chat is reminding us कि भाई 2 पॉइंट नहीं 2.5 पॉइंट पीछे है सुंदारोव से Pragg. So
Yeah.
and says when you were like having dinner, we calculated that Pragg has to score 5.5 out of 7 just to match Gukesh का last year का score 9 points.
5.5 out of
5 point correct,
very tough.
which is too tough.
Insane.
Yeah. I
यहाँ
mean,
पे
also
किंग को
Pragg
एक्चुअली
hasn't
टच कर
won
दो
a
भाई.
game since Anish. Yeah, in round one he won a
Yeah.
game, but since then he hasn't won. So
But
भाई
he
गलती से
luckily plays Anish after the rest day.
लो
भाई आ
भाई,
गया
साहिल भाई
पोजीशन
खुश
भाई.
हो गए.
भाई आ
साहिल
गया
भाई,
पोजीशन भाई. थोड़ा एक्टिंग नहीं किया सिंदारो बस. दैट्स व्हाट ही मिस्ड, आई थिंक. थोड़ा एक्टिंग करने का था.
वो अभी ना अनीश को भी रुक की तरफ ऐसे हवर करना चाहिए, फिर वापस लेके आना चाहिए. जस्ट टू गेट बैक एट सिंडर फॉर डूइंग दैट अर्लियर.
पर उससे वो ना वो
गलती
उसको
से
उम्मीद
टच
नहीं
हो
थी
गया
सिंदारो
रुक.
की.
हाँ भाई.
Okay, this is likely going to be a draw, I think. Sindarov, I mean, do you think he just exchanges the pawns and plays like a rook versus bishop or no? He could do that. Drag this longer.
नहीं भाई. Like I know for a fact that वो नहीं खेलेगा.
No, for a fact कैसे भाई?
भाई जानता हूँ ना उसके मतलब मैंने माफिया खेला है मैंने और सहज भाई ने.
हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा.
ब्लफ बढ़िया
अच्छा,
करता है.
माफिया से चेस नॉलेज. वाओ.
Sej bhai replace Esipenko, Blue. Okay, Wei Yi with Vincent, Nodirvek, and Arjun. Wouldn't this have been the toughest? Bhai, unko, bhai, you know that all of the players you mentioned were playing in the World Cup. So if they didn't win,
Exactly.
it's not the tough. I mean, the players who won are the strongest ones. एक तरफ आप, you know, भी आधा घंटा पहले someone in the chat was saying rating को इतना नहीं ध्यान देना चाहिए. It's overrated, underrated, whatever. और अब आप elo को लेके आप you're saying that defines your strength. I think it's more about whether you can deliver at the right moment. And these players did, so they fully deserve to be here.
चलो भाई, F4 finally on the board. I think draw के बहुत पास आ चुके हैं हम लोग. Anish must be happy.
Yeah.
King G7.
How long will Anish versus Javokhir last? Chat, I think something around like 10-15 minutes, not more.
Ooh, smart. By the way, Divya का bar has risen.
भाई ये एड्रेस क्यों डाल रहे हो यार चैट में प्लीज. आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स अलाउड. मतलब व्हाई
एड्रेस कौन डाल
किसी
रहा
का.
है भाई?
भाई ये कोई तो मिस्तु दास ने एड्रेस डाल दिया भाई.
किसका?
ये देखो भाई पता नहीं उसका या किसी. भाई इट इज नॉट सेफ राइट.
हाँ भाई, ये काम मत करो यार. भाई कोई घर पे कुछ ऐसा कुछ चीज भेज देगा भाई. आपका ही भले के लिए आपको बैन कर रहा हूँ भाई मैं 10 मिनट के लिए.
भाई वो ऑलरेडी
हैकर
बहुत लोगों
हैकर.
ने बैन कर दिया उसको भाई. इट्स फाइन.
अच्छा.
हाउ लॉन्ग दिव्यास
राकेश
गेम.
भाई सो स्वीट. उन्होंने सिर्फ 1 मिनट का दिया था, फिर उसके बाद फिर मॉड जी आए. लेट्स गो बॉयज.
मैं चुपचाप 1 मिनट का दिया ताकि वॉर समझ
शांत हो
जाए.
जाए बंदा. हाँ, शांत हो
वही
जाए
तो.
भाई.
ये कौन है 600 सेकंड सीधा चेस 24 इंडिया से. समय
भाई
भाई
10 मिनट
ओपी.
ही तो है. 600
उसके
सेकंड
अलावा
इतना.
एक और भी था भाई, वो भी है. भाई चलो,
भाई लोग
लेट्स नॉट रिवील. हम
वेट
हम
व्हाट
हिकारू
इज.
थोड़ी. वेट हम हिकारू थोड़ी ना है. लेट्स नॉट रिवील.
भाई किसी ने तो 86,000 सेकंड्स मतलब एक दिन ऑलमोस्ट.
हाँ.
या एक दिन. By the way, nice. King G6, Rook F6, King G5. And so आप मेरा ले लो,
अभिलाष.
मैं आपका ले लूंगा.
What?
भाई Rook F6 ले लिया ना पॉन आपका, खत्म
भाई ये लग रहा है डायरी में डालना तो चाहिए ये वाला।
भाई, कम ऑन। ओके, किंग G5,
I'll use it with an
it's
exclamation
over,
mark.
भाई ये
it's
मत डालो
over.
डायरी में।
Wait, why is Anish looking sad?
Can we
What's
go
the
full
problem
screen?
there?
Can we go full screen भाई? Anish's game about to end. Sindarov का पहला draw. Chat frame this. Sindarov not winning a game.
Bishop B3, Bishop D1. Let's go. It's over. It's a draw. भाई रुक बिशप रुक खेलेगा क्या? रुक बिशप वर्सेस ये रुक वर्सेस बिशप खेलेगा क्या वो? He could play this on for centuries.
नहीं नहीं, ये तो नहीं खेलेगा, जितना मैं जावोखिर को जानता हूँ।
यार लग नहीं रहा रुक से खेला वो. I think it's more like he's just about to, and he's taking his head, by the way. हल्का सा उन्होंने head shake किया यहाँ पे. He doesn't look happy with the position, and Bishop D1, and a great defense by Anish Giri. Fully deserved that draw.
You can pre-move Bishop takes G4 actually.
Yeah, and I think he will go just रुक जाओ. सोच रहा है भाई अनीश, ये tough. सोचो भाई सोचो. ओ किंग E5 आ रहा है क्या? फिर रुक G2 पे कैसे है? एक सेकंड भाई, अब बोर्ड अपडेट नहीं हो रहा शायद.
हाँ, sorry. Bishop B3, Rook G2, Bishop D1, Bishop C6, and Bishop G4 check.
Ooh, he plays on Tiku.
King Bishop.
I think he will just take the bishop now, is my guess.
Yeah, no, Anish just offered a draw, I think.
Yeah, there it is. Wow. So question, would you have tried in this position?
No, of course not. Rook versus knight you can try, but rook versus bishop is very simple.
हाँ. I don't know if you
But
will.
do you know, I have only seen once in my life king rook versus king bishop being won. Rook versus, like sirf king or rook or sirf king or bishop, and it was in a Tata Steel event. Can you guess who the player was? And both of you know this player really well.
Anish?
Take more guesses.
Adiban.
आपके लिए भी guesses
Adiban.
भाई. No, that's two.
Tanya Sachdev.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes.
It was Tanya, and I can't remember who it was against. I think it was a female chess player from Netherlands. I can't remember her name, but I remember it was king rook king bishop, and she won it somehow.
हाँ, Lisa के साथ.
हाँ, it was Lisa. Yes, Lisa Schut. I think it was.
I remember that. Correct.
Yes.
मतलब but respect to Tan, हाँ, मतलब खेलती रही and जीत गई.
Yeah.
I don't know, like Sindarov, like technically could have played, like, I mean, if you win this, you win the candidates, the world champion ban sakte ho. But okay, Anish defended well, yeah. I mean, he defended so well for so
Please,
long.
like, respect. Chat, एक बार Anish OP हो जाए यार, because he stopped the Sindarov Express and what a defense. Anish OP भाई, well done, chat.
Yeah. And now,
And
by the way, just
बोलो.
putting it out there, 3.5 minutes है दोनों players के पास. So I think even though there is no extra time after this, so Divya is a pawn up, but it's looking a bit shaky with 3 minutes on the clock. Blunders can be possible.
Yeah, and even players and everyone looks tired. Right, Tiku bhai?
yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone. And let's not forget ki, you know, it's been more than 5 hours. It's been more than 5 hours, and
yes.
You've been winning for a while, and you feel like, okay, I mean, one move can't matter. You miss something, and it's suddenly not winning for you anymore. We saw what happened to Tan Zhongyi
Every move
against
matters.
Vaishali.
Bhai. Every move matters. Bhai.
Every move matters.
I also shout out to chat में more than 1300 लोग after 5 hours of play, and everyone I think would love to see Divya win her second game in a row like Vaishali.
भाई 1800 लोग हैं.
Oh my bad, मेरा पीछे चल रहा है ना, मैं डिले पे हूँ 15 मिनट.
Okay.
हैं?
अरे मस्ती.
अच्छा, मैं confused हो गया
आज
कि दूसरा. It's too late into the front.
हाँ, I know. Refresh board लिख रहा है कोई.
Okay, we have one move. Bishop B2 and F6 played. Yeah, sorry, chat. F6 played, and now you could take, you just let it stay there. Both options possible.
Done, chat. हो गया refresh यार. 3 minutes 15 seconds for Divya. Saj bhai, quick predictions. Do you think Divya gets that win?
I think so, yeah. I think she should win, yeah.
Sahesh bhai.
I'm sorry, chat. Your just comments are just very, very funny sometimes to read.
Yeah, chat, you're hilarious.
You're very funny. It's very hard to keep my cool sometimes, bhai. Please answer, Sahaj bhai. आपका मैसेज देखा नहीं मैंने, एक बार आप वापस लिख दो. I also think in the games of Pragg and Hikaru versus Sindarov, time pressure has made yeah, exactly. That's the point we've been making for the last like 5 days. That each and आज भी हमने mention किया कि Anish is doing something different, कि he's playing faster. So that's the
Yeah.
key. That's basically it.
Release the groovy files.
अरे भाई रहने दो भाई, वो फिर से आ जाएगा वो बंदा.
नहीं वो
पता
नहीं
है,
आएगा भाई.
नो जोक्स, उस बंदे ने मुझे भेजा ईमेल.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
अभी लाइक लिटरली वाइल जब हम लोग कर रहे
भाई,
थे कमेंट्री, सॉरी बोलने के लिए.
With the
that's
files.
not the best move actually. G4,
नाइस.
King E6. भाई,
I don't forget, Kateryna Lagno is a 3-time women's world blitz champion. तो फटाफट खेलने में she is an expert. Divya has to be careful.
इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट चैट. नाइट d4 चेक लग रही है एंड इट फील्स लाइक आप रुक को पिन कर रहे हो, बट ब्लैक कैन आल्सो डिलीवर अ चेक ऑन d4 एंड देन दिव्या वुड बी लॉस्ट.
लेने के देने ना पड़ जाए.
एग्जैक्टली. भाई दैट्स द सेकंड टाइम राकेश.
Second time.
सेकंड टाइम.
क्या हो गया?
तो हैट्रिक ही कर दो भाई, हैट्रिक ही कर दो भाई.
भाई जो टिकू ने बोला और मैंने बोला जमीन आसमान का फर्क है उसमें.
By the way, Rook H8 now and it's not winning. It's not winning anymore, I think.
नहीं भाई, दो मिनट है भाई, डोंट फॉरगेट. अगर देखो, आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू दिव्या को जीतने का चांस जरूर मिलेगा. दैट मच आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू.
Vineet, I agree. Women's candidates is more interesting this year, all because of Javokhir.
Yep.
मेरे को लगा बोलोगे all because of वैशाली दिव्या but Javokhir.
नहीं, यहाँ पे एक रनअवे लीडर नहीं है ना टिकू इसके लिए. Like, get your
I
point.
get it, but
Yeah,
I
for sure,
felt
for
it like
Sahaj bhai, is Anish from Netherlands? How is his name Indian? Bhai, his father is from Nepal and his mom is from Russia, if I'm not mistaken. And I think he
Correct.
also spent a few years in Japan as well. And he speaks Russian, he speaks Dutch, he understands a bit of Hindi, and he also speaks I think a little bit of Japanese as well. So he's like man of many talents.
Yeah.
By the way, Rook C1, I think Divya should play. Otherwise, Rook H3, Rook H1 में से कुछ आ रहा है and Black is gaining some counterplay here, I think.
That's a great question, Vardhan. The second half pairings will be similar to the first half, but colors will be reversed. The order and everything else will be the same. But let's say Pragg beat Anish with white in round 1, so round 8, Anish will be white against Pragg.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Rook H8 तो आ गया, एक ही मिनट बचा है दिव्या के पास. Tough situation.
सहज भाई, आपने
गोरियाचकिना का हो गया क्या ड्रॉ, या फिर वो खेल रहे हैं अभी भी? It was risky.
I think 6-7 मिनट में हो जाएगा सहज भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है.
हाँ, okay.
Oddly specific. Oh, big blunder by Divya.
भाई आराम से भाई. Like time pressure है, it's expected. It's expected for you cannot play perfect chess here.
No,
and
I
neither
know,
can Lagno cannot play perfect chess either. Trust, it will happen.
No, I know, but it's still a blunder, no? Like, it's still a blunder, like regardless
But it's
of,
not really a blunder, I feel, because practically you cannot utilize it. So it's a blunder if we look at it in front of an engine, but not in front of Lagno. She doesn't know it's a blunder.
Lagno ji, क्या आपको पता है? आप clarity दो हमें. I'm not so sure. फिलहाल के लिए तो I think she plays King D7, misses it.
Told you, bhai.
Wow.
Knight takes E6 and Divya is winning again.
Wow, बच गए भाई. Okay, knight को तो कब से हटाने का आइडिया था, तो this is a dream opportunity. Just take the knight, Divya, come on.
But have you seen the recent developments, Tiku bhai?
Yes, I know everything, Rakesh bhai. Read
That's...
that. But man, this is so interesting. King D7. I think she needs to take on c6. She needs to take on f6 quickly. By time waste nahi karna hai bilkul bhi.
Knight c6 though I think is automatic for me because pawn structure or tuta. That's like immediate. You have to take it.
Pawn structure or tuta. I don't know why. Sounds funny, bhai.
I mean, broken pawn structure बोलते हैं ना in English में तो broken को टूटना ही तो हुआ.
भाई नहीं मारा उसने. And now
Nice,
95.
Tikku bhai. Nice. Progress. Let's go. Divya की तो नहीं हुई progress, but आपकी progress हो गई.
Wow. भाई ये क्या है? She missed an opportunity.
95. Although tough move to play. Achha, by the way, in your experience, of course, Lagno is multiple world women's blitz champion. You guys also covered the women's Grand Prix as well. What do you think is the initial insight here? Do you think Lagno can hold this, or do you think Divya has good chances? Like position देख के नहीं, मैं मतलब player की बात कर रहा हूँ.
भाई मुश्किल है. Because you see, first of all, there's a threat of here and here. Then second is also knight c4 ka threat. So you can't really move the rook here. And there's always this threat, just winning a pawn. And then the knight could potentially sit on f4. I think she should have taken that knight. And now I think black has great drawing chances. Of course, g takes should be obvious.
You think
Okay,
draw?
still, I think she messed it up. Like she might get one opportunity, but it might not be easy this time as knight takes c6.
You know what I don't like? I just don't like the fact कि दिव्या के पास 1 मिनट है और लाग्नो के पास 3 मिनट पे. अभी 2-2 थे. I really think that extra 2 minutes, makes a very big difference here. Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
I agree with Raga 3007 that Lagno can hold this. Bhai. It looks tough. Bhai,
camera कहाँ गया?
Camera गया है ना?
I am team Divya though. I think Divya wins.
So आप
I
second
also
है
think team Divya.
अच्छा. Oh. So okay.
But I think Divya wins this.
Yeah, I'm team Divya bhai. I think I 100%. Knight e2 bishop e5. GG bhai. मतलब खत्म.
अबे भाई, for a reason शायद cameras गए वहाँ पे to show this. Come on India!
Okay. Knight e2. I think rook h3 feels very strong. Just to bring the rook here.
Takes knight.
Takes
knight c3 I think, huh?
Oh, that's
बच्चे कैसे रही है?
g5.
Good knight versus bad bishop, Sahaj bhai.
हाँ, अभी सिंडारोव का यही तो पोजीशन था.
Oh, she plays it, yeah?
Bishop e5, fe5, knight c3 सोच रहा था मैं. Knight versus bishop is very good to play for a win. I just really don't like the time management here. Like 50 seconds is too little. 2 मिनट से यहाँ पे आना is not nice. क्योंकि लाग्नो का टाइम बड़ा है.
Rook h3 played.
Okay, she takes the knight. Important move. Pawn takes. Now, how strong is that bishop?
जाना ही पड़ेगा. Knight c3, 95. Come on, Divya, let's go.
Absolutely. And Vardhan bhai, thank you so much for the nice words. But ऐसा होता है क्या अर्जुन के साथ? Do I become like different? I don't think I've noticed that. But yeah, knight c3.
She plays king f2. By the way, the best move in the position, just to come to g2, kick the rook back maybe.
बस अब knight c3 मत खेलना please. Please don't play knight c3. Please.
Tan
king
Zhongyi
g2
है
complete
क्या?
करके खेलना.
Tan Zhongyi थोड़ी है.
अरे यार.
अरे भाई.
I imagine, but if you win this, you go into the rest day with just half a point behind the leader. And I think Divya plays Anna Muzychuk in after the rest day. Yes, she does. So, bhai, this just shows how important this game is.
I don't know. If I was playing this as white, I would think that I'm still winning. 100% I would think कि मैं कुछ ना कुछ करके जीत जाऊंगा ये position. I don't know. What are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
especially with time pressure, no time being added except the 30 seconds. And I agree, Sahaj bhai. King g2 खेलो, knight c3, knight d5.
Please don't play knight c3 भाई. King g2 पहले खेल दो.
But also you would know कि maybe you messed it up a bit. Like it isn't as winning as it was earlier, no?
Yeah, you do. I think. Yeah, that's true.
For sure. You're right there.
So she maybe thinks like, okay, I should win this, but I messed up somewhere. Now she has no time to go back in her mind and see where she went wrong. So 50 second hai. She has to figure out the best way. I think knight c3, knight d5 at some point feels automatic.
Yeah, I really think the time management is very bad for Divya here. फिर से 44 seconds. Like, yeah,
But
this is not good.
I just don't believe कि अभी तक ऐसे गेम चालू कैसे है.
टाइम प्रेशर पे खेल रहे होंगे ना दोनों.
इतना देर on, but like Divya was winning at like 8:30 p.m. India में. अभी 11:30 होने आए.
I think it's some sort of endgame, maybe Rakesh bhai. Yeah? Maybe it's possible ki like they've reached some endgame, rook knight versus rook or something like that. Yeah,
Possible,
which is
possible, yeah.
taking a lot of time. By the rook c3, a big mistake. I mean, I don't see why it's such a big mistake apart from taking the knight square. I mean, she's trying to defend all her pawns. Yeah.
I think उसका idea rook d3 check, knight c3, knight d5. That's what she wants to set up. I feel like Lagno यहाँ पे कुछ mistake blunder कर सकती है. It's very likely, I think.
Okay,
So
what
let's
if I
not
play
forget.
bishop g5? I just
Then
want to
rook
come
check.
rook d3, king c6.
भाई वो
Or
rook
she
h2
played rook
खेली by the
h2.
way. But that was the best move, भाई. Crazy.
Extra noob, you are right. It is double round robin event.
तो एक बार king f1 आ जाते हैं. आप वापस rook h1 चेक दोगे तो king g2. Unless you have bishop h4, which I missed. Oh, she plays king e1. I missed it, but Divya doesn't miss it. Let's go. King e1. Nice move.
By the way, Lagno also has 3 points, so she has all the incentive to hold or even potentially turn this around. If she were to win somehow, I think she would be in second place, half a point behind Anna Muzychuk.
But I really hope she wins, because if she doesn't, then she's gonna go back and check the game, and then she's really gonna have a very bad rest day. Just thinking about all the winning moves, or well, the winning position that she had, and yeah.
Yeah, agreed. And just a 1 second look actually at the Goryachkina game, because it's so crazy. Both sides seem to have a passed pawn, but a draw, yeah, I think is going to happen very soon, is my guess.
Correct. Rakesh bhai, any predictions?
In this one, just have to calculate a bit, but overall, it looks like it should end in the next couple of minutes, I think.
Yeah. You're right. Calculation was definitely involved, Rakesh bhai.
Couple मतलब दो.
ये draw लग रहा है मुझे तो ये. Yeah, bishop 8 is the best move by Zhu Jiner. And मेरे को लग रहा है अभी something like knight d2, bishop c6, knight f1, bishop 8 can be a repetition draw. But guys, that's just my prediction. Don't hold me to it.
युवराज पांडे जी बोल रहे सैज, डोंट यू थिंक यू आर स्टक ऑन कमेंट्री, यू शुड फोकस ऑन चेस मोर. यार मेरी मॉम ने ऑल्ट अकाउंट कैसे बना दिया यूट्यूब पे? दैट्स व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग अबाउट. कैसे बना भाई ये?
आंटी जी है क्या भाई?
लग तो वही रही है भाई, वही बोलती है.
Divya's game is on, Raj. Raj bhai, Divya is trying to win.
King e6 played.
Okay, yeah, they're repeating.
खत्म होने वाला है. Very soon. Oh, they're just repeating भाई. Repetition है.
Yeah. I thought so. There's nothing to do for either side.
So this is the second last game of Khali Divya ki bachi hai. That's the only game remaining. Let's go there. I think this is gonna be a draw.
ये तो repetition ही है, I think.
Yeah.
So we can stay here, Tiku bhai. Just grab the handshakes क्योंकि यहाँ पे कैमरा ही नहीं है वैसे भी.
नहीं, कैमरा है actually ये वाला, but okay, we can check.
आ गया. ये वाला आ गया, बढ़िया.
Okay, it's gonna happen in the next 30 seconds.
Something like 45, 48 seconds.
48 seconds, wow. Oddly specific.
Pragg will win tomorrow.
कम से कम 38 ही बोल देता. कम से कम 38 ही बोल देता. बेटर होता.
How will Pragg win tomorrow, guys? Tomorrow is a rest day. Everyone of us are going to chill.
Nice.
Yeah, they are repeating.
वो अपनी जर्सी वो मतलब
धोखे.
धोके like make sure you have it like day after tomorrow भाई बहुत जरूरत होगी. That's a mistake by
Wait,
Lagno just made a
what's happened?
mistake. Golden chance for Divya to win. I told you एक chance
Bhai,
आएगा.
King E1, Bishop G5, Rook D3 check, King E6. I think King C6 maybe was
And she
better, but
plays
now.
it. She goes knight A4.
Wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
Chat. I told you. लिख रहे थे chat में भाई आपकी वजह से सोच रहा हूँ. Chat. This is the moment. I told you there will be a moment.
But
And she's
how did
winning.
she miss knight A4? But how did she miss knight A4? I mean, it's an
भाई
obvious move,
क्योंकि
right?
ब्लिट्स है भाई. ब्लिट्स में मिस हर बार होता है भाई ये मिस. सबसे मिस होता है.
और
Just
सहज
like
भाई,
Divya missed it. अगर दिव्या मिस कर सकती है तो लागनो भी मिस कर सकती है, राइट?
और आपने बोला जर्सी धोके रखो, उतने में ब्लंडर.
अरे जर्सी का नाम पे ही भाई क्रेजी.
Come on, Divya. Bhai, why is she thinking king on the opposite square of the opposite color of the bishop? That's simple. Chalo, king e2. Don't come under 10 seconds.
Played. Let's go.
Nice.
King E2.
Yeah.
Knight C5 check incoming, winning the pawn.
She has
And
to go
black
bishop
doesn't have a
E7.
check.
Sahaj bhai, isn't this over?
More or less, yes, but okay, still some resistance. King D2, King C2 is important, I think. And then knight को D5 पे, and I'm sure Lagno will miss a check, like some fork by the knight. Like she'll miss something like that.
And Chad,
Very
normally
easy to
कोने
miss.
में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा होता है, but this time the knight is doing an amazing job and will love to plant itself in the center of the board on D5.
But is King D2 that obvious? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, क्योंकि everything is protected, ना टिकू भाई.
20 seconds. Ah, Rook C3.
Fine. We have seen this story, guys. We've seen this story. Don't worry.
भाई
सहज भाई
दूसरी
आपने
बार
किसी
Rook
से
C3 खेला और दोनों बार मिस्टेक.
हाँ happens. आपने किसी के लिए मैं किसी का सेकंड बना हूँ. I think 2 players in the past.
Can
But
you
I don't.
reveal it, Sahaj bhai?
I don't think it was like necessarily seconding. It was more like helping someone for a specific tournament. और
राकेश
वो
भाई कुछ
वही
DM
था
किया
जो
है.
आप सोच रहे हो,
Check
पर
कर
वो
लेना WhatsApp पे.
कैंडिडेट्स में नहीं था वो. जो आप
Message
सोच रहे
किया
हो वही
राकेश भाई.
प्लेयर है, बट लेकिन वो कैंडिडेट्स में नहीं था.
By the way, Rook A1 played. Um,
And now knight B6, knight D5. यही प्लान है. बढ़िया.
राकेश भाई मतलब ज्यादा ही खतरों से खेल रहे हैं. लव इट भाई.
अरे अभी तो
होपफुली लागना भी
इधर
खेलेगी.
मतलब वो पूरी तरह से मेरी टीम में या फिर पूरी तरह अगेंस्ट है, ऐसा है.
हाँ, वो यहाँ नाइट की बात कर रहे हैं. पूरी तरफ मेरी टीम में है एंड इज गोना विन मी द गेम, और या पूरी तरफ इज
या
गोना स्पॉइल द गेम. सो आई थिंक दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट
एग्जैक्टली.
पीस. And black, I think, can only defend bishop h4, bishop d8, could bishop f8, something like this, something which has no consequence. But yeah, it's still not crystal clear because there's no extra time coming. 1 minute hai versus 2 minutes time difference में anything is possible. And अभी भी कोई update नहीं है. That's the crazy part.
मेरे को ऐसे फोमो हो रहा है भाई तो. Knight B6, okay. By the way, Bishop D8, Bishop H4 are the 2 moves. Bishop G5 क्यों नहीं चल रहा? That seems the most
He'll
logical
miss
to
it.
me.
By the way, hello, Daddy Cool 7 in the chat. Welcome back.
Hey, this King D1 is the best move. Okay. Why not King D3, Rook F2? Yeah, and we can't go King C4. I'm assuming. Is that bad?
जा सकते हो मेरे हिसाब से.
Just Knight D5 पहले I think makes more sense. Why
Okay,
King
she finds it,
D1?
yeah.
But why King D1? Why not King D3?
Even I thought so. Yeah. Why not King D3? What's the problem? Bishop H4.
What? And
Okay,
then?
that's impossible.
But what happens? What is the point of Bishop H4?
King
Bishop E1 or
C4
what?
and Bishop E1.
Okay, like Rook
D3.
D3?
And
I don't
okay,
think.
I mean, I don't know what this is. I think this is just
Hmm.
drama. Okay, I think that nothing changes. Yeah, King D1 played. And let's see क्या होता है.
So now Lagno thinking, I think this is good progress for दिव्या क्योंकि लागनो का टाइम कम हो रहा है एटलीस्ट वो बैलेंस हो रहा है अब टू विन अ पोजीशन लाइक दिस आइडियली स्पीकिंग यू नीड एटलीस्ट 1 or 2 minutes मोर देन योर ओपोनेंट ताकि जब ब्लंडर हो तो आप कैलकुलेट कर पाओ जैसे पिछले पोजीशन में जब लागनो ने ब्लंडर किया अगर दिव्या के पास 3 मिनट होते हैं देर इज नो वे शी वुड हैव इक्वलाइज दैट और यू नो दैट शी वुडंट हैव फाउंड इट तो एक्स्ट्रा 2-3 मिनट चाहिए यहाँ पे
यप ग्रेट एंड टिकू भाई आपके लिए सुपर चैट आया है मंदार भाई से
आपने किसी प्लेयर के लिए थर्डिंग किया है क्या भाई भाई थर्डिंग क्या होता है यार सहज भाई मे यू कैन लेट शेड सम लाइट
मे बी ही इज सेइंग थर्ड व्हीलिंग और
आई डोंट थिंक सो ही मींस
मैंने तो भाई मेरे से को भाई मेरा नाम टिक्कू थोड़ी है तो आपसे पूछा उन्होंने आप बताओ भाई
नहीं भाई आई थिंक करेंगे तो सेकंड नहीं करेंगे भाई थर्ड नहीं करेंगे भाई यू नो इमेजिन इफ यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग समवेयर लाइक
सेकंड एंड हाफ किया
By the way, still no moves. Oh, time, by the way, now is looking favorable for Divya. She's ahead on the clock for the first time. 14 second, 13, 12. Has to play. Bishop g5 on the board.
Not the best.
8 seconds. क्या वो अपडेट नहीं हुआ क्या किंग डी क्या हुआ
Kaya nahi move, but okay, we can play it manually.
Can we actually see that other scene जहाँ पे वो board दिख जाता है? Maybe we can follow the.
That cam is down. Cam is down side.
I
We are
see.
working on it. मतलब FIDE is working on it क्योंकि FIDE की गलती है.
ठीक है. तो राकेश भाई आप राइट साइड पे देखो और मैं लेफ्ट साइड पे देखता हूँ जस्ट इन केस. टिक्कू भाई आप मतलब यार मतलब we'll keep नहीं भाई ये मुश्किल है. Bishop E7. The bishop was already on E7. Okay, there we go.
Knight A4, Bishop E7.
We have the moves. We have the moves. Bishop G5, Knight A4, Bishop E7, and King C.
Arey, Bishop B4.
Is better.
Bishop B4.
No! Bishop B4 just takes and takes the knight. That's a big miss. Divya noticed it. Oh no, she hurried with King C1. Why?
Don't see it. भाई मत देखना.
Look at her hand.
मत देखना.
Look at her right hand.
नहीं खेला उसने. Let's go. Oh, Divya just gave a sigh. She was like, whoa, like this. And this is exactly what I was saying. भाई जब आपके पास कम time होता, you don't spot moves like that. That's why you need that extra 2 minutes.
Wow.
She saw it. Dad, go back and look. You could see that she was like, poof. Saved by the bell. Let's go.
And you know, she had that extra 2 minutes. She lost it on the previous move. पिछली ही चाल पे वो 2 मिनट उन्होंने यूज कर लिए भाई. बाल बच गए.
Yeah, I mean, this was nice, bhai. This was fortunate.
Come on.
20 seconds now for Lagno. This is where you make a blunder, most likely, by Lagno. क्योंकि बहुत कम time है Lagno के पास. Very hard to keep the defense up.
But how does she win this?
What's the winning plan for Divya?
पता नहीं भाई तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है कुछ यार. Knight B6 Knight. वो मुझे थोड़ा सरप्राइजिंग लग रहा है.
होता तो दिख जाता ना अभी तक.
हाँ, exactly. ये किंग B1 पे मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा बाय द वे. आई हैव टू लाइक यू कैन नॉट गेट आउट ऑफ इट. यू कैन नॉट प्ले किंग B2 और रुक C2 खेला तो F3 मर जाएगा. आई रियली डोंट लाइक दैट किंग ऑन द बैक रैंक. चैट अगर आपको वो FNH पॉन्स वाला गेम याद हो बिटवीन मैग्नस एंड अर्जुन एरेगाइसी रुक एंड गेम वाला जहाँ पे रुक की चेक दे रहा था वो बार बार एंड ईच टाइम अर्जुन वाज नॉट चूजिंग टू गो ऑन द बैक रैंक with the king. That's very, very important. Same principle applies in most end games, basically, including this one. King B3 पे होता much easier for her to play on.
भाई जर्सी निकाल दो एक बार राकेश भाई फिर से. I think that's the we need one more push.
अभी तो मैं ऐसे कर दूं.
देखना भी रुक F1 चेक दी किंग बाहर निकल आएगा. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on.
भाई गलती. भाई no way. There is no way that was a big mistake. How?
No, it's not. It's not there. It's not. Rook D3 is still good. Bishop C7 is still safe. Edge by one question for you. Can anyone become Magnus? Is this gifted or anyone have to buy? I think like even GM banna like is sometimes not the easiest even if you work very hard.
Can we go full
Magnus
screen?
तो दूर की बात है.
हाँ बढ़िया.
By the way, apparently A4 now is the best plan for Divya, just to push that pawn as far as up the board as possible.
बस जल्दी
But
खेलो. That's my only take. Yes, let's go.
play.
A4. She's playing fast now.
The only question is, what does Black do in the meanwhile? Like, what can you do? There's no clear move for Black actually. I mean, if you play a move like King E7, then maybe even Knight E3. I don't know if that works, but what do you do? Missing Humpy at this turn. Of course, we're all missing Humpy, but I think Vaishali Divya also doing a great job. By the way, 50 moves के बारे में किसी बंदे ने पूछा था. That's your answer to the 50 moves. It's over. It starts from scratch now.
ओ G5 आ गया भाई. अब नाइट F5 पे कितना डेंजरस लगेगा. नाइस.
भाई लगेगा कि होगा डेंजरस.
लगेगा भाई अभी के लिए तो, क्योंकि बिशप C7 पे सब कंट्रोल करके बैठा है. बट वो लगना भी इनफ है इस पोजीशन में. कुछ टाइम कम है ना.
The stakes are super high, chat. Divya goes into second place if she wins this.
Also props to Divya भाई. 6 घंटे से खेल रही है वो पोजीशन. In this time control, 6 घंटे is very 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 rare. Can we all agree on that? Like, in fact, मेरे 6 days में भी same मतलब time control रहता है. Never goes 6 hours.
Yeah.
Why? That's why Lagno missed it. Yeah, that's why she missed Bishop takes B4, because she was so tired. She didn't have. She wasn't like I say tuned in enough.
G5 के बाद ये F5 square कहीं ना कहीं नाइट के लिए अवेलेबल हो गया ना.
Yes, exactly. But knight E3 is not possible because F3 hanging. She plays B5. So thematically a very good move, because it fixes your pawns on the light square and bishop उसको कभी target नहीं कर सकता.
Why? Rook F1 only move. Oh, that's
Blunder.
a big mistake, I think.
Yeah, B6 is by B6 is like, I think very very bad, because B6 becomes a weakness by itself now. Like वो bishop अब वो हमेशा pawn को बचाता रहेगा.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tikku, great color there, because black का bishop and pawn सारे ही dark squares पे है अभी.
And also, this is the most important pawn, right? The one on B6. Because अगर ये दोनों, okay, these are also important, but somehow once this falls, essentially this is just 3 squares away from queening, and it's also possible for white to attack this one very easily at some point. Now she's bringing the king. She did not play Rook A3.
Rook F1 check, King C2, Rook F2 check, King B3. Why is this +1?
I think this was winning. Rook A3, Rook A7.
वो तो मुश्किल है ढूंढना, I think.
Yeah.
Saurabh पूछ रहा है, is Lagno related to Grishchuk? Not somewhat, bhai. They are married. So.
Wow. Are they married, really?
Yes.
Ah, I didn't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Very interesting.
हम लोगों ने किसी ने खतरों के खिलाड़ी देखा है क्या?
हाँ, देखा है.
इसीलिए बन रहे हो.
By the way, Rook F1 check. Where does the king go now? Important question. B2, C2, D2. C2
But Rook F2 check only move here, by the way. King B3 के बाद Rook F1 भी आना जरूरी है.
Why am I getting a feeling that is secretly helping Sindarov a second? बिल्कुल भाई, that's why it's a feeling. Feeling तो बहुत आती है मुझे. दिन की 4-5 कम से कम.
भाई अभी भी नहीं आया मतलब कुछ यार. King B3.
मुझे दिख ही नहीं रहा है, सहज भाई. I think this game will go on for 100 moves, सहज भाई. Chat, क्या लगता है? Prediction. We are at move 80. This will be the first game of the candidates to go over 100 moves.
भाई एक भी नहीं तक.
क्या बोला टिक्कू?
एक भी गेम अब तक 100 तक नहीं गई. That's surprising to me actually.
नहीं, ये वाली जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
Wow.
Why am I getting?
Oh wait, some hesitation from Divya there. She put her king back. वो d2 पे रख के she put it back. Yeah, I think she sees it now. I think rook f2 check में maybe she will go king c3 to get away from all checks. This is also very hard to hold, I think.
Bhai, rook b1
Ooh.
is after that pawn.
Knight a3?
Uh-oh.
Is that
Uh-oh. Pawn तो गए हो.
Oh, 3 minutes again for Lagno.
नहीं नहीं chat भाई, I never said she won मतलब for Divya.
She's winning.
By the way, Magnus
Yeah.
drew against Vincent. So, yeah. Never
But
need to
Vincent
beat
is still
Magnus.
1 point ahead, yeah? 6.5 पे है वो
Yeah.
साथ में.
Okay, knight a3 only move
और
played.
मैग्नस ने 7 में 5.5 किए वहां पे, और यहाँ पे सुंदरों ने 6 किए 7 में.
Exactly, bhai. The crazy stat actually. So knight a3 played. Now check is incoming from Lagno. She doesn't do that. She goes rook a1, keeping an eye on the a3 knight and also preventing the king from advancing towards the center. Basically, king c3, king c4 is not possible as a knight on a3 hangs. Maybe she can try king c2 with the idea of king b3, knight c4, something like this is possible. But fast खेलना जरूरी है, I think. Okay, still thinking. She has enough time. But भाई 1 minute से कम नहीं करना चाहिए, I feel. That's way too low. Then you know that those moves like bishop takes b4 could be missed. Knight c4 played. Now rook b1 is important to attack the b5 pawn. Maybe rook d5 can be possible, but usme rook b3 is there, and then the f3 pawn hangs.
By knight a3 is the only move again, and it's really making me question if Divya will win this again. I'm very hopeful. But अगर ये pawn गया ना, then suddenly it's gonna be almost impossible.
Bhai, can you believe it? King c3 is working here. Rook b5, rook d1. White is still better.
The rook is almost trapped, yeah?
Yeah, rook c5
हाँ.
only.
c5,
Move
king b4.
Move the king.
Rook
Rook भी
c6,
h1 से निकल जाएगा.
and rook d5.
Oh, winning हो गई अब. Crazy.
Wow, you can't move the bishop. You move it here, I take 1 e5. Bishop b8, king b5. Wow. Okay, this is too much into the future. I think let's go back.
यश बोल रहे कि टिक्कू स्क्रीम इनकमिंग इन 2 minutes. Possible chat. Possible. No
By anything
way
is possible.
chat. No way ऐसा चिल्लाएंगे टिक्कू अभी.
I'm just protesting against Wei Yi भाई qualifying. I wanted Arjun. और कुछ नहीं है भाई. No way chat. Only Arjun. But anyways.
83 moves done. भाई लानो के फिर से 3.5 मिनट हो गया यार.
वो फिर हाँ और उसके फिर से 1 minute. That's what I don't like. She will find king c3. I doubt it, bhai, and she doesn't. She plays rook d5. It's a very unnatural move.
Rook b3 का already support f3.
Yeah.
No. Why knight e3?
इन्हें lower register पे बोला इन्होंने no.
Why knight
King
e3 लेकिन? Isn't it just saving the
Bishop
day?
d6. Knight e3 पे there's bishop d6, bishop c5. You cannot activate the bishop.
So knight e3, bishop d6, king here.
Bishop c5, bishop d4.
Knight f5 or knight c4?
But bishop c5 पे is dangerous ना. Bishop c7 पे रखो.
भाई AVDRK बोल रहे साहिल भाई don't scream, parents are sleeping.
भाई देखो ये गेम अभी इक्वल है, सो इफ दिव्या विंस दिस तो स्क्रीम कभी भी आ सकती है, कभी भी निकल सकती है, सो प्लीज हेडफोन्स पहन लीजिए. बट नहीं आएगी भाई, मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे. 40 seconds for Divya versus 4 minutes for Lagno.
By the way, fascinating point in chat. Bhai, why didn't Arjun play Grenke? Maybe because he's a second.
Good point. But to whom?
सोचो
There is only one player I can think of right now who Arjun would help.
That's a
Let
good
me take a
point.
guess.
And
उसका
it's
नाम
not
J
Pragg.
से
And
चालू
it's
होता है.
not Pragg.
I agree.
उसका
That
नाम
I
J
will
से
believe.
चालू होता है.
That I will believe. The ideas जो उसके पास आ रहे हैं भाई वो बहुत crazy है भाई. अर्जुन है इसके पीछे तो भाई मानना पड़ेगा. That I'll believe.
I thought you will say Divya or Vaishali, not
No.
like
No.
ये तो
Sindarov.
प्रणेश है ना उधर तो. Yeah, it may be
but
Sindarov chat. Maybe Sindarov.
भाई ये speculation है by the way chat. We don't know it for a fact. We don't know basically. Repetition?
Oh, Divya playing with the left hand. That's never a good sign, chat.
it's technically not loud also, by the way. You can't switch hands, I think, as far as I know.
No, you
Combo.
can switch hands, but you cannot switch hands like एक हाथ से चाल दूसरे हाथ से clock दबाना.
Got it.
That's what you can't do. You can play with the
Correct.
same hand.
Like, एक हाथ से दोनों चीजें करनी है मतलब. You can't like
Exactly.
एक हाथ से एक हाथ से
Yeah.
एक. Got it.
Yes.
Nitin bhai, Vaishali won her game. She's in second place. And Chess Fan G, no, we don't know the results. Game is still on.
By the way, less than a minute again for Divya. Moves
Move
जितना
जितना
जरूरी है बिल्कुल.
जरूरी है. Yeah,
बिल्कुल
in
compulsory.
increment. Increment में compulsory है chat.
Okay. Wait, I see 14 seconds on the screen and I see 40 seconds on my screen. What's happening? I think it's 35. Yeah, I think the one on the screen is wrong. I'm guessing. Because that went to 0. Okay, cool. The one I have is correct. Can we have that somehow? Like, I don't know if possible. Because it seems like ki arrows to hai, but clock different hai. I see a different clock.
Hmm.
Got it.
And
okay.
Says bhai, I don't see the game ending anytime soon. Divya is going to play this till the end.
But I mean, Rakesh bhai, like knowing the events that happened, wouldn't you play this until the very end either?
For sure, for sure.
So I mean, you cannot, blame Divya for this because she was winning and she has that outside chance still, so she has to keep pushing.
भाई blame का मैं तो support कर रहा हूँ.
Bhai.
Of course.
Bhai, if this pawn falls, I mean, black has a passed pawn and a much more active bishop now with a weirdly placed king. Like, Divya should not, like, they should be very cautious here. If you lose, you are out of the candidates, I think, essentially. I mean, you will have close to 0 chances. I mean, you can pull it off, but 1.5 point पीछे हो गए आप leader से.
Ayushman, I agree, bhai. Maybe Fedosev is helping Sindarov. That's a great candidate for being.
But सवाल अभी भी है अर्जुन खेल क्यों नहीं रहा ग्रीन के?
Exactly.
Maybe he's preparing for the next event, the one that starts with Magnus.
Tepe Sigeman के लिए भाई prepare करेगा ना मतलब ग्रेन के छोड़ के.
नहीं possible है. Because he also didn't, he had a terrible Tata Steel, yeah? He had a terrible one, so he would also need to, just like Okesh, maybe help working on his chess.
But Divyansh is saying Fedosev is playing Grenke, तो गया वो भी गया. बच्चे कौन लोग top 10 में या top 20 में?
And yes, Naimish, I think tomorrow is a rest day. So chat, tomorrow will be a rest day. Sare players, will take some rest. Of course, some preparation will be involved and we'll be back day after with round number 8.
Dhruv bhai, Grenke is open. It's not invitational. So Arjun could have played. Oh, Sahaj bhai, what about Ashvi बोल रही है? What about Ali Reza helping Javokhir? That's possible.
I don't think so, bhai.
Oh, okay.
एक तो पता है मुझे, but दूसरा I don't think it would be Firuza. But वो मैं बोल नहीं सकता. But yeah.
Message कर दो ना group.
नहीं भाई, वो मैं किसी को नहीं बोल सकता. I was sworn to secrecy by someone, but I know it for a fact कि कौन उसको हेल्प कर रहा है. But एक और मेरे हिसाब से एक और है कोई टॉप का प्लेयर.
Okay, there is no way it's Firuza, I think, though. I don't think so. By the way, 16 seconds. Again, serious time pressure building up.
Rapo, Arjun or Dubov. That's a great combo. Says, do you think Do you think Dubov is possible here?
To help Sindarov?
Of course.
Maybe.
And
I
is
don't
he is he in
last
Cyprus? Sahaj
उसने
bhai.
कुछ उसने प्रग को हेल्प किया था और what was it? I can't remember. प्रग था ना वो? प्रग को हेल्प किया था
Correct.
ना?
So,
Could be actually
yeah,
Pragg in that sense.
could be, could be. But do you think he's in Cyprus right now?
Could be actually. Could be. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but it could be.
Also, good question. What about Hari? I don't think Hari will be helping anyone because he
वो
might
गुकेश
be
वो भाई वो टीम गुकेश है
Gukesh's.
हरी थोड़ी करेगा.
So he might be Team Gukesh, so he might not help anyone here. Like knight e6 is what you want to play, I think, unless knight h5 plan. I don't know.
And the problem is now her extra pawn is gone. So knight कहीं भी जाएगा, rook b5 is hanging.
भाई कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं नरेश भाई. वीजा नहीं मिला होगा अर्जुन को. That's not even possible, भाई.
That's second.
भाई और लागनो के पास 5 मिनट है भाई.
Play Divya.
I don't think this is now I'll think very little chance to win, but yeah.
Now you're fighting for a draw, yeah? Rook b5.
Not draw, you're not fighting for it, but you're not playing for a win necessarily. एक chance दो chances आए थे I think दिव्या के पास, but yeah. Sadly she couldn't capitalize on them.
But भाई हमको लग रहा था कि Divya will win much earlier, but great heroic defense by Lagno.
Yeah, but वो knight a4 आने के बाद I feel like that was like a straight win.
Yeah.
Right then and there. वो golden opportunity थी.
Anna drew her
Chat is
game.
asking accuracy. Chat दोनों players का accuracy is 91.0 at this point. So there you go.
No brilliancies.
Yeah, आप नीचे देख सकते हो at the bottom of your screen, chat. No blunders, no brilliancies. So draw may be fair result, Sahaj bhai.
I mean, considering that Divya was pushing the whole game, I don't think she'll be happy with this.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like
I mean,
3 घंटे से winning थी Divya.
She'll be furious actually, I think.
Yeah.
Because she was simply a pawn up in an endgame. Like if you can't convert that, then you're not gonna win the candidates, I feel. Like she'll be furious. With no counterplay for black, by the way. Like absolutely zero counterplay at the start when we saw that endgame. So
You know, Sahil bhai and Rakesh bhai, I feel like in moments like these, it has happened to me. I don't know if it has happened to you. I think for sure a lot of chess players go through this. That when you try to play for a win for a long time and then उसके बाद जब position equal हो जाती है, आपकी सोच फिर भी वही रहती है कि मैं जीत रहा था, and then you run the risk of potentially, squandering that as well. Okay, that's good. She took knight c5. That's good. Safer choice.
yeah, now it's gonna be a draw. I think you probably can just put the rook behind the pass pawn, give a check also, put the king back. And
भाई तो rook c5 भी draw है. अगर मैंने pawn दे भी दिया तो भी draw है.
हाँ, मतलब I don't think white has any chances. I was thinking black के पास तो नहीं because she's sticking with the pawn.
अभी भी white ही खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए. Rook d5 के बाद you are in some trouble, but yeah. My point is even if black sacrifices a pawn, you can hold a draw. I don't think Lagno is looking to win this, to be honest, because she's been defending for 4 hours.
So
भाई
king
पलक. Sorry, बोलो.
नहीं king. ये बोलो ना राकेश बोलो क्या कुछ crazy था.
Yeah, Palak ji has mentioned a great point that this is move 94, but Divya was winning on move 21.
Oh, damn.
Crazy time.
Wow. So she will not be happy, I think, with this result. Yeah. Unless, I mean, it's still not over in my eyes. I think still
It's still not. I have
defense is needed by it.
Checked it with Mike Klein actually, Sahaj bhai. मतलब सही वाला Mike Klein. And he has suggested that the game is still on.
Wow.
They are playing.
Wow.
So just to check, what if I say I want to give a check and just pick up this and then pick up these?
take on c5, rook f4, king d5, rook g4, king e5. Now you have to calculate whether this is, I mean, of course it's a draw actually.
Yeah.
What am I even saying? Rook b3 check is easy.
I look at
But
Divya.
too
She
fast.
realizes it. Divya now realizes it's a draw.
Yeah.
I
She
was
messed it
सोच
up
रही है
somewhere.
कहाँ miss हो गया win. Like you can see it in her eyes.
But I think she would still be in third place. So it's not the end of the world. हारना नहीं है बस. That's very important. By the way, rook b4 played, cutting off the white king. But why can't you just play rook c7? Don't know.
Like rook d5 ना भाई दोनों pawn पे
Yeah.
attack.
हाँ, actually pretty
is
good.
No,
very
rook
nice.
d4 check.
Okay, king c3.
Ah, rook
King c3.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a
I
great.
mean,
टिकू भाई blunder
yeah.
नहीं करना.
King c3.
भाई ये blunder हो
अरे
जाएगा भाई, I
king
think.
c3 भाई king हाँ तू हराना ही चाहता है मतलब किसी एक साइड को.
King c3, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you take, this is
Or
winning
king
for
E-
white then.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 seconds. 2. She played on 1 second, by the way.
Why does she?
1 second.
Why is she playing with fire?
भाई अभी तक खेल रहे हैं मतलब कुछ हुआ है गेम में. Just put it like that. अभी तक खेल otherwise this should have ended in a draw now.
Yeah, black के सारे pawn isolated. You're right, Majestic G. But how do you take advantage of it? TJ concept, bhai. There is no chance that these players will be analyzing after 6 hours and 100 moves of chess. So let's be clear on that.
ब्लैक के सारे पॉन आइसोलेटेड है, कह रहे हैं मैजेस्टिक जी, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह. एंड बट या वाइट की यूनाइटेड है भाई, तब भी कुछ खास हो नहीं रहा है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. इवन दे आर गोना फॉल वन बाय वन.
Seriously, I thought, no, I don't think Divya can lose this. हारने का तो 0 chance है.
किंग f6, ओके. रुक. Check.
Okay, check. King f7. I think Divya still has an outside chance somehow. Rook c5. Is rook c5 hanging? That's a free pawn, no?
Free.
Yeah, that's a free pawn. Okay, that's a miss by Lagno, I think. अब वो थोड़ा tilt करेगी. But still it's a draw by sadly.
Wow. Okay, now Divya is a pawn up. So where do you put the king? Where do you put the rook now? Because ये check आ रहा है. So king d3 maybe.
King b3. King b3, why? Because to stop, and you also want to kick the rook. King को like आगे जाना है c4 d5 ऐसे. And then I'm thinking rook c8 and rook f8 would be a good idea in this position. She gives a check, king f7. के chance तो है यहाँ पे दिव्या का भी.
And that's how the game is lasting so long, yeah? Because she's been pushing in. Like, that's why Mike Klein said the game is still on. Because
Yes, exactly.
यहाँ पे वो घुमा फिरा के कोशिश, जैसे rook b6 देखो ना, like the kind of move you just wait. जैसे सिंदारोव push कर रहे थे. Very, very similar. And yes, 100 moves. Wow.
Wow.
100
Let's go.
चालें हो चुकी हैं इस गेम में, and अभी भी evaluation is 0.00.
Is rook a3 check, rook b3, rook takes b3 good? No corresponding squares. No, that's lost. So rook straight नहीं कर सकते आप. You have to be careful. She gives a check.
सहज मैं क्विकली चेकिंग कि लाग्नो और दिव्या 2 बार खेले टाटा स्टील ब्लिट्स में इन जनवरी एंड दोनों बार ब्लिट्स में लाग्नो बीट दिव्या देशमुख.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. Yes.
So कहीं ना कहीं not looking good for Divya. She can't lose chat this one, but draw के chances बहुत ज्यादा लग रहे हैं.
But how do you get the king up? You never can, right? I mean, what you can do is sack the f3 pawn and get the king to d5 at best. So rook b4, rook a3, king c4 takes, but that's also a draw. We already discussed this. rook a4 पे है तो you can never really move the rook king up.
Check. King f6. Okay, 60 moves rule I think apply होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. That's what it looks like to me. So last capture was by 3 moves ago only.
Time
That's
है.
it. So it was move 98. So 148 तक जाएगा जिससे पहले जिसके बाद I think Lagno could claim.
तब तक हम लोग बहुत बूढ़े हो जाएंगे शायद भाई. बहुत टाइम है तब तक.
Yeah.
Okay. I think now maybe Lagno is a bit confident. She's going to hold this. Body language से भी लग रहा है. By the way, we have one more move, couple of more moves. Check, check. And this is the live position. White has connected pawns and black has iklote pawns. Isn't it advantage for Divya? Why is it a draw? साज भाई अगर आपको एक्सप्लेन करना हो कैसे करोगे?
It's because that pawn is not a passed pawn. You cannot play f4 easily. If that pawn maybe was on f5, this would be dead winning. क्योंकि वो pawn सीधा आगे बढ़ सकता है. अभी if you go into the simplest form of an endgame, white का king c4, black का king c6 पे, then it's a draw. तो वो pawn का कोई यूज़ नहीं है अभी basically. उसका सिर्फ एक ही यूज़ है कि आप उसको सही टाइम पे आप सैक कर सकते हो essentially.
We're getting some stats from Chess.com Stats Pack that the longest game in a candidates was in 2016. Caruana was a Swidler, drew in 116 moves. Tiku bhai.
भाई 127 लिख रहा है. अच्छा, that's world championship, right?
That's Carlson Nepo, game
got
6.
Got it.
World
भाई
Championship.
116 तो जाएगा ही 100%, right? Based on the
Easily,
information we have.
हाँ, वो तो माइक क्लाइन ने बोल दिया है जाएगा. भाई 226 ना चला जाए ये at this rate.
नहीं 2 तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है ना भाई. 150 के बाद तो यू कैन जस्ट क्लेम अ ड्रॉ. और 175 के बाद द आर्बिटर कैन क्लेम फॉर यू. एंड व्हाट आई रियली डोंट लाइक इज लाग्नो के पास 5.5 मिनट है. दैट मींस शी इज प्लेइंग एक्सट्रीमली फास्ट.
But okay, you can't do anything. The only, I mean, what do you do? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to do actually. She's not even allowing you rook f8 check. जहाँ पे at least the king has to choose, and then you can play rook f5, forcing rook a5. Then you bring king in. Like she's not allowing you anything. राकेश भाई, मुझे लग रहा है कि भाई यहाँ पे बहुत तगड़ा सीन हो सकता है. मतलब like you know anything can happen, but I don't see any hesitation from Lagno's body language. That's the problem. Like I don't see any nervousness. ऐसे Anish था ना, he was also very confident. You felt like he would hold it. वही scene मुझे लग रहा है. By the way, she has gone for, okay, she blocks it again. She doesn't want to give the f3 pawn just yet.
Hi, matlab, what a game by both champions actually. Matlab, Divya trying for 6 hours, Lagno defending for the whole time. Bhai. Very well played game overall.
But I think maybe Lagno is still satisfied with it, but Divya will be
For sure.
not happy at all. And
For sure.
Chad, just to point out, this was the position literally on move number 21, I think it was. In fact, even if you go further, right? I mean, let's say move 30 ke aspas after that queen trade. Like this is just completely winning for Divya. Pawn up hai, without any counterplay. Of course, you can spoil this edge, but to have like a completely equal position must be a disappointing situation for her. And we saw her sigh and shake her head a bit at some point because she knows she spoiled it. And even now, I think she doesn't look happy.
Vardhan, yes, if rooks are traded, then it's a win for white, for sure. But वो बहुत बड़ा if है.
Okay, king b2.
That's interesting ना टिकू भाई. अभी रुक से आप मुझे तंग नहीं कर पाओगे.
Interesting. Because now if rook a3, rook b4, king c3, rook d4. Still don't know, but at least something of a try. राकेश भाई, you stay in Pune. राकेश भाई, आप कहाँ रहते हैं?
नहीं भाई, मी एंड टिक्को बोथ लिव इन मुंबई.
मुंबई के पास.
हाँ, दोनों
Let's
मुंबई के पास.
पास.
और ज्यादा रिवील नहीं करता है, मुंबई के पास.
हाँ, मुंबई के
बट आई
पास
वाज
भाई.
बोर्न इन पुणे चैट. मतलब पता नहीं पुणे किसने बोला, बट आई वाज बोर्न इन पुणे. चेस फैन नहीं, अभी भी ड्रॉ नहीं हुई. ड्रॉ इज गोइंग ऑन. गेम इज गोइंग ऑन, सॉरी.
ड्रॉ इज
Draw
गोइंग
is
ऑन.
going on here भाई.
सही टाइम पे वापस आया मैं भाई.
Oopsie.
King F6. Check. Maybe King B3 is the plan, yeah?
King B3 रुक D4 है ना, बट फिर
Hmm. Yep. Still a draw. Oh, she prevents rook D4 and now she wants to play King B3.
smart.
Right, at least there's a plan, yeah?
हाँ हाँ.
110 moves, by the way. 38 more moves to go. No, 28 more moves to go. Sorry. नहीं
Now
30
she's
हुआ
cut.
भाई. 98 था ना. 98 था. 148 होगा. Sorry, my bad. It's
But
30
now
more
she's
moves.
cutting off on the file. उसने कहा ठीक है, रैंक पे तो तुमने ब्रेक कर लिया. Now I'll cut you off on the C file. So if King
भाई एक
B3,
ही
let me
तरीका है
just.
यहाँ पे जीतने का. That is to sack the F3 pawn at the right moment.
हाँ,
And
but just
King
Ooh.
D5. That's the only way to win. There is no other plan.
it's 6th April now, कह रहे हैं
Correct.
कलाम जी.
मतलब in the next couple of minutes.
नहीं मेरे तो 8:30 ही हुए हैं तो we are good.
भाई Shreyas भाई, you had a chance of,
Oh,
for 2 days.
sorry. My
Yeah.
bad.
Chance of what?
भाई saying that he commentated for 2 days in a row. मतलब
हाँ.
वो तो पहले किया है भाई. वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लेड सीसीटी लाइक एससीसी भाई. कम ऑन. सो मेनी टाइम. बर्थडे के दिन मैंने किया था भाई पूरा. आई
correct,
रिमेम्बर
correct.
लास्ट ईयर. बस
Hi,
2 days.
game is still on, chess fan. Like I can't tell you the result if the game is still on. मतलब कितने भी sources या कुछ भी हो. चल रही है संशुल भाई, बिल्कुल चल रहा है. माइक क्लाइन इज आल्सो वेटिंग कि
Also
गेम
shout
कब
out to the
खत्म.
chat. Also shout out to the chat for staying with us. By still 1.3K people I'm seeing. By thank you so much for staying with us until midnight. 6 घंटे हो गए स्ट्रीम को.
Correct, chat. Clap it up for yourself, chat. I mean, amazing.
How
Sehaj
is
bhai,
the
would you have
accuracy?
converted this against an opponent of your rating? Depends on multiple factors like how tired they are, what how informed they are. Also, whether there is a shock factor. Like पहले अगर उस player की winning होती और फिर ये position आती, then I think there's a very big chance.
टिको भाई wants to leave ASAP. ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है आपको यश भाई?
Tikku bhai wants to leave where though?
Leave the
पनवेल.
stream. तो
अच्छा.
पनवेल भाई ऐसे रिवील मत किया
But I'm
करो
already in
मतलब.
Panvel bhai. So where will I leave?
भाई ये हर स्ट्रीम में बोलते हैं कि मैं पनवेल से हूँ.
हाँ ठीक है,
So
तो वो भी
पनवेल
रिवील नहीं
निकलना
करेगा
है.
भाई.
Like come on.
bro,
uh,
what game is this? Ludo.
if Magnus plays this, I still think it's a draw. मतलब Magnus with white. सहज भाई कुछ ट्रिक है? समथिंग क्रेजी F4 टाइप जो आप बता रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले.
F4 नहीं भाई. F3 पॉइंट सैक करना होगा किसी तरह बस. किंग B3 किंग B4 लाओ. रुक D5 रुक C5 लाओ. एंड देन किंग को D5 पे फोर्सफुली रख दो.
हाँ
And
ओके.
then black will take rook F3 king E5 and something like this. You will, if Divya wins, she will win by just like one move or something. But that's where the time is a big factor because
100
Lagno
मूव
has
खेल
6
दिए.
minutes.
या ओ माय गॉड. उल्टा टाइम चाहिए था सहज भाई, तो हो जाता था कुछ.
Why is black ready to already play rook F1? No, right? Because we have rook D3. So rook D3 played, by the way. So what can black do now? Actually, you can even play rook F1. King C4, King E6.
वो तो बहुत अनाइंग हो जाएगा आई थिंक दिव्या के लिए, बिकॉज दैट्स अ डिफरेंट फॉर्म ऑफ डिफेंस दैट शी हैज टू ब्रेक नाउ.
तो किंग ने ही लात मार दी भाई सीधा, मतलब इट्स लाइक सो
शोल्डरिंग इट्स कॉल्ड. ओह देयर वी गो, इट्स ऑन द बोर्ड भाई. राकेश भाई जर्सी दिखा दो यार एक बार.
भाई ऐसा थोड़ी है।
लास्ट लास्ट एक बार दिखा दो भाई, बस एक बार जर्सी दिखा दो बस एक बार. आई फील लाइक दिव्या इज फाइटिंग रियली हार्ड फॉर इट.
कम ऑन, रुक
ओह
जा।
भाई इंडिया पूरा दिखा नहीं, एक बार दोबारा दिखाओ, इंडिया पूरा दिखा नहीं, ब्लर था सेंटर में अभी भी, हाँ अब एक
एक
सेकंड
सेकंड
के
के
लिए
लिए
दिखा,
दिखा भाई, लेट्स गो
एक सेकंड के लिए दिखा बस.
लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो.
अब खेलेगी किंग F7 आई थिंक.
ओह यस सर,
कीप इट,
ये था
लव
क्या
इट.
चल के चल, चुपके ऐसे बोल रहे थे क्या टिकू भाई मुझे?
नहीं नहीं, उसकी वो जो स्लीव्स है ना, ही वुड जस्ट
हाँ
लाइक पुट द शर्ट एंड स्लीव्स ऐसे आगे ऐसे, जस्ट द
Oh, but
स्लीव्स.
that's normal. I think many people do that.
Oh wow, Sahaj bhai doing it before Shahrukh Khan.
No, no, I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't, but not before Shah Rukh Khan, but
भाई, जर्सी गैम्बिट मिडनाइट वेरिएशन बिल्कुल भाई, इतने भाई, इट्स दिस गेम हैज गॉन ऑन फॉर 6.5 hours.
भाई दैट्स गुड, एटलीस्ट गलती करने के चांस तो है लागनो के. अगर अभी नॉर्मल एनर्जी होती तो कोई चांस ही नहीं था. मे बी शी मेक्स अ मिस्टेक.
मुझे तो बस रुक F5 पे चाहिए किसी तरह.
बस
Bring the rook to F5, बस और कुछ नहीं चाहिए मुझे.
वो कैसे आएगा भाई?
बस वही चाहिए भाई किसी तरह से, तभी तो जर्सी दिखाई है भाई.
भाई
She
अब
goes
तक
rook
नो
d8 this
अपडेट्स.
king e7 obviously.
रुक G8, किंग F6, रुक F8 चेक, भाई भाई
क्या?
भाई।
नहीं नहीं,
Oh,
किंग
that's
F7
nice.
भाई, किंग
भाई
F7 भाई,
okay,
किंग
yeah,
F7.
but she has to find it, right? She has to find king F7.
बट शी प्लेड इट मल्टीपल टाइम्स भाई, अभी इधर ही था, यही था पोजीशन. लिटरली शी प्लेड दिस, सो
How
शी नोस.
many games have I? What's my longest game? I have to check. 140 moves. It was against Grandmaster R.R. Lakshman. He's also from India. Kolkata Open में हुआ था. It was a queen pawn ending. I remember. 140 moves. राकेश भाई आपका?
मेरा हुआ था 132 मूव्स.
Haha. Let's go.
बट यू रिमेंबर दिस क्या, ये कितना मूव्स था
नहीं
लॉन्गेस्ट?
भाई, ये प्रोफेशनल चेस प्लेयर्स ना गेम सेव कर लेते हैं डेटाबेस में अपना.
भाई
हाँ,
ये
exactly.
क्या
तभी
तो
check करा
लॉजिक
था
है?
मैंने.
ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई? अब
टिकू
चेस
भाई
बेस नहीं
बताओ
है मेरे
आपका,
पास, तो अब ऐसे बेइज्जती करोगे यार मतलब.
आपका बताओ टिकू भाई कितने, क्या था लॉन्गेस्ट
मुझे
गेम?
मुझे मूव्स याद नहीं है, मुझे घंटे याद है भाई. आई थिंक इट वाज लाइक वेरी लॉन्ग, 7 hours समथिंग.
But do you want to know crazy fact chat के लिए? In that time, basically मैं लक्ष्मण के साथ जब खेल रहा था ना, to 140 moves. Can anyone in the chat guess how much time Lakshman had? And Rakesh bhai, no hints. Tiku bhai, no hints. You know Lakshman, ठीक है? I know that you're gonna guess it. Can anyone in the chat guess what was the time situation when the match finished? Anyone? Like I would be so impressed. 10 seconds, no bhai. 10 seconds is what I had. ठीक है? I'll give you that. लाइक मैं 10 सेकंड पे मतलब पिछले 1 घंटे से खेल रहा था. लक्ष्मण हैड मोर टाइम देन ही स्टार्टेड ऑफ विद. ही हैड एन आवर एंड 40 मिनट्स.
सिंदारो स्टाइल.
मतलब वो लक्ष्मण इज नोन टू बी एन एक्सट्रीमली फास्ट प्लेयर. राकेश भाई, टिकू भाई, यू वुड नो दैट,
या
यू वुड नो दिस ऑफ कोर्स.
बट गलती भी नहीं करते यार. इट्स नॉट लाइक ही प्लेज बैड मूव्स, ही जस्ट प्लेज वेरी गुड मूव्स एंड ही प्लेज वेरी फास्ट. बाय द वे, वेट, हैव दे रिपीटेड? भाई दे रीच द सेम पोजीशन थ्राइस.
रेपिटेशन हो गया भाई 3 बार, पर किसी ने क्लेम नहीं किया.
ट्वाइस एंड
हाँ,
थ्राइस.
हो गया भाई. रेपिटेशन किसी ने क्लेम नहीं किया लेकिन.
भाई लाव डिडंट रियलाइज.
But remember, yesterday also Divya won like this. Bibisara could have claimed, and she didn't. Will history repeats itself?
But crazy, imagine playing a 140 move long game and your opponent has 1 hour 40 minutes. And this is before the time, by the way, chat, जब 30 मिनट का increment जो 30 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा मिलते हैं ना 40 सालों के बाद. That didn't happen. That didn't used to happen back then. तो 1 घंटा 30 मिनट से उसने स्टार्ट किया था, 1 घंटा 40 मिनट पे खत्म किया था, और उसने डिफेंड किया था क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन सक्सेसफुली, which is very
भाई चेस का
impressive.
हमने तो ड्रॉ ऑलरेडी दिखा दिया है भाई. रुक D3 प्लेड, ओके. Not sure that changes anything. We already saw this before. King
By the
E6
way,
is what she played.
Rajesh bhai पूछ रहे हैं, what's the best book for chess? By looking at this game, I think Opening Traps and Pitfalls is a
Oh, she's
great book.
claiming. She's claiming a draw. She's claiming a draw. I
it's a
don't
wrong
think
claim.
it's a draw though.
It's a wrong claim, yeah.
Ooh, इसके लिए टाइम लग रहा है.
इसीलिए टाइम लग रहा है. अब समझ आया ना.
Why? But she could have claimed on the previous move. She literally could have claimed on the previous move, and now she's making a wrong claim. So, Divya's gonna get some time on the clock actually.
Yeah, 2 minutes extra, which Divya very much needs, by the way, in this situation.
I think
How
they're
old
asking her
was the
whether
game,
she wants a
Said?
draw. I
Bhai,
think they're asking
the
her
game
whether
was played in 2007 when I was 12 years old.
they're calling both the players now कि they're gonna replay the moves on another board, and they're gonna see if it's a draw, but it's actually not a draw.
क्लॉक रुक गया है कि नहीं?
क्लॉक रुक गया भाई.
समय भाई वो जहां पे जा रहा है वहां का एंगल है. बढ़िया बढ़िया भाई.
मैं तो इधर मान भी लेता. एक्चुअली नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता भाई वाइट से. मैं तो खेलता ही है पूरा एकदम एंड तक.
भाई देखो ना, दिख रहा है ये लेफ्ट में औरत. अच्छा, ओके.
हॉल खाली है भाई, because it's all, I think, कितने बजे Cyprus में 2.5 hours ahead, no? We are, so I think it's 9:30 in Cyprus already. And
चैट अगर हम गेम्स की बात कर रहे हैं तो I'll give you a fun fact about my own. Basically, I have gone over the 100 move mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in my life total. And उस 8 में से 7 गेम ड्रॉ हुए थे और एक जीता था मैं. देर इज एन आउटसाइड. बेसिकली आई थिंक जितना लंबा गेम चलता है उतना ड्रॉ के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं, आई फील. बट देर इज स्टिल एन आउटसाइड चांस दैट यू कैन विन
और लूज.
यहाँ पे लूज तो नहीं होगा भाई.
यहाँ पे नहीं, मतलब फॉर लागनो, लाइक मतलब.
या एग्जैक्टली.
Levy gonna be so mad. True, Levy. I think Levy will not wait for this game. He will even put the video out early. I don't think this game is stopping him from posting his video. So don't worry, भाई. Levy पगलू लोग video देख पाएंगे जल्दी. Don't worry.
Yep. And what's this rule? What did they move away from the table? Basically, जब ऐसे 3-fold repetition आप claim करते हो आर्बिटर के साथ, तो आप चाल चल नहीं सकते बोर्ड पे. यू टेल द आर्बिटर कि ये मेरी मूव है एंड इसके बाद 3-fold repetition होगा. फिर आर्बिटर अब आपकी स्कोर शीट देखेगा तो वो देखेगा कि भाई आपने 100 चालें लिखी हुई हैं, तो इट्स हार्ड टू डिसाइफर कि क्लेम कहाँ पर है, कैसे हो रहा है. तो दे टेक यू अवे फ्रॉम योर टेबल एंड मोस्ट लाइकली इट्स नॉट गोना बी अ लाइव बोर्ड जो जहाँ पे वो मूव्स दिखाएंगे एंड देन बेसिकली दे अंडरस्टैंड वेदर इट्स द राइट क्लेम और द रॉन्ग क्लेम. अगर यहाँ पर खेलते तो chess.com पे भी आ जाता वो. तो दे कैन नॉट मूव इट हियर.
I have a question. Like, there is no limit to the number of claims you can make, right? In a chess game?
There is, no? Second time पे करोगे तो आप हार सकते हो, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think there's like a claim, like a limit on the number of claims you can make, because technically it can happen, right? Because my take is Lagno could start claiming on every move now, and we could be here till tomorrow.
He's right. क्योंकि for every wrong claim, Divya gets 1 additional minute.
2 minutes भाई.
तो हाँ, 2. लक्ष्मण के बराबर टाइम हो जाएगा दिव्या का.
बट ठीक है भाई, दिव्या के लिए this was a good claim. Like at least she can play on now.
हाँ
भाई एटलीस्ट लाइक 6.5 घंटे खेलोगे तो कम से कम जीतने का चांस तो बढ़े. कम से कम 2 मिनट मिले एक्स्ट्रा. एंड
yeah,
इट्स गुड.
I mean, if Lagno loses now, तो ये tournament उसके लिए खत्म हो गया, I feel, because she could have claimed earlier. It was just 1 move earlier and it would have been a draw. तो Divya के लिए golden opportunity. She got a chance. She got a gift yesterday when her opponent didn't claim. She used it. Now she has a chance again. Draw है, पर at least the game is on.
Yep, correct. And chat में काफी लोग are asking why not rook c3 to go over the c file, and I think that is the right move. But remember जब rook c3 पे आएगा तो मैं d file से भी वो king को basically block कर सकता हूँ. And more importantly, I can play king e6, which is something that Lagno has already played to stop the king from entering to the d5 square.
स्पॉइलर दे दो, आई वांट टू स्लीप यार. आई विश दिस वाज धुरंधर 2 एंड आई कुड टेल यू कि भाई अंत में हमजा अली मजारी
Please.
डांस करता है, बट या इट्स नॉट धुरंधर 2.
I'm still thinking about the moment जब आपने विशी सर से पूछा था कि आपने धुरंधर देखी है.
भाई इट्स अ वैलिड क्वेश्चन, आई मीन चैट का ही क्वेश्चन था
But it
वैसे.
was funny. It was very funny. तो रुक्सी 6 check possible?
बट किंग F7,
क्या क्या मिला तुझे इतना करके?
वो रुक D1 खेल देगी फिर से एंड देन किंग.
वही तो मतलब, ओह मैन.
वैसे तड़पा तड़पा के ड्रॉ कर रही है, लाइक एवरी फाइल शी इज कटिंग ऑफ, एवरी रैंक शी इज कटिंग ऑफ.
Yeah, basically.
तभी
सहज,
टाइम
if I
लग रहा
hurt
है.
you, I'm sorry. लेकिन बस भाई मैं चाहता हूँ आप और बेटर हो भाई, because domination of Magnus always hurts me. We need gems. भाई ये पक्का मेरी मॉम का ऑल्ट अकाउंट है भाई, पक्का. उसका फॉलो अप भी ऐसे ही आता है भाई, मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. But I'm just joking भाई, and of course no hard feelings. But
दिव्या
I'll
इज ऑन
play भाई,
F50.
I'll play from time to time, of course. I do play from time to time actually.
No results, bhai. No result officially yet. Game is still on.
Divya is only 55 wrong claims away from Sindarov's time.
Fair,
That is
correct.
great. टिकू
Oh,
भाई क्या
Bharani, can we
ताने
have
में.
the open section standings and
टिक्को भाई
declare
जरा
Sindarov
देखना,
the winner?
हाँ, so by the
टिक्को
way,
भाई जरा देखना जो मैंने अभी लिखा है आपको.
I don't think we can do that, Saj, unfortunately.
नहीं भाई नहीं.
Not possible. But okay, let's have a look at the standings of the open section. I think that's important because we're going to head off into the second half with the players looking at these standings and wondering कि क्या करना है. ये तो नहीं है standings open की. Uh, just to understand कि क्या सोच रहे हैं प्रग एंड उनकी टीम यहाँ पे. बिकॉज 6 पॉइंट है सिंदारोव के, आपके 3.5 है, ऑलमोस्ट डबल द पॉइंट्स. सो वेई और उसके नीचे वाले आर ऑलरेडी आउट, सो मैथमेटिकली दे आर आउट, दे हैव नो चांस.
Yes.
Pragg has
Yes.
a Anish have like a 1% chance. Caruana maybe like 20%, and the rest 79 is just Sindarov. So जीतना पड़ेगा अब, I think. And if Sindarov can beat Bluebaum and Esipenko in the next 2 rounds, I think he's through.
Yeah, and I think the reason Sindarov wins it is, of course, his great score. And what a score it is, bhai. 6-7. 6
Yeah.
out of 7 for Javokhir Sindarov there.
एक भी
और
गेम नहीं हारा
हिकारू
है.
ने 67 मिनट्स के लिए ही सोचा था भाई. कोइंसिडेंस?
Oh, and bhai, it looks like finally this game might head towards a draw. Let's come back to the live board because Rook C1 check. And now भाई
Yeah.
स्कोर शीट खत्म हो रही है. देखो उनकी तीसरी स्कोर शीट है because 60 moves की एक स्कोर शीट होती है. So their players are on their third score sheet now.
भाई 60 मूव की स्कोर रीड थोड़ी ना होती है, 40 की
60 की
होती
होती
है.
है. 60 की होती है.
60 की होती है.
30 and 30 याद है, because 40th move is on the second column. You somewhere finish like in the first third of the second column.
एक्चुअली 6 डेज में 40 होती है भाई, आई नो.
भाई आप कैंडिडेट्स और 6 days को सेम लाइन में कैसे बोल रहे हो with a straight face?
आई मीन आई एम जस्ट मेंशनिंग अ पॉइंट. या आई थिंक 40 की भी
नहीं
होती है. आई
बट
एम श्योर आई हैव प्लेड.
नहीं बट
I'm
60
I'm
रहती
sure
है
I've played
मैक्सिमम.
60 as well, but yeah, 40 की भी होती हैं.
Yeah.
But yeah, in any case, third score sheet regardless.
Okay, कुछ nothing has changed actually since then.
Really, yeah.
Can Divya trade the rooks and win?
कुछ तो बदला है भाई तब से.
भाई बदला तो बहुत कुछ है.
बदला तो मूवी का नाम भी था भाई, धुरंधर द बदला. कोइंसिडेंस?
धुरंधर द रिवेंज था movie का.
क्या
The revenge.
भाई, किंग तो अब डी फाइल तक आ गया है चल के, हमें ये तो इंसल्टिंग लग रहा है मुझे.
आई एम वंडरिंग भाई, मैं भी वही कह रहा हूँ, अच्छा चांस है कि वो हो सकता है उसका कोच, बट या
कौन?
क्रामनिक क्रामनिक सिंडारोव का कोच हो सकता है इस इवेंट
बट
में, क्योंकि उसने
ही
उज़्बेक टीम को कोच किया उसने, इसलिए दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी बिग पॉइंट.
एंड ही स्टार्टेड कोचिंग अब्दू सातरो ना
यस यस
ऑफिशियल.
यस ही डिड. यस ही डिड.
तो
उससे पहले 2022 में जब वो जीते थे तब वो सोकोलोव के साथ थे.
करेक्ट. या
इंडीड धुरंधर हौसला ईंधन बदला और चेस हौसला ईंधन ड्रॉ. आई थिंक समराइज कर सकते हैं वैसे. ब्लंडर इनकमिंग.
साहब ये ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि अपना ही डीएम चल रहा है सहज भाई.
हाँ भाई, लग तो रहा है.
नहीं नहीं, अभी मैंने जो भेज रहा हूँ तुझे, अब देखो ग्रुप पे भाई. व्हाट द हेल इज दिस?
मैं पता है
What?
पढ़ने वाला था राकेश भाई स्ट्रीम
अरे
पे
भाई
लेक्चर.
ये तो ये मत ही पढ़ना भाई, थोड़ा रिस्की है.
थोड़ा. वेयर इज डाइस? डाइस भी होना था क्या यहाँ पे? 6 नहीं आया लागनो का
डाइस
शायद,
चेस.
तभी
डाइस
तभी
चेस
स्ट्रगल
में
कर
भाई.
रही है.
क्या रुक D3 चेक.
भाई
तो
टिकू
प्रॉप्स
भाई
टू
यू
दिव्या दो
वर.
भाई, इतना ट्राई कर रही है भाई खेलने के लिए. लॉट ऑफ पीपल वुड हैव गिवन अप हियर एंड ओके टू लाइक टेकन द ड्रॉ, बट एटलीस्ट शी इज प्लेइंग अंटिल द वेरी एंड. या
टिकू भाई यू वर राइट बाय द वे.
अबाउट व्हाट?
That the game started 30 seconds late, so they allowed Sindaro to come in. माइक क्लाइन ने वीडियो डाला ट्विटर पे.
एट द स्टार्ट यू मीन?
या
हाँ. Can she play rook b6, rook f6? So I mean rook b6 here. I think you can, but maybe just rook c3, yeah? Rook f. Okay, at least you got rook f5, by the way. Sajba, you wanted the rook on f5, you have it. But
आ गया क्या? नहीं,
checkmate.
बोर्ड पे तो नहीं आया भाई. वो एक बार बोर्ड पे आ जाए तो दिव्या के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं जीतने के. दैट्स माय टेक, बट या.
भाई आई
But
डोंट थिंक दैट दिव्या कैन इवन बीट टिकू भाई इन दिस पोजीशन. इट्स दैट बैड.
भाई हर बार जब भी कोई हार रहा होता है तो मैं बीच में कहां से घुस जाता हूँ.
अरे किसी ने तो पूछा है तेरा आपका नाम लेके इसके लिए.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
और कोई आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन है सोनू कुमार, तो उसको शाउट आउट दे दीजिए.
यो सोनू भाई.
भाई ये तो टिक्कू वाली शाउट नहीं थी.
ये ऐसे फोर्स्ड रात के
टिक्कू
12
में तो
बजे के
फोर्स वाली
बाद,
लगी थोड़ी भाई, प्रॉपर वाली
एक
भाई
नहीं
फिर
घंटे
है.
कल
बाद वाली
कल
थी.
कल सुबह आई थिंक, दिन को कह रहा हूँ, शाम को, कल भी नहीं परसों आई थिंक शाम को 6 बजे विल बी आइडियल फॉर शाउट आउट्स एंड शाउट्स, बिकॉज इतने सारे ब्लंडर होंगे उस दिन. सिंधारो क्वीन देगा अपनी.
हाँ कितना मुंह चलेगा भाई. चैट आई थिंक लुकिंग एट द पोजीशन मे बी अराउंड 7 to 8 minutes नाउ.
भाई 198 moves was the last trade, so 148 is the longest it can go. We are at 123.
आई थिंक ना तेरा ना मेरा बीच में 135 के आसपास बंद होगा मुझे लग रहा
That is if
135 आई
दिव्या
थिंक.
मान जाएगी तो, बट वो खेल सकती है तो वो खेलेगी ना.
है. भाई शी इज अ फाइटर भाई, शी वोंट गिव अप इजीली.
भाई टाइम के हिसाब से बताओ यार, कितने में तो लगता है गेम चलेगी? मूव्स तो मतलब
7-8 मिनट और, 8 से 9 मिनट और.
मतलब 12:30 से पहले गेम खत्म हो जाएगी बेसिकली, ऐसा लग रहा है.
12:30 के आसपास इसे. और अपन ने ओपन ग्रुप ओपन का रैप अप भी कर दिया है. सिर्फ इसका रैप अप करके वी कैन रैप अप.
बहुत रैप अप हो गया यार. Who was better, प्राइम क्रामनिक और कस्पारोव?
Prime Kasparov.
आई कैन टेल यू हु वाज वर्स. नहीं नहीं छोड़ो. फिलहाल के लिए रुक b5.
भाई
Then
टैन, भाई अपनी टैन ने टैन जोंगी के लिए बोला कि दिस वाज द वर्स्ट ब्लंडर शी हैज सीन इन अ कैंडिडेट्स टूर्नामेंट इन अ व्हाइल, वो रुक A1 रुक F6 के लिए।
is candidates में you mean? Because I'm sure there has been a better one for sure.
आई मीन आई थिंक तान्या भी आएगी परसों अपने साथ, होगी ना आई थिंक, होपफुली इन द नेक्स्ट
I
कपल ऑफ
can,
राउंड्स।
yeah, I'll check. I think Tanya is coming
एक ही
for
है भाई.
round 8, no?
Oh wait. Some trades are happening. Rook e5. Wait, did she just play Rook c3?
या
Yes.
रुक
But
C3
Rook
is on the
e5,
board
Rook
chat।
g5, Rook e5, Rook g5 is 2 pawns. Wait, what? Ah, okay, nice intermezzo.
Oh, check, pushing the king on the A file, then you chop।
वो भी draw ही है भाई. The white king is too far away actually.
या
By the way, Tanya will be with us for round number 9. So I think um, on 9th, I think essentially, right?
या करेक्ट। नहीं
Yes,
भाई,
9th.
भाई
नहीं, 8th
6
को.
ऑलरेडी चालू हो गया है, 6 को रेस्ट डे है।
अच्छा हाँ, 6 चालू हो गया. Sorry, my bad. Yes, 8th को she'll be with us. है. भूल गए थे, दिन बदल दिए भाई, जज्बात बदल दिए हमने. भाई 7 सेकंड. भाई किंग A6 गया भाई. Oh my god.
चेस फैन, यू नो, आप इतने 6 घंटे रुके हमारे साथ, 6 मिनट और रुक जाओ, आपको रिजल्ट पता चल जाएगा।
Is Magnus coming back to World Championship from next
नो
year?
वे
नहीं भाई.
चैट, नो वे।
Huge if true. ये तो एक्चुअली में ह्यूज होगा भाई if true.
भाई अगर सिंदारो ऐसे ही खेला वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, क्रशेस होके 7.5 डू यू थिंक मैग्नस कम्स बैक? एंड
मैग्नस
देन
को
ही
पहले
चैलेंजेस.
ग्रेन के जीतने दो भाई,
ये
मैग्नस
कैसा
को।
क्वेश्चन है? That's never gonna happen भाई.
नहीं, imagine like he crushes Mukesh like 8-1 or something and then
But
he
I
goes
don't
in.
want
So
to imagine that because
नहीं,
it's
but
such a ridiculous scenario.
नहीं, but
I
still
don't
like
want to imagine
hypothetically,
that.
and then he stands at the world championship with the title, says Magnus भाई आ जाओ ऐसे वो करते हैं ना उसमें MMA में या फिर बॉक्सिंग में, ऐसे कॉल आउट करते हैं नेक्स्ट ओपोनेंट के लिए, and then he challenges Magnus, दम है तो आ जाओ, ऐसे करके something.
फिर उसके बाद नौदरबैक ही आएगा भाई. I think also he must be watching. Yeah, he must be watching Sindarov. Of course, उसकी country mate का है, and you know he's been number one. Sindarov's been number two, and now it's changing. Oh, by the way, Rook F4 played.
Yeah, you can't protect, you know, you can play E5, no, but king E6 के बाद it's just GG।
दो पॉन अप में भी यार, crazy. You would think कोई चांस तो होगा, but the white king is so far off. भाई दाई आंख फड़कना अच्छा होता है या बाई आंख?
नो आइडिया
भाई मेरे में तो टाइम 0 हो गया दिव्या का.
भाई। she played off 1 second and she could have lost, imagine that। बहुत लाइटली खेला उसने, आई थिंक वो एक चाल। Yes, 20 seconds again, chat. We are, don't lose like this।
यो आरुष भाई, व्हाट्स अप, ग्लैड टू हैव इन द चैट भाई. कैसे हो? राइट वाला अच्छा होता है क्या? मेरी राइट आंख फरक रही है, मे बी शी.
ये वाला बढ़िया था
5
भाई. ये वाला
seconds
shout out.
भाई, 3
Very nice.
seconds।
फिर से 3 सेकंड पे खेली. King B7, okay. Rook E4, Rook E5 is just a draw, no? That's hanging. Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah.
She tried, chat, she tried। Right eye is good for males and left eye is for females।
हाँ तो मेरी राइट, हाँ तो अगर ओपन सेशन चल रहा होता मतलब कुछ हो सकता था, मतलब आई डोंट नो. Gotham Chess is crying. Why is Gotham Chess crying?
5 seconds, why? 5 seconds. Why is she playing with such little time on the clock?
या दो पॉन थे मगर एक गया, अब दूसरा भी जाएगा. Rook G8. King F7 feels like an easy draw. Yeah, played. What is happening in Grenke? I think Vincent Keimer is leading actually, ahead of Magnus Carlsen. That's a big result if he can win. Last time Magnus भाई 9 out of 9 किया था ना शायद वहाँ पे
Yeah,
Grenke में.
you're right.
So this would be huge. By the way, Levi की वीडियो आ चुकी भाई 3 मिनट पहले. So Levi पगलू लोग के लिए, this is the perfect.
We can raid Levy maybe, Tiku bhai.
हाँ भाई, I love that idea by the way. इसके बाद ना अंबानी के को थोड़ी डोनेशन भी देके आएंगे.
भाई किंग G8 भी ड्रॉ है यहाँ पे. किंग टेक्स रुक भी ड्रॉ है, this so you know. King E5, King G7 is a draw.
Yeah.
But I don't think she plays it, bhai.
I like rook E4. Okay, rook A5. Very safe. Chat करिए humble Rakesh bhai with hearts. कुछ कह रहे हो राकेश भाई?
भाई ये यार मेरे जिंदगी का तो सबसे लंबा स्ट्रीम है तो I'm cooked, chat. I'm cooked.
Tiku bhai, for us it's like not even top 10, yeah.
True.
If you think about it.
I mean, not even close actually, but I think it felt tiny because like there was no drama, like there was no. It was just draw throughout. I think maybe that's.
भाई सोचो वैशाली के अपोनेंट ब्लंडर नहीं करती तो क्या होता?
हाँ, actually आज 2.5 point नहीं 2 ही point आया actually ना, not 2.5. I think ये तो दिव्या ने मिस कर दिया भाई, ये point तो आना चाहिए था.
ये तो draw है भाई, ये तो dead draw है. I feel like just finish this भाई.
दे दो चेक और खत्म करो यार. G6 pawn please.
Hey! You offered a draw.
Lagno
सोच रही है अब.
ये क्या था?
Wow.
नहीं, critical moment by the.
Hey.
Wait, he said something, yeah, to Divya at the end.
Relax, brother, ऐसा कुछ तो.
हाँ, कुछ तो था, कुछ हुआ होगा, I think.
भाई हाँ.
कुछ ड्रामा हुआ है इसमें.
हाँ, कुछ हुआ है. Something happened, and that's why she was like, okay, relax. I don't know what that was.
हैंडशेक्स हुए एंड दिव्या ने हैंडशेक के टाइम पे व्हाइट का किंग गिर गया तो लाना वाज लाइक मतलब रिलैक्स. हाँ एंड आई थिंक लाना ने भी सोचा कि भाई 6-6.5 घंटे हो गए ड्रॉ हुई, कोई एडिटर्स क्या ही रील बनाएंगे. सो अच्छा कंटेंट दिया एंड में. एंड सहज भाई
पर वापस देखना पड़ेगा ये.
Yeah, but respect to Divya bhai. 6.5 घंटे के बाद she tried her best, still rearranging her pieces and even her opponent's pieces. That's the heart of a champion. And even though she didn't win today, she is still only 1 point behind. And don't count her out, guys.
Yep. And I think it's time to look at the women's standings once, just to see the final picture. Ki kaun kahan pe hai. And of course, Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, I think it's been a long day. So there you see it, 4.5, 4, and then 3.5. So third place, okay, it's harsh, yeah. She's on 6th place, but could be on 3rd. So, but yeah, Vaishali with that comeback, with that win was impressive. So Anna Muzychuk maintains her lead, but a lot of people in hot pursuit.
Anna Muzychuk will not thank Humpy. वो Humpy को बहुत बड़ी पार्टी देगी if she manages to win. Their chat में question था, but yeah, I think Sahaj bhai, if you would have like given this option at the end of the halfway stage, I think we would have taken it in the women's section.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, of course. 2 wins. I mean, last 2 round में हमने 4 round में हमने 3.5 points score करे हैं, which is, of course, I will take it with open arms.
Yeah.
So that's great. Women's section में I think still very, very, very close. Open में just Sindarov is running away, but I don't think Pragg is having a bad event. He's not necessarily having a great event either, but it's not a bad event. Like, वो still 3rd है. Like, it's still pretty good. But yeah, Sindarov is just running.
And also Rakesh message, I think of course it's going to be exciting, but with every draw, Pragg ke chances drop ho rahe hain. And I'm sure there'll be mathematical lords, which we'll share in our next stream. But roughly, let's say it's only 4 players in contention. Sindarov with around 79%, Fabi with around, let's say 19%, and 1% batta hai bachchon mein Anish and Pragg. So every game becomes super important now. Round number 8. The second half starts day after tomorrow. And we'll be there, of course. Tournament 9 से तान्या भी आएगी. And of course, let's hope that Pragg, Vaishali, as well as Divya win in the next round and give us some hopes that we're going to have an Indian World Championship challenger. So thank you, Sahaj bhai. Thank you, Rakesh bhai. We'll see you. Take care and good night.